did it like that way, we did it our way.
Part of the game, gunfire and flames. I hear echoes of my name being called in a hall of fame. You ever get the feeling your inner cause to be great? I want championship rings and a trophy cabinet display. To be H, I feel like TBE. If I'm mid, then I'm KDB. Rookie, but somehow I still end up as the MVP. My kick game like Fredo, or better yet, MVP. Champion at MP3, that's why they all envy me.
Make the ground shake, make the ground shake. We did it like that way, we did it our way. Make the sound wave, make the sound wave. Hall of Fame theme music like we don't play. Make the ground shake, make the ground shake. We did it like that way, we did it our way. Make the sound wave, make the sound wave. Hall of Fame theme music like we don't play.
This is excellence personified. Tell coach put me in, call my number, I'ma show up. And they ain't no stopping all the shots that I'ma throw up. Been the man since the boy, but now the boy is all grown up. All it takes is one chance to make your life blow up. It's game time.
Make the ground shake, make the ground shake. Make the ground shake, make the ground shake.
원딜하러 가고 싶어요. 또 제가 솔랭을 할 겁니다.
Who challenged toward gold? Do you remember a baby rabbit?
아, 괜찮아요.
이랬던 그녀가
근데 이거 유나라는 근데 왜 한?
사가 유나라 때문에 울고 팀원들 때문에 울고 뒤집려
정글 타이.
됐어요. 또 지독한 악귀 됐어요. 더럽게 말 많네. 넌 좀 괴롭혀.
오.
그
죄송합니다.
말은 아이언 3 아직 한 방 남았다. Once again, her desperate solo rank climb begins.
나는 그래 악기였던 거야 So like hunters wake up wake up
아, 시작이군요.
오랜만입니다.
오랜만입니다.
시즌 1을 끝내고
네.
지금 또 돌아왔어.
와! 이게 진짜 시작이야. 이게 진짜죠.
시즌 1 끝나고 주위에서 반응이 어땠어요?
너무 재밌게 봤다고 하시는 분들이 진짜 많았어요. 많이 잘해줬다고 얘기하긴 해요.
근데 좀 솔랭 해보니까
네.
섞인 부분도 좀 있지 않아요?
아시잖아요. 저 진짜 열심히 했잖아요. 실버는 그냥 가는 줄 알았어.
너무 속상해.
그쵸, 석방님.
그래도 이제 다른 포지션에 도전을 한번
네.
해보는 건 어떻게 생각해요?
저 진짜 좋은 것 같아요. 원딜 할 때 1티어 올리기 어려운 라인이다 라고 진짜 많이 들었거든요. 새로운 마음가짐과 함께 원딜이 나한테 안 맞았던 거다를 보여드리는 거죠. 여러분들께.
그럼 이제 하나를 더 하긴 해야
그러니까 상체 중에 가고 싶긴 했는데 정글도 재밌겠다. 스틸하고 바로 스틸하고 그런 저를 꿈꾸면서 아, 미드는 뺐어요.
미드는
네, 양쪽을 신경 쓸 수가 없을 것 같아요. 탑은 제가 잘 성장해두면 얘들아 들어가! 내가 먼저 갈게! 그런 것도 해보고 싶기도 하고. 저 근데 탑 진짜 잘해볼게요. 갑자기.
원딜은 그렇게
버려.
바로 가시죠?
아 진짜요? 탑으로 가요?
롤모델 있어요? 탑 롤모델?
기인 선수 대단한 한타가 나왔을 때 그때 잡힌 기인 선수의 모습은 침착하시거든요. 오히려 보는 제가 막 미쳤다! 뭐야 이거 뭐야! 이러면서 이제 보는데 그런 모습을 좀 닮고 싶다고 생각한 적은 많아요.
그러면 좀 해보고 싶은 챔피언 있어요?
저 사실 그런 게 좋거든요. 말파이트 같은 거.
시원하게.
네, 시원한 거. 모데카이저 같은. 근데 내가 한 명 데려가서 죽여버리면 뜻하고.
해본 적 있어요?
그럼요, 작가님! 죽여요, 저. 진짜 해보고 싶은 건 사실 안배사 이런 거. 왜 웃으세요, 메드님?
상태 어때? 그 상태?
그 상태 좋아요.
네, 동그래도
그 상태
좋아요.
단단하잖아요.
그러면 또 약간 원하는 선생님 있나요?
근데 이거 지금 말 못하겠어요. 저 선생님 될 분 빼고 다 말하면 어떡해요?
수도 있지 뭐. 그 선생님이 더 열심히 사셔야지.
그니까요. 그게 안 되는 거죠, 작가님.
내가 이런 선생님이면 뭐 이런 걸 배울 줄 있겠다.
칸, 마린, 스냅, 문타라. 호리님도 좋은데요.
왜요?
빨님도 좋아요.
칸님을 데려와야 되나?
아니요? 아니 그니까 네?
왜요? 칸님 왜?
뭔가 무서워요.
칸님 왜 무서워? 칸하면 티어가 얼마큼 오를까요?
이제 진짜 현실적으로 슈퍼를 찍기. 골드는 사실 아직 욕심인 것 같아요.
그리고 내가 꿈을 꿀 수 있어요.
꿈꾸긴 해요.
그래서
네.
우리님의 동기부여를 위해서.
아 진짜요? 뭐예요?
브론즈, 실버, 골드. 티어별로 오늘 보상이 있습니다.
기대해주나요? 브론즈부터 한번. 어? 어? 좋은데요? 포컨스? 포컨스? 너무 좋은데요? 추가 느낌으로. 7번. 진짜요? 얼마나요? 얼마? 이거 설마 해외여행 아니야? 골드! 저 기대돼요! 진짜요? 진짜요? 제가 못 갈 거라고 생각하셨구나.
아니에요.
진짜요? 진짜 제가 가면 이거 뭐 얘기된 거 같아요.
네, 말씀드렸어요.
진짜요? 너무 감사합니다. 제가 진짜 가면 어쩌시려고. 아니 진짜요? 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 대박. 진짜요? 진짜요? 헉, 이거 진짜 동기부여 확실히 되는데요? 골드로 목표 다시 잡겠습니다.
동기부여는 이 정도면 확실하다고 생각합니다.
네.
반대로 이제 아이언으로 만약에 끝나게 됐다.
아 그렇죠.
그때는
혹시 생각해두신 게 있나요?
공부 체험 같은 거.
좀 본적이 없다, 정도.
사이온 코스프레.
사이온 코스프레? 작가님! 진짜 없어! 작가님 일 없어요?
아 뭐가 제일 어려워? 코스프레를 할까 그러면? 뭔가 팬들한테 투표를 받아서?
사이온 모르지 마세요. 아니 그럼 아이언아 말이 안 나와요. 골드 가면 되죠.
정리하면 벌칙은?
코스프레하고 사인회 하기.
근데 잘할 것 같아.
진짜로요?
어.
여러분 제가 이번에는 탑 라이너로서 솔레란타스 시즌2를 도전하게 됐는데요. 저의 목표는 골드입니다. 아주 동기부여 확실히 PD님과 작가님이 주셨고 이번에도 많은 응원 꼭 부탁드리고요. 저와 함께 솔랭하실 분들 꼭 오셔가지고 티어를 올려보면 좋을 것 같습니다. 열심히 해볼게요. 파이팅! 안녕하세요 여러분 반갑습니다. 솔랭헌터스 시즌2로 돌아왔습니다. 와!
어떻게 탑 연습 좀 했어요?
랭크는 아직 배치를 좀 탑으로 돌리기는 좀 두렵더라고요. 그래서 안 하고 일반 게임으로 여러 번 해봤습니다.
직접 검색해봐?
네.
뭔지 나는
아 전적 검색하지 마세요. 유나라가 그렇게 많진 않았고요. 탑을 하니까 제가 원딜을 실수해요. 그래서 지금 아까 원딜을 다시 찾거든요. 그러니까 다시 찾다가 탑을 서 원딜을 자꾸 찾게 되는 것 같아가지고 오늘부터 좀 제대로 배워보고 싶은데 오늘 그래서 배울 수 있는 건가요? 선생님을 만나는 건가요?
우리님이 사전에 있었는데
네.
이런 선수같이 되고 싶다 하는 선수가 있어요.
있었죠. 맞아요. 기인 선수 같은 탑 라이너가 되고 싶다고 생각했어요.
그래서
네. 그래서? 깜짝이야. 네.
우리님의 니즈를 맞춰주고
네.
이렇게 열심히 선생님이었어요.
지금 바로 가나요? 너무 떨려요, 근데. 가시죠. 궁금해. 떨려? 화이팅. 안녕하세요. 엥? 뭐예요? 엥? 여기 계세요? 원딜의 때를 벗겨라! 알겠습니다. 육성 캠프군요. 잠깐만요. 누구세요? 에? 진짜! 거짓말쟁이!
반갑다 키토키. 탑라이너 육성 캠프용도 환영한다. 본 교관은 쓰레기입니다.
내 죽어있던 심장이 뛰기 시작했다. 그리고 이것도 도발 대박. 공격이다. 진짜 나 미쳤어.
제 선생님이세요?
반갑다.
저 진짜 또 얼굴 빨개서 놀라가지고.
차렷!
기인 선수라고 뻥쳤어!
열중셔. 차렷. 지금부터 우리들과 대하는 잊지 않는다, 이빨 보이지 않습니다.
먼저 보이셨잖아요.
이제부터 모든 대답은 악으로 통일한다. 알겠습니까? 어떻게 지내냐? 일단 자,
와, 꿀템님.
지금 뭐 같이 강의할 건가? 이거 보기
네.
전에. 반갑다, 끼토끼.
와, 반갑습니다.
본 교관이 누구라고?
꿀템님이요.
다시.
에?
본 교관이 누구라고?
꿀템.
쓰레기인이다. 제대로
네.
인지하도록 웃지
그래서
않습니다. 장난치러 왔습니까? 내가 장난입니까?
죄송합니다.
웃깁니까?
아닙니다.
제대로 하십시오.
네.
장난 아닙니다.
아!
오케이. 여기 왜 왔습니까?
탑 라이너로 거듭나고 싶어서 왔습니다.
현재 티어 어디?
아이언 3입니다.
목표 티어 어디입니까?
골드입니다.
아이언에서 골드 갈 수 있을 거라고 생각합니까?
쓰레기인과 함께라면 가능합니다.
가능하지 않습니다.
왜요?
불가능합니다. 탑을 진짜 하고 싶긴 합니까?
진짜 해보고 싶습니다. 근데 아직 잘 몰라서 자꾸 원딜을 하고 싶습니다.
그럼 돌아가십시오. 다시 피글렛 선생님한테 가십시오.
아니 그래서 왔습니다. 좀 배워서 원딜의 때를 벗기려고요.
그래서 탑에 대해서 우리 탑이 필요한 마인드 이거 조금 알아보도록 하겠습니다.
선생님 준비가 덜 되신 거 아니에요?
자, 그래서 라이너의 어떤 소양이죠. 일단 정신력, 기본적인 어떤 라인전, 가위바위보, 무직함. 마지막 5번째 뭘까요? 맞추시면 해소해도 좋습니다.
왜?
맞추시면 5번째. 뭘까요? 네, 남 탓입니다.
남탓.
뭐 알 거라고 기대는 안 했어요.
저 남탓 많이 합니다.
네, 그래 보입니다.
네?
네. 먼저 정신력.
네.
탑은 어떤 라인이죠?
외롭습니다.
그렇죠. 탑은 고독합니다.
네.
그 고독함을 견뎌야 됩니다. 아끼토끼 고독함 잘 견딥니까?
잘 못 견딥니다.
그럼 바텀으로 가십시오. 서폿이 옆에 있습니다. 근본적으로
네.
내가 탑에서 뭐 친구들을 불러서 이겨먹겠다. 이렇게 생각하는 순간 안 된다는 겁니다.
이해했습니다.
예. 근데 누가 와주네? 어우, 땡큐. 뭐 누가 안 와주네? 아, 내가 저럴 줄 알았다. 정글 놈들하고는 원래 한 테이블에서 밥을 먹지 않습니다. 그래서 이 고독함을 견뎌야 된다. 탑은 고독한 라인이다라는 거 항상 인지하십시오.
네.
게임은 혼자 하는 겁니다.
네.
라인전. 라인전의 기본에 대해서 여러 가지 좋은 말들이 써 있어요.
네.
뭐 2렙 타이밍 중요하다.
네.
그리고 뭐 정글러 의식해야 되고 뭐 부시도 이용해야 되고 뭐 다양하게 있어요.
네.
근데 이거 이론 수업 의미 없어요.
진짜요?
실전으로 해야 됩니다. 그래서 말로 설명하는 건 효율이 떨어지기 때문에 패스하고. 자, 가위바위보가 뭐겠어요?
가위바위보?
음,
운이 좀 따라주는 건가요?
나랑 가위바위보를 합시다.
네.
날 이겨봐요. 이게 뭐죠?
뭐예요 이게?
생각합니다. 제작진 보고 물어보지 않습니다. 머리를 써봅니다. 솔랭 안 해봤습니까? 이게 뭡니까? 내가 먼저 내 카드를 냈어요. 솔랭 할 때 블루, 레드 있죠?
선픽, 후픽이 중요성?
그쵸?
네.
뭐가 중요하다는 얘기예요?
후픽.
탑은 후픽이 정말 중요합니다. 내가 A 챔프 냈어. A 챔프 카운터 뭐지? 데이터가 이게 훨씬 좋네. A 상대로 B가? 그러면 그냥 B 해야겠다. 일단 그 마인드를 갖고 생각하십시오. 이제 우직함.
네.
탑은 독자적으로 움직이고. 니네는 본대. 니네 4명 묶어. 그냥 난 탑 혼자. 약간 이런 느낌이에요. 그래서 탑은 더 이기적으로 그리고 비정상적으로 하는 친구들일수록 잘합니다. 탑라이너 잘했던 선수들 치고 정상인 선수 제가 못 봤어요. 기인 선수 정상입니까? 보면?
너무 침착하긴 하십니다.
그쵸.
로봇
이상하죠.
같습니다.
상태 안 좋죠.
아니요?
그렇게 생각한다고요?
아니요?
네, 전
그렇게
기인 선수
생각하세요?
존경합니다.
저
네.
기인 선수 너무 좋아해요.
자, 그래서 마지막입니다. 이제 남 탓이에요.
네.
오래 할 거면
네.
이게 필요합니다. 이게 건강한 거예요, 오히려.
eng?
건강한 거. 자기 합리화 그리고 남 탓을 해야 내가 졌을 때 죄책감도 줄어들고 스트레스를 덜 받거든. 네, 일단 게임 졌어.
네.
그럼 누구 탓이에요?
팀원들 탓.
팀 탓이죠. 그리고 내가 선픽했는데 졌어.
트레이드 안 해준 팀원들 탓.
그치. 그리고 내가 라인전 하다 졌어. 누구 탓이에요?
정글 탓.
그리고 미드도 서폿도 나 도와주러 올 수 있는데
그러니까요.
네, 안 왔죠.
네.
날 방치했죠.
네.
근데 중요한 게 뭐냐면 이렇게 생각을 하면서 계속 게임하면 발전하겠어요? 발전 못하겠어요?
안 늘 것 같습니다.
안 늘어요. 그래서 결국에는 내 탓이에요.
뭐지?
네. 아니 지금 이 말은 모르겠어요? 남 탓을 하면서 합리화를 하다가도 내 마음 어딘가에는 알 거 아니야. 내가 못했다. 내가 1대1에서 말 그대로 처발렸다. 건강을 위해 남 탓도 하고 스스로 좀 냉정해질 필요는 있다. 한번 이렇게 심호흡하고 그런 식으로 이제 생각을 잘하면 된다는 겁니다.
알겠습니다.
네. 그럼 뭐 하고 싶은데? 챔피언한테
어제-
챔피언으로 얘기해봐요.
말파이트 했는데 재밌었어요.
또 다른 것도 얘기해볼까요?
모데카이죠.
모데카이죠.
사실 하고 싶은 건 안배사가 하고 싶어요.
안배사. 안배사. 말파 안배사 모대? 나름 역할군으로 따져도 꽤 밸런스는 좋아요.
오.
실전으로 좀 들어가 봐야 될 것 같은데
네.
본 교관한테 물어보고 싶은 거 있습니까? 별로 관심이 없군요. 은근히 서운한 느낌이 드는 건가? 앞에서 거의 1시간 넘게 미친 듯이 떠들었는데 질문하라니까 그냥 질문 없습니다. 빨리 끝내주세요 이런 느낌인데 실전으로 한번 떠나볼까? 아키토끼!
좋아요.
가자! 자 그럼 지금부터 아키토끼
네.
1대1 스파링 실전 훈련을 시작해 보겠다.
그 선생님 아이디 좀 알려주세요.
본 교관에 대해 궁금합니까?
네. 전적 검색해보고 싶습니다.
난 벌레 곰팡이다.
이퀄
이거
깔렸는데요.
약간 논란의 여지가 있는 KD인가?
KDA가요 3109.
아까 근데 본 교관이 뭐라 그랬습니까?
22.5.
본 교관이 아까 뭐라 그랬습니까?
답은 그럴 수 있다.
051인데 이겼습니다.
그러니까요.
왜 이겼습니까?
트롤을 안 해서? 탑이니까?
다 또 맞는 말이야. 버스 타는 것도 실력입니다.
아.
알겠습니까? 그리고 아키토끼가 앞으로
네.
탑을 아무리 열심히 해도
네.
어차피 아키토끼는 승패와 관련이 없습니다. 이게 냉정한 현실입니다. 준비됐습니까?
준비됐습니다. 가보겠습니다.
모데카이저 할 겁니까?
네. 저 궁금한 거
네.
있습니다. 어떤 걸 가는 게 더 좋은지 잘 아직 모릅니다.
팀을 위한 게임을 하고 싶어? 운영을 하고 싶어요? 아니면 좀 더 1대1에
1대1이요.
그럼 저만 들어도 됩니다.
네. 알겠습니다.
오케이. 아이템 살 때 먼저 상대 챔프 뭡니까?
그웬입니다.
그럼 어떻게 하고 싶어요? 공격적으로 하고 싶으면
네.
도란 반지, 처발릴 것 같으면 방패. 뭐 그렇게 해봐요. 생각보다 최악은 아니에요.
최악을 예상하셨고.
네. CS 먹을 때 너무 평타로만 먹으려고 하지 마요. 스킬 막 써도 돼. 특히 모데카이저는 왜 스킬을 더 막 써도 됩니까?
스킬 쿨이 빨리 돌아서요?
아니요. 만화가 없기 때문에
맞아,
얘는
맞아.
스킬을 막 써도 돼요. 쫙쫙 라인 내고 보통은 선푸시가 무조건 유리해요. 지금 어떻게 해야 됩니까?
지금요? 죽여버리고 싶어요.
그러니까 푸시를 열심히 해야지. 그래도 EQ는 느낌 있게 딱 쓰는 것 같은데 EQ.
감사합니다.
네. EQ평 이게 기본 콤보긴 하거든요.
네. 죽였습니다.
나쁘지 않아요. 약간 가다 있어요. 약간. 말파이트 한번 해볼까요? 아까
네.
착취와 유성의 차이가 뭘까요?
착취는
네.
전투를 시작하고 4초가 지났을 때 데미지가 더 들어가는 거 아닌가요?
비스무리한데 근접 싸움으로 오래 할 때 착취를 드는 거고
근데 유성하고 싶어요.
유성을 들면 그럼 어떻게 해야 돼요?
멀리서 팡!
짤짤이
하고.
큐 쓰고 빠지고 큐 쓰고 빠지고 근데 이게 또 상성이 중요하다고 했잖아요. 가레는 어떤 챔프냐? 유지력이 엄청 좋아요. 큐짤이 별 의미가 없어. 해봐요 한번. 경험치 먹어야지. 경험치 먹는 거리가 생각보다 길거든요. 상대가 세다. 경험치만 뒤에서 먹어도 돼요.
네.
지금 미니언 상대 미니언 너무 많죠.
그러네.
그쵸?
고마워. TT.
네. 뭐라고?
TT.
아 TT에. 아키토끼도 연배가 좀 있죠 생각보다.
사실 그렇긴 해요.
네. CS를 잘 먹어야 돼. 내평, 포탑평, 그 다음 내평이 원거리고 근접은 포탑 2대 그리고 내평타. 모대처럼 노코스트가 아니라서 만화가 좀 딸리거든요.
네.
마순파를 돌린다고 하는데 풀을 보면서 이게 차면 이제 딜교하는 게 좋아요. 패시브 쉴드 돌아가는 거, 유성이랑 마순파에 돌아가는 거 차고 싸우면 싸울수록 효율이 좋다는 얘기니까. 평 W 뭐 2평 쫓아가면서 전멸평 오케이. 상대가 죽어줬다는 생각은 혹시 듭니까?
전혀 들지 않습니다.
그래요?
네.
이제 안배사 마지막 한번 합시다. 안배사 할 때 중요한 게 뭘까요?
치고 빠지기.
그쵸. 고밸류 픽이라고 봐도 돼요. 크면 내가 더 좋다란 마인드로 하면 돼요. 항상 시작하면 스페 같은 거 뭔지도 중요하고. 그쵸?
거만해요.
그쵸.
그러면 좀 조심히.
감정까지 들었다는 건
네.
순간 폭딜도 세고 킬각도 잡을 수 있고. 일단 포션 먹고 체력이 반 이하가 됐다. 그럼 무조건 포션 바로 먹는 거고.
지금
그렇지. 스킬 있을 때 한 번씩 그렇게 일방적인 비교하는 건 괜찮죠.
네.
얘도 스킬 쓰는데 막 너무 그렇게 제일 필요는 없어요. 근데 앞으로 빨려 들어가는 게 이게 위험한 거고. 그냥 받아 먹으면 되지. 이렇게.
네.
천천히 받아 먹고.
해보고 싶어. 한번 해보고 싶었어.
맞아요. 잘했어.
아이고 죽었다.
아니야. 텐션 좋아요, 좋아. 그게 좀 어려워요. 엄하게만 하는 게 맞는 건가. 해보고 싶어서 했다.
네.
사실 쓰레기처럼 들어간 거잖아요. 그래서 죽었고. 근데 또 그런 걸 해봐야 재밌게 할 수도 있거든요.
그러면 어떻게 하라는 말씀이신지 헷갈려요.
맘대로 해도 돼요, 맘대로.
팬점님은 은배님 이길 수 있으세요? 한 손으로.
은민이 한 손으로 가지고 놀죠. 챔프도 재밌는 거 해도 돼요.
오.
해볼까요?
네.
아 그래 한번 뭐 덕을 알려주는 것도
한 손으로 하시는 거죠?
주머니에 손 넣고 할게요.
자존심 상해 그래도.
아니 뭘 자존심이 상해. 나로 15년 했어.
한 손으로 이걸 어떻게
아니면 안경도 벗고 해줄게.
에? 왜 그렇게까지 하세요?
잠깐만 이거 스마트 키가 풀려 있는데 아닌가? 아 눌러서 하면 원래 이렇게 되는 거구나.
전기 탓하시는 건가요?
아니에요 장비 탓이 아니라 생각보다 빡세긴 하구나.
유 피했죠? 유 피했어요.
아 예.
아. 재밌어.
왜 도망가요?
무서워서요.
뭐하래요?
우와.
악기토끼가 몇 개월을 배워도 안 돼요.
집에 가고 싶어 하시는 것 같길래.
아니에요. 다시 해도 못 이길 것 같아요?
아니요, 다시 하면 이길 수 있을 것 같아요.
이기면 진짜 이 프로그램에서 해달라는 거 다 해줄게요, 제가.
진짜요?
네.
진짜요?
제발 이겨줘, 키토끼.
아, 진짜. 이겨봐요. 이길 수 있어.
이거 열받아. 저렇게 해서 저렇게 하려고. 진짜. 너무 열받아.
누가 열이 받아요. 싹? 포기하고 싶어요?
아니요.
싹?
잠깐만, 저 효과음 너무 열받아요.
여기? 어때? 네. 괜찮죠?
와, 너무 분하다.
다시 하면 이길 것 같아요?
네, 진짜.
찐막이에요. 더 이상 기회 안 드립니다.
찐막.
요네 한 손은 좀 빡이긴 하겠네요.
밑밥 깔지
생각해보니까.
마세요.
네, 알겠어.
아이쿠.
왜 그렇게 꽁무니를 빼고 도망가죠? 토끼씨라서 그런가?
진짜.
와, 시끄럽했네, 방금. 근데 못 잡았죠? 싹? 근데 악기토끼 제가 지금 봐준 것 같아요. 진짜로 한 것 같아요.
제대로 한 것 같아요.
이래서 안 된다. 지금의 기억을 잊지 말라는 거예요. 승리의 기억. 알겠죠?
봐주신
재밌죠?
거군요. 네, 너무 재밌었어요.
자, 악기토끼.
네.
이제 끝이 다가오고 있어.
네.
오늘 어땠나?
사실 생각보다 자신감이 찼어요.
괜찮은가?
마지막에 또
음.
봐주신 거 아니죠?
뭐 알아서 생각하길 바란다.
열린 결말이군요.
근데 확실히 그 공격성이나 뭐 방향성 그리고 뭐 가능성은 어느 정도 보인다고 볼 수도 있으니까.
진짜로요? 이거 방송적인 거 말고요. 아 진짜.
동교관이 계속 앞으로 함께하길 원하나?
네.
누구랑 하든 다 왔을 때 그렇게 얘기할 거죠. 그래서 아마 힘든 시간이 기다리고 있을 거야, 악기토끼를. 연습도 많이 해야 될 거고, 많이 알아주지도 않을 거고, 실력은 안 늘고. 근데 지금 이 순간의 기억을 잊지 말고,
네.
편안하게, 재밌게, 그러면서 치열하게 좀 실력을 늘렸으면 좋겠다.
진짜 감사합니다.
나중에 진짜 이 시즌이 마무리될 때쯤 정말 성장하면,
네.
정말, 갖고 싶은 거 다 선물해준다는 마인드. 네, 그런 마인드예요. 1대1로 제대로 떠서 이기면.
아까는 제대로가 아니었어요.
네, 아까는 제대로가 아니었죠. 응원합니다.
진짜 감사합니다.
네.
자신감 가지고
네.
남 탓하고
그래서 파이팅!
파이팅 하겠습니다.
그럼 앞으로 진짜 응원합니다. 지켜봅니다.
감사합니다.
네. 네. 퇴근!
퇴근.
All around, jump into the night. Everybody get up, up, going wild in the world tonight.
부모님의 탑 실력 어느 정도라고?
뭐 그냥 완전 초보죠. 완전 초보고 오히려 가능성 자체는 무궁무진하죠.
그럼 안배사를 계속 고집해도
다음에 우리 친구가 알아서 하겠죠. 네. 근데 아마 다루기 쉽진 않을 거예요. 뭐라고 조금 아까 1대1도 보니까 조금만 더 했으면 좀 울었을 것 같아. 근데 내가 느꼈어 하다가 원래 좀 더 놀리면서 할까 하다가 일부러 져준 것까지는 아닌데
에이, 그냥 지신 거잖아요.
뭘 그냥 줘요. 저 제대로 제가 진짜 이기려고 작정했으면 안 졌죠. 아니 1대1 뜰래요? 한 손으로 뜰래요 내가?
다음에도 혹시 아키토끼 스승으로 와서 가르쳐 주실 의향이 있으신가요?
저는 사실 그러니까 이게 참 어려워요. 광진이도 그랬을 거고 새로 오는 선생님 누구든 다 똑같아요. 어떻게 이 짧은 시간 동안 잘 가르칠 수 있을까가 너무 어려운 문제예요. 이거는 원래 갈아 넣어야 됩니다. 이거 한두 시간 가지고 안 돼. 이거는 제대로 하실 거면 제대로 하고 이제 좀 뭐 제대로 딱 많이 챙겨주시면서 이제 해가지고 해야지.
그거 안 오시겠다는 거잖아요.
그러니까 자꾸 나중에 때가 맞으면 할 수도 있죠. 때가 맞으면.
And it's time for the first Saturday showdown of the 2026 LCK season, and what a match we have. It is T1 versus Hanwha Life Esports. Welcome everyone to Jijijik Lowell Park here in the space. Digon alongside Oxen Wadid, and what a way to kick this one off here in week one.
Yeah, it's exciting. I think the journey we've had so far in week one has been quite unexpected. A lot of upsets so far, and I think have definitely reshaped our expectations going into this series.
Yeah, for sure. And also T1 versus HLE. There are so many dramas going on right here. So it's a banger matchup.
We've had a lot of teams leaving their mark, and we're going to see for the first time if Hanwha Life Esports and Guma Yushi will be able to leave their mark against T1, as this is the big storyline that we have here. It is Guma Yushi switching teams now to the orange, joining Zeus up against his former squad.
I like that he maintained the thumbs up pose in both teams, though, showing he's consistent in what he's putting out there.
I mean, it's still so weird to see him on an orange jersey, not the red one. I mean, I feel like Zeus is more like now the HLE guy, but it's still really weird for me. But look at the trophies that they got. The red color is with the T1, and the orange color is with the HLE. And also, don't forget Doran. He was the former HLE top laner, and now for the T1.
I do want to say some of this has been condensed, notably Faker's. Mega condensed.
Oh, we can't fit it.
It's like click here to see more. You could do a whole graphic just for him.
Yeah.
But a lot of accolades across the board here for all these players. A lot of shared accolades, as you can see from the coloring.
Yeah, Doran, the only one on the T1 side, having won for both squads. And of course, we got to talk about the debutantes who did join T1 together at the same time. Now both looking at 300 wins, but only one of them can do it here.
Yeah, so this is LCK wins. Doesn't count the LCK Cup if you're wondering how are they still neck and neck despite us having the LCK Cup. But super cool. Today, one of them will reach 300. That is guaranteed. And the other, unfortunately, will have to wait. And especially with how the matches early in the week were a bit unexpected. We might not have had this going into our Saturday showdown, so everything sort of worked out. And speaking of matches early in the week, this is what we didn't necessarily expect. I think HLE beating out Rose, somewhat expected, sorry Digon, but T1 getting taken down decisively by KT in the opening match.
It seems like KT is the favorite for LCK right now, and it seems like Nongshim and HLE is chasing down, and it feels like Genji and T1, they're completely lost after the first game, and I think they definitely got to work on those draft and the gameplay.
Yeah, we'll cover that, but of course with T1 having lost their first game, now potentially losing their second game, it would be the first time in 2,849 days since they went 0-2 in week one. The last time that happened, both of these analysts were still playing their professional careers.
True.
Both of them were still playing.
And on top of that, 2018 was a rough year for SKT.
Not for me.
Well, not for you. But for SKT specifically, it was a tough year. And I think this was kind of a sign off that, you know, it's not something that has happened for a very long time. It's not something we expect. And losing against KT has put so much pressure on this matchup against HLE. You have to win that to deny this being the possibility.
I mean, the thing is, they didn't even have a chance in the last series. They just got demolished in lane, and I think that the most of the issue came from the draft, but also I think they just couldn't handle the pressure of the draft. I mean, they showed some great plays by Faker in here, but again, I think it was really rough.
Yeah, I think didn't have the tools that really set them up for success.
No.
There were some good plays they made, carry on the Nami, setting things up, Faker getting some movement down, but it just felt like the team wasn't really on the same page. And when it came to what they wanted to do in team fights as well, it was so much easier to execute. You look at what KT has here as well with the Pantheon Rise, they've got winning lanes on the side. It just felt straightforward to play. And then moments like this, we do end up seeing the Dragon getting stolen away and secured, but just no way of really leaning into the fight afterward.
Yeah, I mean, they couldn't even have a chance in this team fight as well. The thing is, it seems like they're looking worse than before right now. So we're going to touch on the draft as well here. So we kind of want to talk about how they draft around for the first series. Where is my T1? because they used to play for lane. They used to get the both pressure with the AD carry, and now they just cannot have the pressure. They overforce the Anivia pick that you kind of picked up from On, but it's not working against Ashe Seraphine because you cannot get the pressure at all. And also your mid jungle is playing against Ryze and Pantheon, which gives a lot of pressure globally, so you cannot play the map. And also here, I think again, we already saw it in the replay as well, I think it was really hard to play the game, play the objective, but on the top of that, you have to play Cassandra into Vayne, so you have the worst matchup on the top lane. So the teams are trying to get the second pick in the first selection because you want to counter pick on the top lane, get the lane lead. So that's why that KT performed so much better than T1. Perfect is just demolishing the top lane, and also the draft again. T1, why? I want you guys to have the pressure. I want you guys to push the lane, get the objective, get the control, but now they're lost.
Yeah, again, Tom saying Ryze feels higher tier than I thought, and they showed that in that first game where they gave over the Ryze. They're happy with it, and they had the pocket pick with the Anivia, but it just wasn't quite what they wanted here. So we'll review the mistakes and tighten up our early game and make sure that they're better prepared against Hanwha Life Esports.
They clearly didn't watch Wadid's demonstration in the LCK.
Oh, no.
Missed out on that. Now, HLE looking a bit more ahead of the curve. In this situation, we see them prioritizing the Ryze. Getting the Pantheon in second rotation isn't something that I really expect to happen often, but you end up in a scenario where you have, the Jace, even though the Yorick does well later, you have that power, you can lean towards it with the Pantheon and the Ryze and play through those sides. It's the thing that T1 lost against, really powerful here. And then this draft as well, this Ashe, Seraphine, Xin Zhao is such a powerful trio. The Enchanter, the buff of the Xin Zhao, the combo of the Ashe Seraphine, and then the Ziggs came out from Zeka into the Azir, and he actually built properly. He actually did damage. No rocket belt in sight. We did get an interesting adaptation from Hanjin Brion with the Mel Pike that actually got kills against the Ashe Seraphine, and you can reflect the ults, but ultimately this wasn't a cohesive comp, and I feel like this starting three is just so much power. Like the Ashe Seraphine and the Xin Zhao so powerful, and here having Ryze, Pantheon, Bard, like how can you play the game? You're just gonna get ganked constantly. You're playing Yorick, you want to side, no, you're dead. Okay, well, you're gonna no, you're dead. You're just getting ganked non-stop.
Yeah, and that's how this game played on out. And when we take a look at Hanwha Life's win, that gave so much hope to the Hanwha Life fans. They played more cohesively here with it.
I mean, I think start of the year, the main issue is that they were not on the same page. I think we could see a lot of disagreement around the macro and the map plays, but right now I think we've seen a lot of good plays, the good macro from HLE. Especially I really like the way how they play around Kanavi, because he's the one, he's known as aggressive jungler when it comes to the early game. He always attacked the enemy jungle camps, and the snowball with the dive, I think this is the one that we expected from the roster here.
Yeah, and they're making these great moves, moving together as a unit. I think ultimately, especially Delight and Peanut were together for such a long time across different teams. It was always going to be an issue, just losing that synergy. I'm going to take time for Kanavi to come into the fold, but we're seeing them work this mid-jungle support trio so much better in that opening series. I hope they maintain the momentum. I hope they carry that forward, but it's looking a lot more like we hoped they would be in the LCK Cup, and unfortunately, they didn't have the time. And they've had a lot of time since the LCK.
So much time!
The most time!
Infinite of time!
Yeah, to figure things out, but it does look like they have used that time well.
And not just them, the other team that had the most time, finishing 9th place in LCK Cup, KT Rolster, 2-0. And that's what Hanwha Life is looking to do today as well. Oma, the head coach for Hanwha Life Esports, saying, with Kanavi and me being new additions to the team, there were a lot of moments where our calls didn't align. We're doing our best to work through that. And Kanavi himself saying, during LCK Cup, there were times where my calls diverged from my teammates. Lately, those disagreements have become less frequent. When a specific situation comes up, it's become easier for us to land on one cohesive answer. And it was very obvious early what did. Kanavi was one place, the rest of the team was not. Usually after 15 minutes. They did a great job getting an early lead, but then the throws would happen.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think again, I said LCK Cup is just for the just say hi to the new teammates, and now I think LCK coming to the LCK, it feels like more being on the same page means a lot for HLE, and I think they're really strong with the top lane as well. I really like to see Zeus performing well. I think that's also because of meta, because I think a lot of players really like to get the counter pick on the top lane and play some range champion right now.
I mean, you said it. It's about being on the same page. Well, I think the league winners so far have all been on the same page. A top lane ranged carry has been the way to go.
I mean, this is prime Zeus meta. You know, we know him to play things like the Nidalee top lane, so if he can get his teeth sunk into this, it's going to help out. But we saw KT really capitalizing with like the Vayne top, the Jace. You have prior, you have the ability to move, and you know, junglers are spending more time bot, investing time top lane isn't always as rewarding because you try and shut this down and they're still losing in the 1v1 after the fact. And we see able to push the enemy jungler out, come in for a mid gank as well. Just so much value achieved from this priority.
So there's 2 points why the top laners are picking more range champions. First, I think there's nothing good blind pick on the top lane, I feel like, because back in the day you just pick Sanse or Renekton and you'll be fine. But I think right now, even though you ban out Gnar, you ban out some range champions, there's so many things to go, so I think it's really hard to get the good blind pick. And second, I think the meta is all about the bot lane, getting the bot pressure, and then every jungle has to path towards bot side to play the Drake. So now the top lane is kind of isolated to have some fun on top lane 1v1. So I think it's kind of fun to see like so many good picks like Vayne and Varus going on the top. I'm more excited because I kind of want to see Heimerdinger on the top lane because he's the king of the one-on-one, and also Teemo because they're like range champions. I think that's a possibility.
I can't believe you just said that.
I'm
Teemo,
saying, I'm just
in my LCK, I don't know about that. Let's see what the predictions were though across the whole global and Korean side, and only one man brave enough to pick that. That was Gogo. Wait!
Oh my, he flipped.
What is this?
Oh my god.
Raz?
Oh.
Is that you, Raz?
Oh my god. Look, here's the thing, right? We make our predictions at the start of the week.
Yes.
And yes, things change.
So cringe!
Flip-flopper.
Things change during the week.
Oh, that's right. He knows.
Yeah, he knows. He's the norm.
Things change during the week. Obviously, with the context of the T1 series and the HD series, yes. People are thinking this is a lot more HD favored than originally we predicted. But that and now flopping is just ruins the spirit of it. And honestly,
oh my god,
I know there's one person, maybe he's watching right now, who takes predictions very seriously, and I'm certain is very upset about this. Maybe he's in the chat right now. Mauhaus, how do you feel on this? I'm sure he's voicing his concerns. The sanctity of predictions tarnished.
Well, that gives us a little bit of time to talk about who we selected. And so all three of us went with T1. I'm okay with that. You know, they tried some weird drafts. They realized their mistake. You saw the quote earlier, Tom saying, oh, maybe Rise is strong enough. So I feel confident in that. How about you, Ox?
You know, I never flip-flop, but I'm also not the person I was 4 days ago. And I think HLE odds have gone up drastically since I made this prediction. That being said, T1 are a good team at problem solving. They've obviously seen that they have some issues from that KT series. Hopefully they've adapted in the time that they've had.
No.
Put up a chart.
I still confident in my T1. I think they're good enough to bounce back after the game one. They have no pressure. They are with the old veterans. So I'm pretty confident with it.
All right, will it be a 2-0 for Hanwha Life Esports? It will be the first time in 2,800-something days that T1 will start 0-2. Brothers no more. Let's see how it goes here. We'll see you after game number 1.
To go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every just is when I leave my mark into the stone.
T1 are the past, the present, and the future.
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK, but not just any old day. It is, of course, Saturday Showdown. It is back, and we have T1 up against Hanwha Life Esports, and this is going to be a banger, absolutely. I'm Valdez, with me is Wolf. How are you feeling today, Wolf?
I'm feeling pretty good. I do think today has a lot of implications. No matter who wins, we will learn a lot, right? If Hanwha Life Esports are able to defeat T1, I think more alarm bells will be sounding than being defeated by a KT who then beat Gen G later on in the week. So Hanwha Life Esports did dispatch of Bro early on this week, but it was not as convincing to me as I think it needed to be to beat T1. So I'm happy myself to keep my T1 prediction. I do think that it was some poor drafting and some weak early games against KT Rolster, but I do think that they are the stronger team, and I think if you play the same way Hanwha did against Bro, T1 will beat you in the mid to late game.
So the fan prediction generally leans very T1-sided. They do have a ton of fans. The fact that it's half and half would lead you to believe that actually a lot of our fans believe that Hanwha Life Esports is going to win.
That sounds like Hanwha favored extremely basically in terms of like the brain pred.
Yeah.
If this number is coming up.
I mean, I don't know. I kind of agree. Like, at first I was unsure. I felt like maybe Hanwha Life Esports, they should be able to come in and do some damage, at least bring us to a game 3, right? But I don't know. T1, you know, was one match against a really strong, in-form KT when T1 obviously didn't look so much, especially in their drafting. I think you can learn a lot from one series and go back to the drawing board and come back stronger next time. So I feel like T1 does deserve a little bit more benefit of the doubt, but we'll have to wait and see how it actually happens. Let's jump into the
Super cool teaser here for T1 versus Hanwha Life Esports for the Saturday Showdown. And now we will introduce our teams. T1 is back here for the second time this week, looking to show a much better performance than they did against KT.
Plagued by risky drafting as my bottom line for this squad. How they lost to D+ in the LCK Cup, how they lost to KT Rolster earlier this week. Keria pulled out the Anivia. They went for the Orianna first pick. These picks that gave over so much in trade. And picking the Anivia into Ashe Seraphine was, I think, quite a bold statement from Keria. I think expecting that the bottom duo, especially with effort away for so long, would not be able to perform was just greed. And I think a lot of learnings can be taken from that series we saw earlier this week. But we'll see if T1 have learned that. And a relatively fast turnaround here from Wednesday to Saturday.
Yeah.
Unanimously predicted practically by everyone before this week began, but as mentioned, a lot of people changing their tune after watching the early results.
Yeah, I like what you said before. It's like we have to actually see them in this best of 3 to see if they have changed anything, especially in their drafting. We've definitely heard in the past them say, oh, we're going to learn, we're going to go back, we're going to, we had a bad read on the draft, we're going to do better this time, and then kind of be slow to change things up. So we need to see the proof. It has to be in the draft and in the play as well. I feel like they played okay, but KT was looking very strong. And now we're going to introduce our second team tonight, Hanwha Life Esports. They took a strong victory over Bro. But again, that is against a Hanjin Brion that is not exactly the upper echelon of the LCK at the moment. So they'll have some provings to do here as well against T1.
And it wasn't the cleanest win. There were big gold numbers, but closing the game out was a bit of a struggle at times. We also have to remember that Kanavi got gapped by Gideon in the early pathing, was completely shoved out of his jungle and couldn't play the game. Teddy was out playing Guma at every turn, so the win was a 2-0, but it was not without its shortcomings. And I think if you look at that series very closely as a Hanwha fan, you're happy for the +2 on the scoreboard, but it doesn't necessarily make you feel like this team is firing on all cylinders just yet, even with a long break after their losses at the LCK Cup. There's a lot more proving to do, but potentially a T1 down on momentum right now after that 0-2 loss. This is a great timing, I think, for Hanwha Life Esports to get a big win. It would be a statement win to beat T1 not today, and I think a lot of people might look at it as T1 is slumping, but for Hanwha, it would feel like a huge recovery.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they do have the ability to also learn a bunch from their match against Bro and say, okay, we got to come in really strong against T1 and potentially take this down. I don't think that Prince is crazy for changing his prediction, although that kind of goes against the rules. But, we
don't do that on the global side. Yeah. Not legal on our side.
We don't. Yeah, we don't allow that. And, I can understand the wavering stance of many of us thinking that maybe HLE can get this one done. I think we're going to figure it out pretty quickly. I think we're going to see either in game 1 or game 2, a big draft gap or maybe just some better play from one of these teams. And I think we'll have a good idea of, which version of these two teams has showed up.
I liked the drafting of Hanwha more than I liked the drafting of T1. If we look at draft alone, they just had a lot more win conditions. So let's see what happens here, because we're seeing a lot of the drafts that have gone wrong here in the LCK, as Wadid was kind of alluding to, has been a first pick that is a really strong pick, but loses out to more global picks or more strong combos or a composition that is overall more well-rounded. It's like, yeah, you got the Orianna first, but what else did you get? They got Pantheon Rise, they got a strong bottom 2v2, they got the Yunara Lulu, and your Orianna doesn't feel as strong anymore, right? That's kind of been the concern, because not only do you get counter pick with second pick, but you also get the 1-2 punch that they only get one of in the draft. So you can lock up your bottom duo, you can get strong mid jungle. There are so many options. The other thing that has really risen up in popularity is the double carry with a ranged top laner. And we saw Perfect play the Vayne top, we saw Varus picked up by Keen. And I do think that, especially with Zeus on the lineup here, you've got to think that Hanwha Life Esports have that on the cards.
Yeah, absolutely. I think also Doran has shown a pretty wide champion pool at times. We even saw him playing Akali in the clip of their match in the LCK Cup. So definitely can see a lot of fun stuff actually in the top lane nowadays, which is very different from what we're used to, especially with Fearless. So pretty excited to see Doran versus Zeus in that top lane But yeah, let's jump into the draft. I do want to see the Pantheon priority. He's 4-0. I think he might be the strongest guy in the patch right now. We've seen Karma get through. We've seen other stuff get through that is very strong. But I think if you're, second pick, you got to really take a look at that. And if you're first pick, maybe just slam that Pantheon.
T1 our first pick, and I don't think the Pantheon should be given over. They'll take away the Karma and the Varus here. So 2 strong ranged lane dominant picks taken away from Hanwha Life Esports. Keриa's Bard will be respected, and I think that trend will continue. KT Rolster did the same. So picks like the Rise and the Pantheon are what we're really looking at here as we start to round this draft out. Azir hasn't been as convincing to me here on patch 26.6 despite the buffs.
Yeah, I think he's still good. But
Rumble will keep us 100% ban rate.
It's hard when you have first pick and it's like there's so much strong stuff available. Hanwha Life Esports going to make this a little bit easier by banning the Rise.
It seems like, okay, they're going to give over the Pantheon just to get this Azir pick here for Faker. Faker has proven that he will take Azir no matter what the meta is, no matter what year it is, no matter what day it is. As long as it's not banned or fearlessly banned, he will first pick it.
Yeah.
That has been the case for so many years. Let's see what the response is going to be here, because just locking up Pantheon alone doesn't necessarily feel strong. And Taliyah Pantheon, which in the past we consider to be quite strong, has felt a lot weaker as of late. So the Pantheon feels self-explanatory, but what is the counter pick here for Zeka? Was even counter picks like the Akali that he excels at, not necessarily known to pair incredibly well with the Pantheon.
Yeah. Seraphine also available, one of those bottom lanes that really can take over the lane and the game and get you very far ahead in a meta where lane dominance and pressure is very important. So could be a consideration, but they don't want to take just one, and maybe they don't want to pick it this early. So Aurora going to be the answer here.
Interesting to see. Jumping up a little bit since Chovy played it in priority, as now the Seraphine is available. Incredible lane dominance and scaling power there, but it would mean that there's no jungle pick here for Owner if they wanted to lock up the duo. They'd only get one of the two if you drop the jungle here. So instead, they'll go for the blind Jace for Doran. He was the victim of the Jace against Perfect, but now he'll be the one with the aggressive side of the matchup. Now, this is a risky choice into the Aurora, which is still available as a flex pick here in this draft for Hanwha Life Esports. But now with the jungle locked up here for T1 in the mid, see what their answer is going to be. Instead of flexing the Aurora and going with something like an Akali for Zeka, they'll just get that standard Yorick counter pick here.
Yeah, and what it was talking about, how the top lane is really difficult. Oh, okay. Anivia's going to come out here and also flexible. Definitely leaving this pretty wide open is Hanwha Life Esports. We can see the Aurora in top or mid, the Anivia mid or support. So, or even top, but that's not.
Probably not in this case.
Not today, I don't think.
Probably not in this case, but we know Zeus and especially Kingen are enjoyers of the Anivia top. I think we will see bans on dominant bottom lanes here, and especially potentially picks that you can carry with as Keria in the bottom 2v2. The Yunara will get taken away from Pays. Picks like the Lulu, for example, seem incredibly strong in this meta, but neither of these junglers have long range to engage with like an Ambessa does, like a Nocturne Lulu combo does. So I don't think Lulu necessarily has to be banned here. So we will see the Seraphine taken away by T1 in response to the Yunara ban. Bard is already gone. Karma is already gone, so we're moving towards more melee-focused supports here, with the exception of that Lulu being available. Renata, Kalista is technically an option here. Would feel stronger for T1, but we haven't seen it yet this tournament. And they'll take away the safe for Ezreal instead.
Yeah, pretty cool idea. I do like how Hanwha Life Esports were able to get a support ban in the Seraphine with how strong it is, even though they have the Anivia face up and still flexible. Feels like some pretty good draft value there. One last ban here for T1. What are they going to target this time?
It is a tough call. Could just ban, you know, even like Caitlyn. Wouldn't be crazy quirky. Another strong laning pick. For the side of Hanwha Life Esports now, you have a lot of zoning and a lot of damage up front here with the Anivia and the Aurora, if they are the solo laners. If it's support Anivia, then that becomes a little bit more of a question mark here. And I think they'll save that flex till the very end. So I'm expecting an 80 carry to be locked in here right now for Gumayushi. And Jin looks to be the angle. And because they have so much up front with this Pantheon and the Aurora, I think the Jin can do quite well here. They also have a lot of damage if that Anivia goes mid.
Yeah, absolutely. This feels very comfortable. I mean, it is Gumayushi's Jin after all, so that's right down his alley. And as you mentioned, you keep the door open for a whole host of flexible options for Humble Life Esports. But T1, as first pick team, they will get a chance to pick their bottom lane duo together. Thinking about something with the Nico, potentially. Karia's Nico, very strong.
Kind of covers your bases against the Anivia a little bit because of the ranged challenge power that Nico has. If you go for the Caitlyn with this, it is pretty finesse and pretty tricky to play, especially in the mid game. You could go Misfortune here, but you really only have the Pop Blossom for setup, so it is not going to be an easy call either way, and the newly popular Caitlyn is going to be the choice here for FaZe instead. And now we're going to find out where this Anivia is going. I think mid makes the most sense here, just because you need all of that damage to make the Jin feel as valuable as he needs to in this draft. And now they'll have the Nautilus for some additional engage here.
Yeah, it's also Delight, which, you know, we have a lot of different styles between all of our different support players, and generally, Delight isn't the Anivia player. As the Anivia, I said it definitely wasn't going top. Maybe it is.
Looks like it will. A matchup that can be quite tricky into the Azir.
Yeah.
So, you know, even though you can just sit back and clear waves and be fine, they decide they want to play this in the top side. One reason why I do kind of like this is because I think it allows the Pantheon to gank that top side a little bit more comfortably than the Aurora necessarily does, because you have the stun, you have the wall, so the Pantheon can set you up to hit that stun, the wall comes through. Jace, if he is pushing forward, even if he has phase rush, is just not going to be able to escape very easily. So it feels like a more gankable pressure point for Kanavi there on the top side. And you're still going to scale up in damage. You know, it's not that because he's not playing at mid, he's not going to have damage. And because of this Jace matchup, it is going to be a little bit tricky early. But I think the jungle attention can be there. When they have a relatively, you know, easy to play bottom side here as well with this Jin. There's a lot of engage here on the side of Hanwha Life Esports. Scaling here on the T1 side, and a lot of range is going to be how they have to play this one out.
Yeah, very curious about the forms of these two teams during this Saturday showdown at GTG Global Park. Hanwha Life Esports versus T1 for Game 1. All right, let's hop onto the rift here. Hanwha Life Esports, T1. Hanwha Life coming off of a victory, T1 a loss against KT, who right now might be our strongest team in the LCK. I think when you defeat both Genji and T1, you kind of earn that right.
I tweeted it yesterday.
For week one, right?
I think you get to. I think you get to hold that for now. You definitely get to hold on to the crown. It is a very temporary crown that Chronicler often wore every week at the end of prediction check. But KT's wearing it right now.
That's the last thing I expected you to say. Like, I know how we love to throw shots at Mao House all the time, but very early on in this cast.
His was a little bit more permanent, so I'm trying to, you know, push it into maybe KT could win an LCK title. Who knows? I do want to point out that we've talked about Zeka's champion pool, how we were pretty surprised that he played the Ziggs very well, because that doesn't really suit his playstyle. The Aurora, much more in his wheelhouse. He has never played a professional game of Anivia in his career. So perhaps that's part of the reason why they give it to Zeus, who does have experience with the pick here in the top lane, besides the jungle reasons I mentioned with the Pantheon. So just other reasons to consider.
Yeah, good trading early on from Zeka as well. Figured did do a good job of avoiding a lot of the damage in the second hard trade that they did go for. But this time around, Zeka, especially with the, flash away already, and we have an early gank here from Kanavi. Pays in a lot of trouble. Nice block here from Keria, but he's still going to go down, and he will have to sacrifice first blood to Kanavi's Pantheon already.
A flash here used for Pays, 2 flashes in exchange. Great call from Keria, knowing that to keep Pays in the lane is way more important than his life. To sacrifice himself there to block was actually massive, but even still, a big win here for Hanwha Life Esports in this early game. Pays surely.
Okay.
He's got a ward there, so I mean...
He's like, you can't kill me. And playing up, he does have also Owner, who he went... Oh, no, that's not Owner. It's Keria. Okay. Nico getting to me already. Owner did take the blue buff and then went back to his jungle. But now we have a TP aggressively from Zeka, it looks like.
Notice also the back timing here of Doran, because they saw Kanavi on that ward in his jungle, and Doran was pretty far up, and he's like, you know, I think I might take this opportunity to go ahead and grab my tier and back away. So he actually puts a lot of pressure on there, does delay his jungle to look for that play with the TP. Down here, really quick flash timing from Paze. Keria blocks the hook here, which saves Paze's life, but will cost him his own. The kill goes to Kanavi, and Hanwha Life Esports are on the board.
Yeah, definitely a good feeling to get the Pantheon, who is 4-0 right now in the LCK.
Yeah.
First blood already.
Now Doran is down TP, so if he does get ganked, it will really hurt, whereas Zeus has been able to hold onto his there in the top side. Hasn't backed yet. And we will see Kanavi heading down towards the bottom side of the map again. And we'll see, it looks like Zeus is going to take his opportunity to buy now. So nothing too crazy coming from that timing that we saw earlier from Doran. This laning phase is going pretty well here for Zeka. And BDD crushed Faker in their matchup. It was, unfortunately for Faker, not very close.
Yeah. I mean, BDD always prides himself on being a very strong laner, hates when he loses lane. And did a good job there. Zeka also looks very strong on the Ziggs, as you mentioned, in the laning against the Azir. And nowadays it just feels like Azir isn't, you know, the powerhouse that we always knew and did not love here at the LCK. Because so many different picks are winning into it. We saw the Ziggs, the Aurora now. We had Ryze as well doing really well into this. Flash forward, Faker gonna dodge a little bit, nearly ties, down to below 6 health is what I saw. And very close, nice play here from Zeka, pushing him out of the lane.
Yeah, but it will mean that Zeka is now down his flash, so they are even in that regard. And Faker Lav is up first.
We got the...
Literally 1 HP.
Yeah, literally. 1 damage off lethal.
Now Zeka's possibly dead?
Oh no, but Kanavi is here. I mean, I think Zeka will be totally fine, and now Owner in an awkward spot.
See if he has to flash.
Pantheon is just insane, and yeah, there's the flash away. The spear is not going to hit, as now in the bottom lane we've got more trading. Guma super low, but he will stick around.
As his refillables, refillable ticking. This is going to be pretty tough to dive, though. Now that he does have that health back, we'll see if Keria can land this binding.
Yeah, I think if they get the binding, we could see a trap. There's the trap, there's the net, and oh, he's so close. There it is. Paze takes him down. And just like that, they will punish Gumayushi sticking around under the turret.
That one range minion will keep Keria safe, and he'll get out here despite Delight's ridgeline. So 2 good plays from Keria in this early game. The first one defensive to keep Paze alive. The second one here to bind Guma under turret so that Paze could set up the trap and finish the kill. To being a huge winner here. Has pickaxe in inventory now as Owner was going to come up to potentially set something up here on the top side, but will not amount to anything. We'll watch this again in the mid lane from Faker's perspective here. Gets the shield. Mid no flash, he says, as he walks away with 1 health.
No reaction, really. Let's see how Guma got chunked here. Well, that'll do it.
Yeah, that's a bit of a yikes. Has to barrier early. He has his refillables, so as you can see, he gets quite a bit of health back, but with the wave crashing here, Keria gets set up, and Blight can't block for that, so as long as Keria lines it up well, it is going to be a kill.
Yeah, in fact, the fact that he walked in front of it actually empowered it, so not making Guma's life very easy down on the bottom side, but not much he could do regardless, as you mentioned. So, yeah, just hit the bindings, I guess, and you will get kills. So that's a good start for the T1 bottom lane. Looks like Doran's trying to get aggressive up on the top side, but not necessarily winning the trade, as Zeus in the extended one will win out in health.
Yep, we'll even up the CS here, approximately, as that will force Jace to back. Does have his TP back online. Pretty quiet early game. Yeah, I don't know.
1 HP again.
Zeka used his ult, we know that much, and Faker did not use his own. Owner will get some of this farm, but that's not really what they wanted.
30 health.
Confirmation went down to 30. So I suppose that's 29 better than last time.
Yeah. Improvements here, I guess. He hasn't died, so, you know, there you go. Here's the trade once again. You can see how low he gets, even the ult coming down.
Ooh, the ultimate. That's a replay of that. So the ultimate did slow him there, but it's not quite enough damage at the end, even with Electrocute proccing. This is not a replay. Although in Doran's head, it probably feels like one.
Stewing the dragon here, looks like. Owner gonna take this one down early.
Kanavi, like, Doran has to back here because he took so much damage. Kanavi's top side, they don't know where Kanavi is, and he has his ultimate. He's level 6, so the Jace is once again forced to back. Has a lead in farm and a 230 gold advantage right now, but it's, you know, the Jace that we often see, especially so far here in week 1, has generated larger leads, and there's been no jungle attention topside, and this Anivia is just holding her own. So feeling really good right now if you're Zeus on the top side of the map.
Let's see if KRX can pull this one off. He is the front minion. Zeka gonna go forward. He does dodge the root though, and he will be okay. Trying to trade aggressively as the light was coming up here, and also we got a Jhin, Guma, and Kanavi all around here, but Faker just able to push him away and avoid the majority of the damage.
A lot committed here for Hanwha Life Esports, but that feels like it's enough to maybe start grubs. Zeus is forced to flash.
Yeah, good flash to get away, and now Kanavi's ult is kind of doesn't really do anything. I mean,
if they
he already flashed away, they were already disengaging.
If they just get the grubs for free, then it feels like all of those tools that were used feel worth it, right? Especially because the dragon's not up for 4 minutes. T1 were able to get the first dragon already. So this is kind of Hanwha's response here, is try to get Faker, try to get his flash. They got his Emperor's Divide. You know, Kuma commits his ult, Kanavi ults topside there to try to turn that topside play around, but the ultimate win really is just picking up the grubs for all of that. I think they wanted a little bit more, but they still get that, and their ultimates will still be available for the next major team fight.
Yeah, not so bad. The 3 grubs coming through. And we'll have to see what happens later on in the side lane. I mean, the Anivia eventually can get decently tanky. You can see he already has a couple of ruby crystals in there. And he is going to land the stun. His ult was not there, but guess who is here? It is Kanavi. Doran with the knockback and the flash. And he does get away for now. The spear, though, very dangerous, as he will dodge that with the speed from the phase rush.
All right, Kanavi's flash down now for Doran's. Doran's, I think, a little bit more valuable, but still does extend the range of Pantheon's engage. So, again, a lot of near deaths for T1 in this game that have been Hanwha Life's bane a little bit. If the few more hit points went through, they would, you know, have a much larger advantage in this game, or really an advantage to speak of, as right now it's pretty dead even, but T1 do have about a kill the advantage in gold, as well as that first dragon. KRX once again.
This one a little obvious. He's still going to get him with the roots, and the follow-up not there. Faker did have ult and flash, but elected not to go in on it.
Okay. See if this amounts to anything here. Faker still holds his flash and ult. And everything is just going to quiet down.
Yeah. Kanavi was nearby. There's actually, I think there's a second ward over there that maybe the control ward didn't quite clear out yet. But now we're going to open up down on the bottom side. Pace has to flash away and goes for the minion. And the last shot does hit KRX, so that's the second time KRX gonna help out his brother Pace.
He's doing a lot of work this game, KRX is. Between his roams, his defensive setups, his blinding, as Zeus.
Flash on through. Zeus still does not have his flash, but I think with the egg under the turret, he should be fine. And now Owner walled up against the wall, and he barely found a little pocket here to just get away as one E comes through, another stun, and in the ult he dies. Zeus 1v2s them.
And that's with the pocket, right? That's with him being out of turret range. Zeus still able to pull it down. And this is an Anivia, so if you get the egg, it feels like a win, but that was a lot of time spent when the bottom side of the map is completely in tatters, right? Like, the enemy jungler is not defending this. He's pushing your bottom side, so you need to get something out of that, and something out of that is not a -1 to your KDA. One in the D column. And Zeus does not lose his passive, right? Ends up getting the kill there And it's a huge disaster here for T1.
Yeah, it definitely is. We're going to take a look at the replay as well on how Zeus played this out.
And look at what happens on the opposite side of the map as well as he's communicating this. They start to push the pressure into Pays. And even though Owner barely gets out of turret range here, he misses the wind, becomes lightning. And just too much damage here. Then this double stun means that Doran really can't even impact the play either and needs to get out or he is going to be a second to die. And you can feel the pressure here for Owner. He is not happy with how that went down.
Yeah, I mean, Zeus did such a great job of essentially dodging all the damage so that he didn't go into the eggs, that the ult was not canceled, so that he was able to throw out the stun. Just a lot of little micro movements that made that play possible. And it was very impressive as everybody was oohing and aahing here in the stadium. Now it looks like we're going to try to fight for the second Drake. HLE would not like to give over 2 for free to T1. And
I think they're poised to fight for it. His Owner's going to get caught here.
And Delight just going to throw out the ult. Hits 2, actually, and does get away with this flash.
Gets the Crescent Guard.
Very aggressive to go on in here. They're going pretty deep for this one. Delight's super low. Zeka makes his way over. Delight is down, but so is Doran. But now that's 2 kills for T1. Guma doing a number here to carry it, though, as he's going to have to back away. A pretty even fight, all things considered, but T1 have their jungler.
T1 have their jungler. They don't have a lot of low health bars, though, so securing the Dragon post-fight is going to be, I think, a bit of a tall ask. So they will just kind of reset here, and the Dragon will live to fight another day. The big crux of this is the fact that Faker isn't here yet, and Zeka's on the flank, because I think Owner wanted to try to split with this Crescent Guard and kind of messes it up here, and now loses his Crescent Guard, and this is the go button here for Life Esports, because Zeka is here so quickly. And even though Faker was able to join the fight, Zeka gets in and actually sets up the ultimate. And with the Between Worlds, Life Esports think they can kind of chip away. Keria barely survives. He goes down to 2 for 2, but they did enough damage to deny the Dragon there. T1, though, with the double kill there, end up pulling ahead in gold. And we're going to reset for another fight here, potentially. But a lot of those critical ultimates for Life Esports are down. Faker here on the side still holds his Emperor's Divide, still has Flash.
Kanavi's still going to be able to start this one up, it looks like. Owner is going to get back here with Crescent Guard very soon. Looks like about maybe 15 seconds out. Nope, 9 seconds, but looks like they're just going to give this one away. Delight is pushing in and is going to hook and takes a ton of damage. Does not have Flash from the first fight. And now Owner very strong on the front line, up a level as well on Kanavi. He's going to go in. It goes to the Aurora. And now Faker's here, sweeps the 2 of them up. And it will be 2 kills for T1.
And this Gumayushi Jin that is so famed just cannot output the damage required, I think, in these fights. We see T1 get fairly low with a lot of these members, but they're the ones who are able to get the definitive kills. They're the ones that are able to actually fight. Faker has the late ultimate there just to guarantee that it is a win for them. However, as you mentioned, the Dragon did go over to Hanwha Life Esports. It's Ocean Soul. So now the team feeling super great about the fact that they got these Dragons early, but it will affect the side lanes a little bit later on. As Hanwha Life Esports have the setup here in this fight, but again, like, watch what happens with Guma. He's like, there's too many members nearby, puts a little bit of damage in and then leaves, okay? And then while this is happening, Owner has his Crescent Guard through. Baker's gonna come in here for the sweep, and it's just a wash. Guma just cannot impact the play anymore, and Zeka did not have his ultimate from the previous fight. So it's just T1 better grouped for it, and again, it's not a bad play by Guma, it's just that he's Jin, so I don't think he could really challenge Pays in that situation.
Yeah, not much he could do, really. I think the fact that Delight overextended to try to essentially zone them away, especially when I don't think he even had ult. He had no ult, no flash, no heal. So he was just kind of putting his body on the line, going out there, and generally pretty good at walking that line, but nowadays maybe a little bit over-aggressive. And he does kind of bait his team into that one. But they got the Dragon, so we'll have to wait and see. At least they won that flip. Easily could have gone to Owner if he hit the smite this time. Kind of funny that it did go to Zeka, of all people.
Yeah.
And so Hanwha Life Esports don't need to worry about a fast Ocean Soul in this game.
Right now, I think they have vision that Kanavi is bottom side here, so they want to try to make something happen onto Zeka, who does have his ult and flash. So pretty tricky to dive. In fact, it doesn't look like they're even going to get this plate here. So something maybe was cooking there, but I do kind of realize it's not worth it. Doran will get the stop on the back here and should be able to, with this next wave, grab that plate. We're going to reset for a potential Herald fight now. Zeus does have his teleport. And Zeka wanted to back there so he could get back to lane to be able to collapse onto the Herald, but now I think he's going to have to stay here. And because Doran has TP, he actually gets the opportunity to back and buy before this fight. The margins on this one are pretty thin, actually. It's really difficult for either team to confidently start it right now, but I think T1 got some pretty solid advantages before this fight takes off because Hanwha can't start it to punish that back there from Doran. Faker has TP in the bottom lane as well, and he has Prio. This Herald would open up the mid lane very likely. 2 plates apiece on the mid turrets. Whoever gets that will open up the map in a big, hefty way.
It feels like all of our LCK teams are really on the ball about getting the Heralds. If you do, you get the Heralds and use it right before the 3rd dragon and use that to essentially get a dragon lead. In this case, though, got to be careful. I feel like there will be a lot of, weighing of value in terms of, yeah, we got the Herald, but we don't want to all in on just individual Ocean Drake and stuff like that. So it will be interesting to see how the macro does play out. Faker is able to take down the bottom turret already. That's the first turret of the game. And that will be a nice amount of gold in the pockets of T1. They already have a pretty hefty lead at this point in the game, about 3,000.
Yeah, and just haven't been able to see Kanavi use his global impact all too much in this game to punish sides. There's no grubs for Faker, yet he's the one who takes that turret down. 3 grubs here for Hanwha Life Esports, but top turret still has 3 plates, and whoever's been on the top side against Doran has just been under turret, even though there's a Pantheon that could have potentially come up there and looked for the assist. I mean, it's not that Kanavi didn't try. He spent a decent amount of time topside here trying to make that impact, but hasn't led to the lead that they were hoping for. The big problem here is that there's a big gap in terms of second items for 80 carries. IE is done here for Pays, whereas the rapid fire cannon is put together here for Guma, and Faker's already quite large in this game, so there's 2 threats, plus this Jace that can poke. And for Hanwha Life Esports, how do you engage now with this Pantheon Nautilus? The follow-up has to be so swift with your Aurora, and the Jhin has to be in position to follow up too. And this Xin Zhao, that's kind of in the way, is so frustrating. Not to mention you got to deal with clones. There's a bit of a fight here over the Krugs between mid laners.
I feel like Faker got every single one against Anivio, which is pretty cool. Not sure if he actually did, but it looks like he got the vast majority of it. As now we have an engaged Owner running forward, and yeah, Kanavi just falls apart like a piece of paper. Owner super tanky on the Xin Zhao. Now we got a trade up in the top side that looked like it was going heavily for Doran.
That was just bizarre. I mean, Delight's not having his best game here. He's going in confidently a lot of the time, but that's not exactly what I meant when I said there's a Xin Zhao kind of standing in the way. They were just, I mean, not only is he tanky, but he's Xin Zhao, he had friends there, and they had no damage. That's a Jhin to try to follow up, so not looking great here as T1 will turn this into a 3rd dragon. Well, the 3rd dragon will be theirs, their 2nd dragon of the game.
Yeah, and generally in the LCK, a lot of our teams are clean enough to, okay, we got a big trade up on the top side, Doran getting very low.
They committed a TP for this, so they've got to make something happen.
Zeus feels a little slow. No, I think he got it. Yeah, the slow comes in, the flash, and actually the flash wall into the sun. Great mechanics here from the side of Zeus. They're going so deep for this, though. And yes, the Nautilus ult is going to hit. They really want to take down Keria, and I'm not even sure they're going to be able to, as nope, Kanavi once again overstepping the line, and he gets punished for it.
I just need to make a Kanavi reel, okay? And it will have lowlights and highlights in it, just the same.
But he's always going the same direction. It's weird.
You're like, okay, look, you got the win. You got the W. Well played on the TP, Zeus. But then, okay, this was bizarre, to say the least. They know it's Keria. They want to engage on it, but there's a Xin Zhao here. Have control vision in the brush. I don't know about that one. This one here, they commit the teleport, right? Zeka wants to get this kill. I think they realize, okay, he's going to retreat. There's a ward in this brush, but Zeus gets the slow from his ultimate and then waits very patiently here. Goes in, gets the wall, gets the Q that goes through everything there. And Keria here, it's like, just let him go. It was... like, what are we doing?
What did Keria do to you?
I mean, he's having a really great game on this Nico, but let's take your small advantage. Just get the turret on the top side, you know? I know you're behind in this game, but sometimes just, like, be happy with what you got.
Yeah. And now Guma stepping up to Pays, who is just so far ahead in terms of damage. Now he is going to open up the curtains here. Owner is still Xin Zhao, still with the Crescent Guard. He is going to have to flash away, though, from the stun. Look at the damage that Peas is already doing, though, in this game. It's kind of insane.
Yeah, he's just got a zeal on top of that IE, but he is really taking names. He's about to hit level 14, and this is a T1 Baron if I've ever seen one. They have so much
to do it after that play where Delight and Kanavi, you know, they both went too aggressive, and he wanted to do it at 20 minutes, but now they're going to do it here at 23.
Okay, traps here will buy some extra time. T1 want to look for the turn with Keria.
Yeah, looks like they are going to get him as they use quite a lot, but they will take out Zeka. And now the flash forward here onto Zeus. Tons of damage already being done to this Anivia, who does have Egg. And there's no Empress Divine still, but maybe just enough poke damage from afar as Faker sees the line. And he does pull it off as that's 2 kills, and maybe now they'll go for the T1 Baron.
Sunny side up on that one, Valdez. This looks like not just a Baron, but a Baron plus 2 kills here, as there is just absolutely no way. I mean, if Kanavi goes for the steal.
The Guma steal? Okay, Kanavi actually just going to send it as, and he's going to get it!
Unbelievable.
Did Owner smite at like 3,000 health?
I don't know how that happened. I mean, Pantheon Q smite is strong, but
we need to see a replay of that.
Wasn't he also on vision on that ward? Like, T1 had vision of him. I'm pretty sure they could have just been like, okay, hold, kill him, and then smite. Let's see. So this is where Keria is lurking here in this brush when they start the Baron the first time. They catch Zeka and destroy him. And then they're able to catch Zeus as well here. It's a really quick play from Faker. T1's team fighting and their map movements have been phenomenal this game, despite Delight's at best attempt to block there. But I'm more interested in what happens here on the steal. Okay, we're going to see it from Kanavi's perspective, so I can't actually tell if T1 know or not.
Yep. He's just like, I have ults, I can ult.
Just a Q smite?
Yeah, I saw 1600. Yeah. I saw he had his cooldown, and then he just Q smited. I mean,
guess they didn't have
difficult
vision
against Pantheon.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they didn't have vision of him ulting to try to hold there at like 2,500 health, so he couldn't do that. Yeah. So it's a good play from him because Pantheon smite is really strong, and with his Q, of course, and so he gets away with it. And that's Hanwha Esports denying a Baron. We'll see if they can utilize it themselves because they do have multiple Barons alive here. 3. Actually, just the 2, in fact. Looks like Zeus did not get it. Thought he had respawned already. But Guma and Delight. So it's not amazing for them, but it feels like a big denial of T1. I just don't know if this draft gets stronger the longer we go. I mean, the Rod of Ages has been complete here for Zeus for a little while. There's still a Jhin comp, whereas the Azir and the Caitlyn are getting a little bit scarier.
It feels like Zeka's really far behind now as well, and the Pantheon also felt very flat early on, so you didn't get all that much value out of it. As now the flash forward, but Faker does have the shield, and now the Crescent Guard comes in defensively. They're looking fantastic, T1 that is, as a lot of damage does go in. And that's before Doran even really comes into this fight, as now he's considering it, and he's going to get flashed on. Flashes away with a knockback. T1 thinking about it, but now they're just going to turn their eyes on this Drake.
Now we're going in here for Soul Point for T1. And Zeka's just, you know, he's not tanky, he's Aurora. He's just a mage, so some of these collapses are not working out the way he wants them to. At least HLE with the Baron are able to get this inner turret. They're looking for Paze, but he gets over the wall.
Yeah, he gets away. That's the most important part. They could be part of this fight now. They're just corralled. I mean, we had a TP from Faker up into the top lane. He's ready to go, and now Doran is back as well. And it looks like HLE with not much left in the tank, focusing the Xin Zhao, just being pulled apart one by one. And even just charging through the Anivia ults. T1 do not care, as it looks like at least Zeus will get away.
And they got Zeus TP out. Guma is not going to be so lucky. Get some of these minions, I suppose.
He wanted it. He's not quite going to get a lot of them. T1 really taken off in this game, despite giving away the Baron.
Yeah, it was pretty short-lived Baron. Not accomplished much, but again, it was a denial. It was a steal away. And this is the TP from Zeka, which it's just seen from a mile away. Keria just flashes on him. They collapse with Paze there. And on the other side of the fight, there's a Sun Disc turret put up. Kanavi's trying to go in deep. just not able to do enough damage. You know, there's no follow-up. It's a Nivea Jhin. Like, your damage was in Zeka, and he instantly died. And here it's Hanwha on the wrong side of the map, right? There's not really much they could do. 2 down at the beginning of the fight. And then Zeus is able to buy enough space here to get the TP off. Guma is a Jhin. So.
You've said that a lot this game.
I mean, he is. Like,
he's still Jhin, yeah.
I mean,
it's
like,
true.
I say it because it's not his fault, you know? And he's really good at this pick, but there are limitations.
It's all right. And Delight, it's not all right for him, as he will go down once again.
Kanavi is 2-6 this game on the Pantheon, and it looks like he is going to be Pantheon's first loss of LCK 2026. Just was not able to make the global impact in this game.
Right,
minus the
steal
steal.
Here onto Doran. Looks like he's in a lot of trouble, so they at least get the shutdown onto him. But Faker wants a bit more, as he is just tearing Kanavi apart. There's nothing they can do. Faker super low. Zeus with 1E, and a Dream will take him down, but the value's still there for T1. Faker won't care that he does go down, and they can just push bot.
T1 have really just one Baron left to end the game, it looks like at this point. 50 seconds till that one spawns. Faker will respawn, and they'll be able to set up for a challenge. I think Hanwha Esports have one more fight in them, and that alone won't win them the game, but certainly could be an opportunity to get back in if T1 messed the Baron up, but that's just not something that we expect. Double root here for Kerry, who, by the way, then uses his belt to escape. They killed Delight. We'll see what transpires here. Okay, Doran just kind of gets baited, gets caught by Guma. Gets then stunned by Zeus, and Kanavi has the follow-up. We saw this earlier. Thing is, you know, Faker's pretty big. He does a lot of damage here. Goes into the brush. Even though he dies, it's well worth it for him. They also get the egg, which is a big win for a potential future fight.
Yeah. It did look like Zeus got a lot of golds from that kill. I think it was 1,050. So you can see that he's actually got a pretty sizable lead on Doran. But it's just one champion. I think as a whole, and speaking of this one champion, wow, the crits are coming through. Zeus is just, the wall actually very nice, but it just doesn't matter. Faker this time, though, is going to go down in the mid lane.
Can Hanwha Esports turn this into something is the really tricky thing. Empowered Recall is here for Zeka, as they're trying to open up the base at the same time. He's going to be able to come over here and defend. If they could somehow set up something with Delight's flank, he has ult. They could maybe turn this into a Baron. T1 need to be careful. I mean, Kanavi does not have ults. Kerry's going in.
Guma just caught over the wall. Not respecting his former teammate, but now they're going very deep here. Owner, though, in the front line, and there's the burst from Doran. Takes out the Jhin. But again, got to be careful about overextending. They still want to take down this inhibitor if possible. I think with Pays at full health and with how strong he is on 4 items, and Owner with GA, I think they're just going to be able to do it.
That made me very nervous because of the rotation that Delight had coming down and the damage that was available there. As we're going to go all the way back here to the pick on the Zeus. You said it's just one champion, and then I was going to say it's just 0 champion. He does interrupt Pays' ult, which is very cool. But then down he goes. Going back to this play here in the mid lane. Zeka going on to Faker. The dredge line does not connect. Faker gets out initially here. His ultimate is a bit of a whiff, but Guma can fall off from so far away. And then here Delight's coming through, so I'm like, T1, you know, you could just play it safe. You could back away. Keria says no, because if we take Guma down to basically 0, so much of their damage is gone. As alive, Faker's going to get pushed out of the mid lane, but that's going to amount to anything. Doran trades his life for this one, but like you said, in this remaining 3v3, because the main carry is full health, they can push down that inhibitor. Now we're looking for that dragon.
Yeah, it's just gone. T1 in live, they just take down the Soul. And HLE didn't really look like they had much of an answer. They were trying to catch Faker in mid, but once they weren't able to do that, the Soul was gone. And now you've got the Xin Zhao, who's so tanky. They're still going to go all in onto him, just getting a lot of CC in, and yet he's still going to flash forward with a GA. Does not care even one bit. As the wall comes down, the ult is there, the damage, they finally take out Owner, but it is just Owner. Zeka bouncing back and forth, but look at the crits coming out from Pays. As one ult might do it, but Delight at least is going to block that one. As it's getting a little bit fast and loose, it feels like.
Yeah, but ultimately, you know, T1 are able to keep their main carries alive. You killed their jungler, and in return, Hanwha's jungler go down, but that's a trade up for T1 with this kind of gold lead as Faker now the target again.
Yeah, they get that root down once again with Jin. Doran says, get down, Mr. President.
The base is completely open on the top side.
Doran, oh man, the phase rush value, insane. He is going to get away.
The Nexus turrets are taking hefty damage here for Hanwha Life Esports. So they need to stop the chase, reset here, and we'll watch this again. Aggressive plays, I think, for Hanwha, because you know, if you get an opportunity to dredge line even one player, it's the opportunity you've got to take, because this game is, you're 6,000, 7,000 gold behind at this point. You've been that behind for a while. And they drop the Anivia ult on top here. They're trying to isolate owners. It's just so squishy. Takes so much damage back. Zeka does a lot of burst. And they're just really trying to slow the tempo here. But look at what the carries can do, right? Like Guma just is like, I'm trying to kite. And what's the phrase I've been using? Okay. He's Jin.
Guma is Jin.
Yeah, so
he's Jin.
And again, when you trade like that, the team that has 4 Fed members is like, yeah, that's the 4v4 I want to take.
Well, Keria this time says no Pantheon steals. He will pay his life for it, though. As this time, Owner's got the smite down. Zeka trying to keep them around with his ults, but not really able to do so. So that will be T1 getting the Baron.
All right. Pay's still deathless, by the way, in this game. Pretty impressive stuff. I think it's 5-0 and 10. GA going to make it even tougher to kill him at this point. The inhibitor is going to respawn in 2 minutes, so we'll see what T1 can make of this.
Yeah, it's I would assume they just wait for Keria to respawn. We got about 10 seconds left, and they could just group and try to push that bottom lane turret. Looks like there's only 1 plate left on that one.
My expectation is you can kind of 1-3-1 this, or you can 4-1 this, and then set up for the pressure on the bottom lane, maintain prio for the Elder. This game is effectively won, but it has taken a little while for the Nexus to explode, right? And for T1, you just need to make sure you don't make any mistakes.
Yeah, there's still the Elder.
Yeah, the GA is coming up for Owner, again, relatively soon, and there's no reason to try to just send it and end the game now when you could just play through your incredibly fed carries, especially Pays, by the way, who's 3,500 up in this game.
We got 2 Caitlyn's just running through the jungle.
They're gonna
something
4-1 the bottom turret while keeping Doran in the mid lane, stacking up a big wave here. Anivia can delay games, as we've seen a lot of the time, especially when she has money. So
and blue buff.
That's a good point. Kind of unlimited mana, unlimited cooldowns.
You literally just stand there with your ult and you say, well, you're not pushing this lane. Doran's still going to flash away from this, just to make 100% sure. And just the fact that they went in onto Doran means the bottom lane, Anivia or not, will be broken open.
I think has so much agency. Level 18, flash and ult, and there's no Nautilus ult. He can kind of do whatever he wants. He also has Banshee's Veil, by the way. So when he wants to make the play, he gets to say when and where, and there's just nothing Hanwha Life can do about it. The top inhibitor has respawned, but how long will it last? Is the real question, as this mid turret is going to fall, the inhibitor with it, and T1 are looking to just siege to end. There's still 40 seconds left on this Baron. If Hanwha lose anybody, it's GG.
They're trying to once again go for Doran here, and he does not have his flash, and now he doesn't have GA. But there's the engage from Keria, gonna find 3. And that might just be enough to break this one open. Kanavi doesn't have much of a health bar. Faker gonna go golden, and Pays on the ult of the Anivia. Does not seem to care, just flashes forward and gets his face into it. Guma is trying his best to try to push them away, but I think the wallets are just too heavy, and they will look for Guma right at the end. They do get him, as this Nexus will fall. Triple kill for the side of Doran, a Quadra actually. Looking for the Penta, 1 shot blast could do it. And instead, the Nexus is going to fall. GG, T1 take the first game.
Certainly a pretty good first game. You know, if you watch the last 15 to 20 minutes of it, felt pretty painful as a Hanwha fan, but there were certainly some openings in the early game, a little bit of back and forth. But T1 were controlling the mid game and onward, and once they had a lot of map control, it became really difficult to play the game for Kanavi. And Kanavi and Delight certainly tried to play the game. They kept trying, they kept forcing.
Yeah.
And with a composition that doesn't scale as well with the Jin on the other side, like
Guma was Jin.
You can't just sit back and clear Anivia waves forever and say, well, everyone's going to be full build. and then we'll get you, because you're playing against the Nazir, you're playing against the Caitlyn. They have full map control. The Xin Zhao is unkillable. The Jace has poke, so they can siege the base really well, even with that great wave clear for Zeus. Keria had a phenomenal game. You know, even though he had to die in the early game to save Pays, he was constantly roaming, he was constantly setting up routes, he was setting up Baron plays, he was ganking the mid lane repeatedly. A big impact on the Nico.
She definitely wants to see the T1 victory, and so far it's looking pretty good for the side of T1. A dominant victory in this first game, but they got to do one more. 1-0 for T1 as we head to a break.
미니면은 높이야?
일단 묻히기만 해. 바로 한 20초 남았다.
야, 나 잠깐 걸려. 나 가인이야. 좀만 봐줄 수 있나? 예?
위에
봐줘.
진 노플. 어때 아래?
괜찮게 나 우리 좋아. 위에 봐도 돼.
진 노플 오라 노플.
아래 봐줘.
진 오라 노플. 오라 봐봐.
오라 잡았어. 지금 맞아줄게. 상태 높여.
진 노플.
진 높여. 끝났어.
진 3타 되는데.
봐도 돼. 잡든가. 방대 잡자. 야 펜타. 제이스 펜타 가든가 진짜. 형준이 하고 싶어? 하면 가자.
진짜
아
감사합니다.
지금 됐다? 나 이제 간다?
가야 돼.
안 했어. 알만 들어야 돼? 아니 나 미스했네. 깜짝이야.
Your life in the day, yeah. I was blind, but now I see. Ain't no one, no, got a hold on me. So I'll fly away, fly away. We'll fly away, fly Every sky's a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
You know, if you told me on the Saturday showdown that Hanwha Life Esports and T1 would play to what we think they would, it would be an absolutely great representation of game number one. Hanwha Life Esports, early lead, T1, Faker, side laning, and then Kanavi just kind of going deep with the team, and T1 able to close it on out. They're up 1-0. Welcome back to the space. D-Gon alongside Ox and Wadid. Ox, what you thinking?
You know who I think is in the roughest position right now is someone who flip-flopped.
Flip-flopper.
On their prediction before the series.
That's right.
Sweating right now.
Cringe.
Very cringe.
So cringe. But
come on, Prince.
Yeah, I just gotta talk about their game plan for the early game, because I think HLE, they all planned to play really aggressive in the early game, and I think T1 kind of managed really poorly because they knew Pantheon is just pathing towards both sides, looking for the early level 3 ganks. I mean, you can literally see it from the draft as well. They just picked Nautilus into Caitlyn and Nico, and I think it was really bad usage of Trinket from Pace, because this doesn't give you anything. So what end up will be is that they're gonna gank on the bot lane, losing all the summoners on the bot lane, and I think it would affect the bot lane. But anyways, I think it was really predictable, and I think HLE kind of executed really well with the Nautilus and Pantheon in the early game.
Yeah, and especially when you have a Caitlyn, Nico, you really want to be coming in head and lane. This was a concern. The fact that they lose sums, the fact that they end up going down and losing carry here, I was like, is this the game plan immediately being turned on its head? But then we saw this. He connects into the trap. Huge trade, gets both sums from Guma there.
I mean, if I'm a jungler, this is like such a huge mistake from Guma Yushi right there, because he literally spent like his life for the bot gank, and now they're gonna get 2v2 solo killed.
And look, Delight does nothing here. He actually stands in the way, so the Nico route, it has longer duration after it's passed to a target already. He just gives a longer route. onto his AD carry. So just some bad 2v2 play there that kind of counteracted the good gank from Kanavi.
Yeah, can't be having that. Now, despite that on the bottom side of the map, top side, Zeus takes the 1v2, gets the kill on Owner. You're thinking everything's going well, and they've got a lead, but then they force these fights around the Drake here, Ox.
So I really don't like the position of how they're approaching this fight because they end up pushing into this choke. They've already burnt a lot of their cooldowns, and it's really hard for the backline to follow up here. You know, you do get Zeka coming in, but look at this Nico ult that just cuts off both the Jhin and the Anivia from following up. The front line's really exposed. There's so many angles of approach for T1 to fight from out of vision.
Again, I think here, again, they're not on the same page. Kanavi is finishing the Drake while Delight is engaging on the target. No one could help there, and I think this was one of the situations where HLE, they got the early leads, they got the control back, but you know, this is not the proper fight that they wanted. They are back. T1 is back after this, and I think that was a huge mistake from the team.
Yeah, and from there, Hanwha Life Esports lose their pretty concrete lead, and then T1 able to taxi around the map, start getting gold, Faker's making plays, and then this is what we saw during LCK Cup where Kanavi and Delight just aren't on the same page with everyone else.
Yeah, just going for these engages into a Nico with Celestial position, it immediately gets turned around, the Pantheon gets exploded, and then quickly after that, we actually see what starts off as a potentially positive play for HLE, where Zeus comes in, manages to catch out the Jace with a great predict on the flash, and you're thinking, oh, this is good for HLE.
Yeah.
If the clip stops there.
But what happens next is that they're gonna just look for more, and Kanavi overcommits for the kill, and I think this wasn't right because, I mean, this is too much. Faker is already getting so much from the bot lane, taking all the CS, taking the turrets down, the tier 1 already, even taxing the T2 as well. Here, I think it's too much. Again, HLE, they should stop looking for overcommitment here.
Yeah, I think this was kind of regressing to the issues we saw in the LCK Cup. Just too much aggression, the team aren't all on the same page, and it felt like T1 were poised just to punish. Every time they stepped forward, they were ready to pounce and answer back, and I think HLE just looked out of sorts as a result.
Yeah, well, T1 showing the future pros here in Korea how to play the macro correctly. They're up 1-0 on the Saturday Showdown. One match will get them out of the way of that 2,800 and however many days since the last time they went 0-2 in week 1. Or will we go to game 3? Let's find out.
Thank you very much, guys. As we are heading into this one, you know, there have been times where current pros were as young as that boy was on screen, while other pros that are still playing were, you know, playing pro back in the day.
Some of them, like this guy, were like that age when they were playing the first time, and they're still playing now. Yes. I don't know that particular fan's age, so I can't verify that's actually factually accurate. The first two really young fans we had were on the Hanwha Life Esports side as well, still hoping for a bounce back here. And we got a lot of young fans.
Yeah, the nephew of Keria, apparently.
All right, well, if you've got Keria in the family, you've got to be coming down to watch the esports every time you get the chance. And maybe Keria was told, so we saw a little extra shot there, but he had a phenomenal eco performance, as was kind of highlighted by everyone. And he saved the lane, made big impact on Baron plays. Play styles are difficult to change. And it's, you know, I think for Hanwha Life Esports, you could really feel that amongst 3 players coming from, 2 of them coming from this team, and 1 of them coming from a different region.
Yeah.
And you really have to adapt. Delight also looks a little bit out of sorts with this new roster. And that's what we saw at the LCK Cup. And symptoms still kind of there here, but it's a good start, as mentioned by the desk in that first game. We'll see what they can do now that first pick is on their side.
Yeah, might help a little bit. I think it's also going to help that the Pantheon very much fell flat in that first game, so both these teams won't have to really worry about it, as Pantheon took his first loss here of the week, now 4-1. Karma, once again, going to be banned, as well as first ban Bard against Keria. Definitely a good idea.
Feels less painful to drop that Bard ban in game 2 when you have first pick and so many of those OP champions are gone. Ryze has taken away no more Rumble. So I think picks like Yunara, Lulu are going up. Faker will lose his Orianna. Again, the Azir is already gone.
I was kind of hoping they would ban Seraphine so we could get 3 support bans from the first pick team. And just be like, yeah, this is the world we're living in.
Well, if T1 bans Seraphine or Ashe, I think the Yunara becomes very obvious. If they do not, we could even see Guma pick up first pick Ashe. I think he is a player that can carry on that pick and would warrant that level of priority. They will ban it, so it may just be Yunara on the cards here. Now, if you are a Guma fan, and if you've been watching, haven't always been convinced by his Yunara performances, and I think that's part of why T1 are like, I'd rather see that side of this. They know him quite well, his champion pool quite well. Not to say that they can't play Yunara, but there have been some big dips in performance on the pick. Jarvan will be instead the choice, and this will be one of the best junglers that's left, as well as a big deterrent of a Sivir pick. But now T1 can just take the Yunara on their side.
Or the Varus as well. Still left up, still very strong, also technically flexible. Could be something you look at. Not sure if you do want to pick a face up into the Jarvan, and they're just going to pick Gnar.
Okay. Very safe.
That's kind of the state of the top lane, where it's like, yeah, we got to get something blindable for the top lane.
Yeah, everything that is safe and blindable is what you slam down when you have questions elsewhere. You don't have to lock a jungle in right now, so... Well. Owner.
Okay. We did see Lee Sin banned against Pyoshik a couple of days ago.
Now, I don't mind either of these picks in isolation. However, this does not feel like a strategy. I don't see the strategy.
Early.
I don't see the strategy, Valdez. I see 2 champions. Like, if it was solo queue game, I'm like, nice, yeah. I check owner's OPGG. I'm like, oh, that looks pretty
it's
good.
Like 85% win rate. We're like, wow, yeah, okay, absolutely, play that. But yeah, it doesn't.
Like, they get Yunara Lulu, and now you can't get a strong Varus duo into this. You can't get the Lucian duo because you picked Lee Sin. Like, this looks like a case of, like, Doran was trying to swap in solo queue for counter pick, and the guy kept denying, so he just locked Gnar, and he's like, well, I guess I'll blind this. I don't know.
Yeah.
This is just a little bit unusual. Now, I'm not saying they can't win with this, but I look at the Hanwha Life 1, 2, 3, and I'm like, wow, that's really good in meta.
Yeah. Really insane stuff, and Annie is going to come through, so this is a case of where they do want to go ahead and pick the top side of the map early and, save bottom lane for later, but yeah, Annie Lee Sin can definitely do a lot of damage. You could be very proactive with that mid-jungle duo, and then you have the blind Gnar, which really... I do wonder if they'll go for something aggressive to try to punish it, but Aurora already off the cards. We'll have to wait and see what Zeus wants to play in this game.
I don't think Zeus will end up with like a top Silas in this game, which we have seen into the Gnar actually more commonly than you'd expect recently. Corki will be banned, so no Corki Nami in the bottom 2v2. The Lucian threat, I feel, isn't that strong right now on this patch. And otherwise, you're looking at that Varus lane. Aphelios, a little bit of a surprising ban here in this draft, but it does scale really well with what T1 have put together thus far. So, almost begging them to see if they'll play the Varus.
Yeah, I think that's what they're trying to decide on now.
I mean, you also don't get any counter picks with second pick here with this draft for T1. Like, they already have their bottom duo set up. I mean, it's just, okay, what duo are we playing? We lost the Corki. Is it just going to be Lucian Nami? You get the Lucian, and you still already knew the Lulu was there, so they get to now have their pick of the litter on both solo lane counter picks here, and they have one of the strongest bottom 2v2s in the game. So I feel like a lot was missed here in terms of what T1 was trying to do early, but we'll see what the execution looks like. This would certainly be something.
Yeah, Kali, also technically flexible. could play in the top lane, but you would expect this to go in the hands of Zeka. And instead, he's just going to play Talia.
I mean, with the Lulu, this becomes such a heavy pick comp with the Jarvan so quickly. And it still has great team fight power and the rotational power of this Talia for side lane pressure.
What did he mean with that face?
I mean, is he playing Gangplank?
Zeus, we know as a player, can play a whole host of weird stuff. Into the Gnar, and it's just going to be good ol'...
It's kind of fair, though, this time for Doran, because he's playing a ranged top as well.
Yeah.
Is it Nami? Or they could... It's Nami. We already knew. So...
Braum? No, it's Nami.
There isn't really anything you could pick in this situation where you're like, aha, I could pick this and still win the 2v2 and also deal with Vayne in the top lane. I suppose Keria could take Exhaust to try to help out in the bottom 2v2 and try to put down the Vayne, but, you know. T1, when they locked in the Gnar and the Lee Sin, we were kind of like, all right, well, there's going to be a whole lot of strategical depth to what happens later on in this draft, but they still ended up with a playable 2v2 bottom lane. Very volatile one at that. FaZe looked great on the Lucian as far back as Kespa Cup joining this team. So is very aggressive in the 2v2. Again, they left the Yunara Lulu, I think in part thinking that they could win against Guma's Yunara. Like they had that confidence. We'll see if that does hold true here. The Lee Sin is kind of this wild card pick in this draft that has a lot of power, a lot of agency. And if it was almost anybody else but Owner, I would scoff at it, but because it is Owner and he has made so many incredible mechanical plays, it's like basically him and Canyon only where I'm like, yeah, let's see what you got. Or maybe more recently Raptor, but I don't think he's in the same tier. This draft has some pick potential, but it really needs to come online early. Otherwise, this is a 2-carry composition here for the side of Hanwha Life Esports that has great pick potential.
Yeah, does feel very nice from their end. Probably the best chance they're going to get at a win in game number 2.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
Hanwha Life Esports fans definitely desperate for a victory to try to push this to a game 3 where anything can happen. I really do feel like, you know, draft-wise, there is just so much going right for the side of Hanwha Life Esports. On the side of T1, you know, it's definitely still playable. There's a ton of pick potential, a lot of power in the mid-jungle duo. You have tons of burst with Annie Lucian. Like, if you get ahead, you can really punish them very hard. But if this is an even game, I do like Hanwha's chances.
I think that when I look at T1's draft, it screams, we do things our own way. You know, we don't have to follow the rules of the meta. We don't have to follow what's accepted to be strong or true. We're playing what's comfortable for us right now, and it just happens to be because we have such mastery of these champions, we will make it work. Barrier popped here.
Yeah, Barrier and heal, and so Keria is going to throw out his as well.
So
and they're really fighting for level 2.
FaZe maintains barrier advantage. That's actually pretty huge in this bottom 2v2, especially if they got 2 first. They will not. Doesn't end up mattering too much. But actually having that extra barrier, if Guma drops Q, for example, FaZe absolutely has an all-in angle. Intense 2v2 here in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
Fleet footwork for Zeus as well as Ghost on this Vayne. Makes a lot of sense in this matchup.
Yeah, for Nara, that's... you don't really get to play the game. You do get to farm under the turret most of the time, but it's not really a fun experience. You know, we saw Zeus is kind of humming and hawing. He was like, you know, am I really going to play this Vayne? And then we got to see Doran, and he did not look very happy. So at the end of the day, probably the right choice.
It'd be pretty crazy to get a 230 plate here.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, if you consider the composition of T1, if they go all in onto one target, let's say they take out the Vayne, you still have Yunara. You know, that's part of why these double AD carry compositions are very popular nowadays.
It's pretty similar to what KT did with their Lulu comp, right? Where they had the Lulu Vayne and the Nocturne, where the Nocturne was also the engage tool. And it's it feels like Hanwha Life Esports really taking a page out of their book, which was successful against T1. Won't talk about that, but a plate did not yet go over to Zeus, but he still has 200 gold the advantage because Doran is just trying to get the minions as best as he can.
Yeah, with Kanavi down on the bottom side of the map, looks like Zay's just going to respect the Lee Sin in this game.
Yeah, Doran going to set up a freeze here so that he can just keep the wave in a threatenable spot. Oof, it's a tough one though here for the Snar, as you can see. At least he didn't get stunned into the turret there.
Yeah, he's still got the silver bolts into him though, the 3 stack, and that's just going to be an early back from Doran. Owner looks like he was spotted on his way to mid.
Cull buy for both Pays and Guma, as Pays uses barrier later and a later trade, so Guma will actually get his back up first. This doesn't hit Gumayushi, so zooming in on this lane incredibly closely, as there hasn't really been any jungle attention just yet. Both of these junglers can make pretty strong impact pre-6, but we're going to see Zeka with the first roam, with control vision in the river here towards the top side, try to get Zeus further ahead. He will be spotted.
Let's see how this one's going to go. Doran does get stunned up, and now just trying to avoid the stun. There it is. He does get away from that, but the damage might just be enough. One auto from Zeka, and it's first blood for him. Faker up on the top side, but he's just a level 5 Annie. And I think, yeah, he's just going to have to back away. He doesn't quite have the damage just yet.
He's got to be super frustrated because the alternative was he just pushes mid and maybe grabs a plate at least. You know, Crystalline Overgrowth procs, pushes his quest up ahead a little bit. But he instead just comes up here and catches Doran's wave, and we'll still get some farm out of it, but not really a win in any regard. And Talia can surf back to lane pretty quickly. So not really a trade-off here for Zeka in any meaningful way. Doran does have flash in this situation. You can see still gets shoved, goes for the hop. Kadem actually almost knocks him into the wall there. That would have been disastrous, but even still Zeka can flash to avoid the turret shot. Now they're looking for Keria.
Yeah, Keria is gonna flash it though. The damage is not quite there actually. The dive is kind of going wrong, although Zeka is here now, and I think eventually they should kill these guys as Pays does go down. Zeka very low. And it looks like Keria as well, not very long for this world. And once again, Faker's here, but a little bit too little too late. So that's a double kill for Guma on the Yunara.
We mentioned Talia so many times. This pick has a lot of agency, a lot of roam power. It just hasn't been working that much here in LCK Cup domestically. But now that we move into the LCK 2026, this is a pretty high impact performance from Zeka because he saves the day here, so to speak, when this dive goes a little bit awry. Delight takes all the turret shots he can, but level 6 gets hit here for Zeka so he can Weaver's Wall in. And unfortunately, despite some heroics here from the bottom duo, and Keria's initial flash was great, they are going to get taken down, and Faker is too late, and Owner is nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, Owner just hanging around the top side a little bit, and then eventually just went back to farming.
The problem with losing lanes is that, you know, sometimes you can't really... Like, if he just leaves Doran alone up here, then Doran is just going to lose more and more. He's already down almost 500 gold. If you just can't bottom side, then, you know, that's what's going to happen to Doran. But if you keep ganking for Doran, then the bottom side can be quite problematic with a roaming Talia. Okay, we're going to see Owner try to make a bottom side play here. Level 6, very far away for Delight. If he had it here, the defense would be a little bit simpler. Needs a few more minions before that wild growth is going to be at the ready.
I don't think they have enough of a wave.
No.
Like, especially against Yunara, like, this is just not really... I mean, they're going to try again, but Paige is super low. Yes, he does get healed up. And
I don't know about this.
on
Owner's on
vision. I mean, you asked where Owner is. He's really trying to do something, but...
And now he shows here, right?
Yeah.
And they're going to make the top side play potentially. I mean, they can't kill Doran, but he still can't kill the minions, Valdez. So this first pick, Gnar, not quite working out.
I mean, it's just really difficult. Like, there's just not much that you can blind. I feel like Jace is really the only thing.
Oh, Wadid's going to get excited about this graph.
Yeah. But yeah, it does feel like, you know, as Wadid was saying in the pre-show, like, there's really just not a lot of blind picks nowadays. And so you just get punished so hard. And T1 were like, well, the only thing that's left is Gnar. We have to get it out early so that we can, you know, pick other stuff while still getting a blind pick. And now it's just getting punished so hard. It just feels really bad. Guma's flashing on in. And they are going to get that kill on a Keria. Maybe even Pays level 6 hits. And the barrier does save his life just barely. but it's still not winning for T1 as HLE are dominating the bottom lane.
Owner tries to make a pass on Zeka in the mid lane. Then we'll just have to take some grubs here as consolation, which is something significant in return, but the question becomes, when will T1 champions hit turrets anyways in this game, as Baker was given some alone time in the mid lane to take out that first plate with Crystalline Overgrowth. There might have even been with Owner coming there just moments before, but otherwise the turrets are kind of untouched right now for T1. See, we'll get those and the Scuttle Crab to put a dent in the gold deficit, but I had questions about the draft. I had serious questions about the Gnarly Sin, and they have certainly become a bit of a pain point here in the second game, as this is just a Wild Growth setup with the slow here from Guma. Slides in with ult, flashes through for the Wild Growth, does not get enough damage done here to Pays. Was looking for both of them, and Pays with Barrier will barely survive, but that is the only good news here for T1.
Yeah, it's not feeling very good for them, and hey, you just got to be careful. I mean, Lunara does have nice pick potential of her own with that Slurkle, and you know, that's all Guma had to do essentially. The second carrier got out of position, that was it. And Tibbers going to go down very early after Faker uses that for just pressure in the lane. Owner still trying to find somewhere to make this Lee Sin find value outside of farming the jungle. It's not necessarily his fault, it's just it really isn't a good option. I think that mid could have been looked at, but Zeka spent so much time out of the lane in the top lane that, you know, there wasn't a lot of setup to try to make something happen there.
Kanavi is just finding ins where Owner is unable to respond. See if they can do something here.
Yeah, Zeus, I think he knows he's got
Ghost and Flash.
Okay, well, he is going to be spotted, and there's the kick into the Q, and no avoiding that. Zeus doesn't use any summoner, as he knows he's dead.
With Kanavi coming over, thought perhaps Zeus was going to look for an outplay. Pays? Guma wasn't sure he was going to win that, but Pays was sure he was going to lose it.
Nami has healing, you know, okay. It's okay. A little bait as Faker was walking down the river, I suppose.
Zeka does have Weaver's Wall, but instead he's just going to opt to say, look, it's still a winning trade, despite it looking funny, and I'm just going to get plate gold. As Kanavi is pretty far away here, you can see he's coming through, and they see him on a control ward, so they know they have enough time here to extend this play, despite Zeus trying to get a little alcovey here. And honestly, I think even if he flashes back, they still get him.
Oh, got a little play down here. The bubble on Aguma. The Wild Growth is there, but he is solo. As down he will go. There's the shutdown for Pays, and now another kill as Owner. He does get some value on this Lee Sin, picks up a kill.
And Faker doesn't show up, gets to get a free plate in the mid lane. And that was a big swing here for T1 there on the bottom side. Kanavi will defend this turret and will grab some of these minions, but really unfortunate for Guma and Delight. Down flash. Faker's just going to drop the bear to even annoy Kanavi. And Talia a little bit too late on the play to impact the bottom side. Teleport's available for Zeus now. Here in this top lane with his role quest completing. So we'll watch this one more time here. Pays takes a lot of damage, but I mean, there's a control vision here for Owner. I suppose somewhat forgivable here for the Hanwha Life duo, but if you don't have vision there, you got to be a little bit more cautious. And Zeka was coming down.
I think a little too aggressive from Guma. Kanavi is going to find Pays in the bush, and Pays does not have his culling. But a huge chunk of them already. Carrier looks like he wants to continue things. The bubble has to be flashed. And just like that, big rotation from T1 up to the top side. They're really trying to fight their way back into this game and be proactive with this comp. I think you have to be.
I think it's the best they could do, and it's kind of working. You know, I wouldn't give them a lead in this game by any means, but it started to look pretty doomed from the outset, but with a few great rotations and a great punish there in the bottom lane. Carrier is once again kind of the hero of the day on this Nami, grabs the flash out of Kanavi. TP here is going to delay.
Oh, Zeka, he's going to be caught big time here, has his flash. No opportunity to use it, an Owner on this Lee Sin, showing why he picked it up so early.
And the first turret is going to go over to T1 as well here on the top side, because they defend the bottom turret with the TP from Doran. And things are starting to really go wrong here for Hanwha Life Esports, no longer with a gold lead.
Yeah, it's kind of insane. I mean, they were really in control of this game, and then all of a sudden, in the span of about 2 to 3 minutes, it's like T1 just wrench it back, the control of this one.
And like, it's similar to game one, right? You know, Hanwha had a pretty nice lead. Things were going really well, and then Guma makes a mistake in game one. Guma makes a mistake in game two. This one, just a really good angle from Owner. They have so much deep vision on the top side of the map after what they set up just moments before, and he just decides to wrap all the way around, and Zeka doesn't have an opportunity, like you said, to use Flash.
Yeah. And Kanavi was there, which explains why Zeka was playing so aggressively for the pick. But Lee Sin is faster, as it turns out. And Owner's able to get in and do the damage and essentially separate the two Hanwha Life Esports members before Kanavi can do anything. As at least Hanwha Life Esports will say, well, we got the first couple of Drakes. And it's not going to be Ocean Soul this time, as the Ocean Drake was first. I'll have to wait and see what it is. As Owner's here, though, so kind of being annoying on Lee Sin, but eventually it does go down to HLE, and it's Cloud Soul.
All right, so we went from Ocean to Cloud. Bit of an upgrade. Pretty good for these comps. Doran is going to have free reign in this top lane. The Vayne doesn't necessarily scare him as much anymore. Guma still has a massive lead, which is why Hanwha Life Esports have a gold lead in the first place, and a lot of the money here for T1 is on Lee Sin. So it was exciting that they had the big gold comeback. It was exciting they were able to make those picks work, but there's still 2 dragons down. This Yunara is still incredibly powerful in team fights. And the game is a lot more even than it used to be, but Doran may be caught here. Zeka on the angle.
He does have Flash, and let's see if he can get out of the rocks. Yeah, he's just going to flash away from that one as the... I'm not sure about that one, Zeka. He is going to get kicked away as the Q comes down, and Doran is so strong on the Snar, he's going to hop on over. And Owner picks up his 4th kill as the bubble's so close to getting Zeka. And, man, really reaching to try to kill the Gnar with Flash, and they get punished once again.
Flash and Hop available. And it's okay, like, Zeka's holding his shove because he's like, let's see what he does. Maybe he flashes, maybe I can make something happen and punish that and get a shove off. And then eventually he's like, I'll shove for Flash. Then he commits Weaver as well, and Kanavi and he go in, and I'm like, but you got his Flash, and I think that's as good as it gets.
Yeah, I don't know.
We've seen this movie before.
I feel like, you know, game number 1 did happen. You know, we were here, we saw it, but with the way that Owner's playing on this Lee Sin, maybe he just has to get POM. I don't know if they end up winning this one 2-0.
It is a big question, right? I mean, Zeka here is just like, guys, I'm trying to leave. I did get his shove, or I did get the flash of my shove. I'm going to push Keria away.
Yeah, flash bubble.
He TP'd for that, so they wanted to make something of it, but it just did not work out. Pays down 1,200 gold, takes half of Guma's health bar, and I mean, even if Hanwha were ahead on gold, I wouldn't believe the lead.
Zeka doesn't have flash. Oh, everything's going to miss. Okay. As now we go aggressive right into the bubble as Guma flashes away, but is still going to die. Space comes in and shuts him down.
His ankles were broken, Valez! It's a bit of a yikes, and Keria gets the bubble again. He has to flash away. And some of the calls here in terms of confidence with the Yunara versus Lucian have been all over the place for Guma this game. And he got aggressive at the wrong moment, but now that lead is washed away as well. Like here, watch this. He's at half health, but he's like, I got Wild Growth. Is not able to set up the Wild Growth onto Pays, gets bubbled instead, and has to back away. And Pays just like, all right, I guess I'll take the freebie, flashes for it.
If you're going to go that aggressive, you have to flash the bubble. Like, there's just no excuse for that, you know? If the bubble's coming in and you have flash, like, if you get hit by it, you die. And that's exactly what we saw.
And now he's down flash as well on this Yunara. The one part of this team that could feel like it has a chance to really carry consistently in this game still holds a small gold lead, but it's like a fifth of what it was.
Yeah. And now T1 all of a sudden, like, this is the reverse snowball, going very aggressively in their direction. They get the Rift Herald, and Owner is just going to drive around the bend. You didn't see this one coming, did you, Hanwha Life Esports? I don't think I've ever seen that. It was pretty
Safety.
cool.
Zeus is just dead.
Oh. All right, well,
I mean, Zach is
that's
like,
first damage.
Zach is like, you know, interestingly, there's no one here topside. I guess they'll get a turret. And both soul laners just kill Zeus, and they'll get a turret in exchange. As this mid turret took a huge hit from the Rift Herald.
It's so insane how like HLE Esports were so far ahead and how quickly this game and them they got so deflated. Like it's like someone took a needle to a balloon and just popped it.
Yeah, I mean, just T1's having better team play, better rotations around the map. You know, the play from Guma has not backed up the lead he had, right? Like he hasn't been able to do anything with it. And he and Delight have played a little bit timid at times, a little bit over-aggressive at times, and they were given and gifted such a huge advantage that it felt like the game was going to be unplayable for FaZe. And yet FaZe is like, I win these, kill these.
Wait, he could have just ran away.
No, he wanted to defend the turret, I guess. I don't... Nar said it best, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think we can all learn a little bit from Nar and what he had to say. I mean, he had the stealth, he had the ult, you just run away, you live.
With Serpent's Fang here for FaZe, by the way, it actually gives him so much more power in this mid lane in the duel. It's a pretty cool pickup here for FaZe into the Lulu.
Yeah, it feels very strong as a 2-atom spike after the Storm Razor. Insane amount of burst damage. And it does look like T1 will pick up a dragon.
Yeah, first dragon here for T1. There is team fight power in this draft for HLE. Like, trust me, believe me. there is.
Yeah.
It's a good draft. However, with the game state and the, I don't know, I don't want to say nameplates on, but with the eye test, let's say, I'm not ready to trust just yet that this is going to work.
That's the thing about the nameplates on thing for HLE is you were talking about all the different styles they have with all the different players coming from many different directions. Like, it's not quite a super team, but they have so much experience and so many strong players, and yet, you know, there was a lot of hope for them with their 2-0 win over Bro, and now up against T1, you know, we said we had to see how both these teams were going to look today. HLE do not look much different from LCK Cup, and we can see that here.
And I thought, to be honest, even though they beat Bro, I didn't think they looked that much different against Bro either, as Doran is just going to peace out.
Oh, the flash! And the condemn will be enough as he's going in. He wants a kill, actually. Maybe a boulder to get it done, as the wild growth has to be used just to keep them alive in the 3v1.
And it's so many resources have to be used to kill Doran that the rest of the map is on lock here for T1. They get a big shove in mid. They're going to take this Raptor camp away. And Baron Vision is maybe next on the agenda. There is a Scuttle Crab here residually for HLE Esports for the time being, but it's a small win to grab Doran, but it didn't lead to anything else on the map. Instead, it's T1 who gets a lot of deep vision and will have a lot of information. Doran did TP and does not have flash anymore, so that could compound a little bit potentially. But the secondary threat of Zeus' Vayne, though he is the only other lead here for HLE Esports, feels like it's so far away from reality right now. Game is still relatively close. The HLE Esports win one major team fight. I'll be right back in the driver's seat, but I'm not holding my breath, let's just say, as Skuma's looking for his third item, IE. Does not have it yet. He will definitely have it for the next dragon.
Look at the builds here for Doran as well, going for the Randuin second into the Vayne and the Yunara. It's double 80 carry, and you're up against Talia, who isn't that much damage. We've seen that be her biggest issue in the LCK, is that she just doesn't do enough damage, and theoretically the 280 carry should be enough, especially from ahead, but if you've got a decently fed Gnar that got through the lane and has Randuins, like, are they really going to be able to deal damage to him? I don't think so.
Well, the other question is, can HLE Esports muster a 5v5 team fight where everyone's grouped on the same page? Because you need to have both carries there, with Cataclysm setup, with shove setups, and a wild growth angle for Kanavi to kill FaZe. If you can kill FaZe, you know, Doran's not going to feel that tanky when he's being hit by 280 carries. If Doran, though, is the one who's able to manipulate the fights and set things up with great setup Nars, right, with deep vision they have and prio on objectives, then the game plan gets a little bit trickier for HLE Esports, right? Because FaZe is such a massive burst threat that if he can kill either Guma or Zeus, and then Doran's kind of tanky, and then he, you know, gets another rotation of spells off and kills the other 80 carry, that's when you have a problem. And there's so much setup CC here with Anami, with the Annie more than anything else, but Meganar and Owner can help isolate a single target. If Guma dies first, you're really going to have problems as Zeus cleaning up the fight into all of this threat. And I think for Hanwha Life Esports, you really need to strike first and then let your two carries clean up.
Yeah. We saw that Owner was second most gold on his team, behind the AD carry, of course. And, you know, generally we don't like to see leads on Lee Sin, but with Owner playing it, I think I'm okay with it. I think, you know, especially for this point of the game, you know, we're definitely not in the late game by any means, and with Lee Sin this fed with nearly 3 items, you know, 2.5, I think he can actually do a ton of work, and there's really not much that HLE can do about him.
There isn't. Zeka is going to lose some health here. I don't know if this is really what FaZe was 100% looking for, but they just want to get this turret, and I don't think they will. But there's just not much to do here until that next objective spawns. Faker has a full push in mid that they're going to have to answer to. Setting up for Prio on Dragon is so incredibly important. If you are able to get that as T1, it feels like it's a freebie, and you've already got so much control over the top side of the map. I don't think Hanwha Life Esports can sneak a Baron at this stage. See if Guma can pick up IE. With 25 seconds to go here, that would be massive. I think he probably does have it. And that means he's ready to carry a team fight. He does lock that in. So this is probably the game-deciding fight.
Yeah. You know, everything considered up until this point, like HLE have not played well. But if, you know, they play one team fight well, there's still a chance for them. You're not super far behind.
They are looking to threaten that Baron trade for Dragon that I was talking about, but T1 are covering both of their bases. That they can have Owner solo the Dragon while they group here and say, you don't have enough prio to actually start this in turn, even with IE on the Yunara. Your Talia just doesn't do enough damage. Bit of a flank here for Zeus. And T1 is calling the bluff to like, yeah, I know you're not doing it. I know you're not doing it.
Yeah. And they do have a lot of experience in this exact moment.
And
a very important moment.
Dragon's done. Owner soloed it, and now they're going to start the Baron. And now, guess what? Owner's going to come over. Doran has 16 and TP.
He just lost Meganar, I do believe, but might have it off cooldown.
So they got him off the lane, but now what?
Well, at least they got the TP. That's really all you can say.
The T1 are like, is this my Baron?
Is this Baron for me? All right, nice dodge there. Sidestep from FaZe. And he's been quietly having a very strong game himself. Doesn't really have the gold lead to show for it, but...
When was the last time you were sure Hanwha was going to win this game? For me, it was probably when Guma had the flash play in the bottom lane and got the kill there and pushed FaZe out. That's, for me, like the last moment where I was like, I favor HLE here.
Yeah.
Since then, it's kind of been completely downhill. There has just not been even a single moment where you're like,
yeah,
ah, yes, I see the angle.
Well, they popped the balloon, you know? Like, the balloon was floating up. It was, you know, going into the sky, but then they popped it, so... Take a look at this massive lead that Owner has over Kanavi.
Kanavi's still going to go in on him and push him out, though.
Yeah. There's really only so much you can do as Jarvan in this case. Like, there's no world where you can ever fight a Lee Sin 1v1, so you're kind of just running around looking for an angle.
Yeah,
you know, like a good Cataclysm angle, and that's about it.
He doesn't really like the champions that get over walls like Lucian, Lee Sin, and Gnar.
Like the whole team. Yeah. Not feeling great about that. He like goes in, gets stunned by Annie immediately.
And T1 get a control word on this Baron, and they're like, you know what? Let's just send it, because they have no ability to rotate over. Zeus does have TP, but nowhere to TP to, and this is just, I think
it's
a freebie.
Gone. Yeah. Delight comes over, sees it, they're like, eh. I guess it's just gone. Yeah, I mean, Kanavi's like running over. He's like, maybe I can. No, you can't get there on time. It's already gone. T1 take it down. And just like that, I mean, there's really not much else that HLE are getting either. I mean, they have Zeus in the bottom lane. And he's just going to have to back based on the timing. So T1 pick up essentially a free Baron.
Doran is going to grab this turret right away. Kanavi takes so much damage.
Yeah.
Actually insane, as FaZe has spent so much of this game just farming first strike as well.
Yeah.
And he's got his lead. You know, it's taken him a large part of time, like almost 30 minutes, to get that back painted blue, but he's got it.
Ooh, FaZe. Oh, he did the damage, but he did have to use his flash for it. in the tidal wave, I suppose. Guma's super low now. Doran looking for that Meganar. He's going to flash on in, get stunned and killed. So kind of between a rock and a hard place there was Doran. Zeka gets in as the Cataclysm is good. Everybody does have to dash out of that one. Pays also getting burst down by Zeus, who's going ham. Wants that kill on the Lee Sin, and he will get it 1,000 gold. As all of a sudden, HLE wake up.
Yeah, and Kanavi's still going in. They're going to get this turret here at TP. They want more. The 4 grouped here, they have to shut down this Baron completely. And just in the blink of an eye, and an aggressive Gnar play going wrong. Kanavi.
Okay, well.
That's okay. He survives. It's fine.
Calculated.
Yeah. He got Faker stunned. Faker's got to press his buttons again before he can do that one more time. All right, well, we got the inner. We got a gold lead. And maybe, Valdez, that was the moment where we get a series on our hands. I'm not actually seeing it yet. I'm not trusting it yet, but look at the gold graph, all right?
Yeah, I feel like it's kind of like flickering,
so,
you know, I can't really tell.
Doran here is trying to set up for a Gnar play, and I don't fully he avoided Kanavi, let's say, with that one. He did not have his Gnar bar. If he hits like a 4-man Gnar, maybe they smash the fight. There's a great follow-up, and then Kanavi has his Cataclysm still. Guma gets bubbled. It's another great play from Kerio, by the way, but it's still enough damage here. Owner gets taken out, and now this is just a freebie for Hanwha Life Esports in terms of the push here through mid. Baron is still up for Faker and Keria, so they are able to get this turret back on respawn, but do we really trust that that means that Hanwha are going to win the next few team fights? Because that was kind of a mistake from T1, a bit of a donation from Doran, and
you got to be careful, you know, playing in a long lane against a Vayne if, you know, they still do have a lot of chase potential with Jarvan, Talia Wall, and obviously Vayne, who can just run you down. So mistakes like that for T1, if you do it again, you will get punished big time like we just saw.
It's going to be a third Cloud here for Owner. And for the best rotational team, basically in League of Legends history, having 3 Cloud Dragons feels a little bit unfair. They are going to have that. And that movement speed is valuable. Guma not having flash, Zeka not having flash, Zeus not having flash. These are things I'm very concerned about if we have any type of fight, any type of skirmish, any overextension here from Hanwha Life Esports, because they're feeling the pressure, they're feeling the desperation in this game. They want to get some serious permanent damage to the base done. Doran picks up Sterak's. He has gotten such aggressive defensive itemization here in this game. It's difficult to kill him, but if you overextend like we saw before, it is possible. It's Hanwha Life Esports to get this blue buff and hold on to a minuscule gold lead. Basically dead even in this game. Weaver's Wall here a little bit sussy. A little bit weird.
Just kind of strange.
Can we get a WA TV on that one?
Yeah, it looked like they really wanted to pull the trigger on an engage once again and maybe use the momentum they had from the last team fight, but Wall came out and then they called it off immediately.
Doran, as you mentioned, is Kanavi.
Kanavi. Got to be careful. Looks like he doesn't have his flag drag, but
Owner doesn't have flash to kick him or anything either, so I'll just walk it off. But Doran in this game, you mentioned the itemization. He got Randuin's. He's like, the Talia can't hurt me because she doesn't build damage. Does have Horizon focus now, so getting a little bit more damage, but he's just like, don't mind it. And the Vayne can't do damage to me. Is Guma? I don't know about this one.
And he walked back in. He's like, by the way, I have Mikhail's on my support. But also now he doesn't have much health. And now he has even less health. And that's going to be him ulting.
He got a
get out of here.
He got a Tibbers, Valdez.
Yeah, value.
He's still got his barrier, but Delight still got wild growth. It was a trade-up play.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what you're insinuating. He's 600 gold ahead.
You know, maybe if the Baron was about to spawn and he was able to get like a back and then, you know, they could run at the Baron, perhaps? Soren's like, oh, that was a little scary. A little bit of a jump scare there in the bush.
All right, we are heading to a late game fight that will decide this game. Whether it will be on this Baron or not is yet to be seen, but 40 seconds till it spawns. Hanwha Life Esports, despite some big wins and some gold swings, have not been able to get enough controlled vision around that pit to where you feel confident that they can actually contest a 5v5 fight. However, they do have Kanavi with GA, Flash, he is Jarvan, so T1 starting it off right now without getting a pick or without getting further control would be very risky. And this dragon doesn't spawn for 2.5 minutes, so we're really just fighting for nothing here.
Well, we're fighting for our lives if you're Gumayusi. That's what we're fighting for. And I guess Baron about to spawn, they can just run at this. And now Guma is gonna have to stay with basically no health. Pays is a moving fountain laser right now.
And if that Q from Owner hits on Guma, you could make a real argument for him to press Q again and try to kill him there. He does have barrier wild growth, but we've gotten so much out of it. They have so much vision around this Baron pit, and Kanavi's going to take a huge hit. Now T1 in full control.
Oh, they're trying to go for something, but Zeka just going to get blown up. He's just gone, and Guma's alone. Delight's like, please don't kill my AD carry. But they will. And just like that, HLE Esports, one splash in the pan in this game, and that was about it. And I think it's just done from here. It's only Zeus, and T1 will look to push mid.
I'll give him 2 splashes, okay? They had the early game,
yeah,
and then they had that one moment where they said, Doran, that's illegal. We will punish you.
They're really trying to punish Zeus here. Send a message, perhaps. But the game is still over. At least it should be, as we're TPing to keep the minions alive.
And it wasn't the cleanest win here in Game 2 for T1. The draft definitely raised some eyebrows.
They did it in style, you know?
Yeah, they certainly said, look, this is what we do. We're T1. We win our way. Can't kill Zeus in the end, but they kill the second Nexus. And the people like myself who really doubted the draft when the draft ended, the people like myself who really doubted the draft after those kills in the bottom lane and a Vayne that was in the top lane are pretty quiet right now. As HLE Esports drop down 0-2, putting themselves at the end of week 1 at 1-1-0.
Yeah, and similar here for the side of T1, finishing at 1-1 after the loss to KT, but this is a much better look. I mean, they were able to come in here against HLE and really make it very clear that they are the stronger team. You know, there wasn't a lot of argument about that. There were some moments where they struggled a little bit to end the game in Game 1, but at the end of the day, it was solid wins in both games, especially in Game 2 where they came back from behind. And just like that, like our pre-show mentioned, Owner will get his 300th win in Saturday's Showdown in a 2-0. Congratulations to him. And what a game to do it on the Lee Sin, too.
Faker's mouse case there, man, was like, I don't know, it's such a Faker move, right? To have like this perfectly crafted mouse case for his mouse. I have to say, I doubted in Game 2 until, you know, the mistakes started happening with Guma in the mid lane. And I put it on record earlier this week. I'm going to say it again. I'm not buying Hanwha stocks right now. I think this team has a lot of work to do still.
Yeah.
And I think that virtually nothing has changed. And I think anyone who says that they look like a completely different and better team is just hopeful that that's the case, because I want to see them do well, but I've watched the same game 4 times now. Now, luckily for them against Bro, some of the mid-game woes and issues there didn't completely backfire. They had so much of a lead that it didn't matter. But there's something about Kanavi that we all know without saying, which is he refuses to back down. He refuses to back down. He refuses to back down.
Yeah.
And it's like, how do you tell a player who's built his entire career off of success through that to slow down, you know?
It's going to take a while.
He's not a rookie, right? It's his first real LCK season, but he's not a rookie. In fact, he's older than almost everybody in the LCK. He's been playing longer than almost anybody. Not in terms of LCK games, but in terms of professional play in a region that plays very differently than how we play here. And even though Owner picks Lee Sin and has a bit of a rocky start, he's just like, I know when to go in, I know how to play measured, I know how to find these angles. It's a tough POM vote for me. I locked it in, and I don't feel good about it because I think that
I would have just voted for Owner. After seeing Game 2, I would have, nah, it's just Owner.
There were 3 I thought about. Owner was one of them, and the other 2 were in the bottom lane. Pays had an incredible Game 2. Keria had good games across both. And I won't reveal my vote. You guys will have to see it on the space, but bit of a tougher one, especially with the second game being such a comeback. Game 1 a little bit less so. As we watch these final moments here for T1.
It's not a lot of talking. I'm curious what they said when they went in for Zeus. If there's
와 이거 가본다고? 진짜 잘한다. 에? 이거는 와 형 진짜 나 리스펙.
Well, not able to get Zeus in the end, and Pays was the damage
Totally
dealer in this
comfortable
game.
gold graph for fans of both teams. There were never any doubt.
Yeah, I don't.
For either. They're like at 13 minutes, you were like, of course Han will win this.
Such a strange game. Like, you know, 7 minutes in, this was like, how Live Esports are going to win this game? They have double AD carry. They're so far ahead. Like, this is done deal. And then it's just like, they did a belly flop into the pool.
Yeah, except like they found out halfway down the pool was covered in ice, like it was frozen solid. Owner
really
does
don't
pick
know.
it up.
And then T1 almost did the same thing with like Dorn flashing in and just dying. And they got chased down by Vayne and huge shutdowns went over to Vayne and stuff. And it just didn't matter because HLE did it again.
I will just say neither of these two teams are going to be in my #1 spot for our week one overreactions.
No. And I think you guys are actually filming that Pog State, right? Yeah, tomorrow. That should be pretty interesting to get your guys' thoughts on that one. But yeah, for me, it's probably still KT. You know, I think they just hold the crown. And we're all going to be very excited about them for this week, and we'll have to see how that does affect them. But yeah, T1 looking good against HLE. And as I said before, I think this really does prove that right now they're the much stronger team, especially with the 2-0 and the comeback victory and the dominant first victory. They just look like the better team.
How has the same problems, right? You know, we got to figure out how to mid-game team fight. We got to figure out how to play the map. We got to figure out how to slow Kanavi down and win those late games against strong teams. So, you know, obviously, LCK Cup, bit of a format issue for them picking up 10th, even though they picked up wins. Bro didn't. You know, we know this is the case. Like, we know that they were not the 10th team in LCK Cup, but are they a Legend Group team? That much still remains to be seen.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I do feel like they're very solidly middle of the pack. The middle of the pack extends from 3rd to 7th. So you can get a couple of teams down there in the Rise group from the middle of the pack. And it is a very strong middle of the pack. You know, you consider DK, Nongshim. You got even Gen G and T1 kind of in there. BNK, right? It's very interesting. Either way, guys, we do have the interview of the POM ready. Let's hand it over to Deer.
Thank you very much, guys, for the handoff. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by Owner on the side of T1. Your first win of the LCK regular season and a new milestone in your career, 300 all-time LCK wins. How do you feel? I'm just so relieved to win with a 2-0, and yeah, I just realized that I got 300 wins, which means that I have been in the scene for a long time. I've played for a while, so it feels great. It was a match against your former teammates at Hana, so did you expect the 2-0? It wasn't about expecting this score, but I just felt like we would win. And, you know, winning with a stop always feels great. And after the loss to KT, Coach Tom gave an interview saying that he would be reassessing the tier list. So internally, what areas did you try to improve? I think in terms of the meta, I feel like it is really determined based on what your own team is good at, like the champions and the picks that your own team is good at pulling off. So that actually affects the tier a lot. So I think we just tried to focus on what we're good at. And in game 2, there was Jungle Vi and some other picks left in the jungle, but you went with Lee Sin. So what was the reason behind it? I think Lee Sin is just such a well-rounded champion in terms of any sort of meta. And I was just considering him to pick. And I feel like given that it was such a good angle, I wanted to go ahead and pick him. And the result, it was just a show and tell. I'm just really happy and so relieved. And game 2 was an absolute back and forth. So at what point did you think the game was tipping to your favor? Yeah, we were losing in the early game, due to some of the things that we weren't able to execute, and in the bot lane, when Keria was able to go ahead and hit his Q on the Yunara and turn things around, I think that's when the game was going in our favor. And for the POM, I was not even thinking about that. I did not expect the POM. I actually feel a little overwhelmed because I thought I made too many mistakes. So then, who did you think would get POM today? Overall, I feel like Keria was the one that was able to make all those win conditions and all the turning points, all the playmaking. So I felt like he would get the POM today. And now that you got your first win, let's hear your goals and mindset into the rest of the LCK. Yeah, 300 wins. I think that's a huge milestone, but I hope that I can keep it up until 500 and then, all the way up to 1,000 wins. I want to do my best to make our fans proud and give them a good show. And anything you would like to say to your fans? Our previous match, we had a lot of shortcomings. Our form wasn't very good, so I'm sure you guys have been very concerned. And so maybe you guys were on the edge of your seats watching today's game, but now that we won, I hope that you look forward to us performing well in the next upcoming matches. And that is all from Owner, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Ayaya, as it is Mr. 300. Almost like bowling a perfect game, like Jonah Strong always does. He gets the POM today, as there are many different voters, including Jonah Strong, that went different ways. And yes, that's right, we have the flip-flopper himself. He is being punished for flip-flopping and getting it wrong. We'll hear from him on the global desk in just a little bit, as it was the 300th win for Owner. He's just been Mr. Consistent for this squad, especially over the last years. He gets it 7 out of 13. Keria pretty close. And you know what? Soup and Chijijik with some based votes?
Yeah.
Kind of nuts.
I think this is a good vote spread. Faker was really impactful in the Azir game. He got that game-ending stun onto the Talia as well. I do think also it was pretty obvious that the race was mostly between Keria and Owner, but I think the Faker shout-out very warranted.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't really do the eye-popping plays, but I think he was just so consistent. So even though they were really far behind in the early game, I think they had the scaling power from him. So I think it was really great and solid performance by him.
Yeah, this is the T1 I think you want to see. When things maybe don't go well early game, Faker's there to steady the rest of the squad and carry the game in game 1 and game 2. Again, fell behind early, but they found the fights they needed. Now let's get to the comments here for our Saturday showdown. Ox, you're first.
Yeah, LPL style can't be Owner. We know this guy's track record against the LPL, and Kanavi still keeps going at him with that very aggressive LPL style, and Owner's just like, yeah, I can beat that. I can beat that all day. So need to try something different, I think, next time.
And yeah, I voted for Keria, I think, but it's more for the bot lane. Yeah, sure. I mean, core for more ganks, You ganked with like Talia, Jarvan, whatever, but they still managed to win out the 2v2. I think that was really crucial. I mean, for me, for HLE, I think it was nothing about their mid and top. I think it was like jungle and their bot lane. They spent so much time on the bot lane, gave up so much resources, but Paze and Keria managed to win out the 2v2 was such a huge point for this series.
Yeah, extra special shout out to Paze, because I felt like on the Caitlyn, he pushed his damage well, and even though he fell behind early on the Lucian, he was still dashing around and dodging everything. Now let's take a look at our next comment. There's Helios. Chijijik, Lol Park, Lee Sin top 3.
I mean, he's using it again and again and again.
I'm hoping this is unordered, because there's no way.
You know what? I agree. Unordered, I accept, Helios. Sure. CT and Helios in the top 3 with Owner. Sorry, Pioshik.
Yeah, that's rough.
I mean,
sorry, Umpty.
No, he's going to use it again when Pioshik gets the POM with the lead.
Sorry, the guy who has a move named after him, Insec. Okay. Wolf going kind of the route that I think you went yesterday, right? It was gentleman jungler. He goes consistent carrier.
Yeah. I mean, I really feel like he did such a great play with the Nico. I think it was really great game 1 and also game 2. His Nami making plays on the bot lane when Yunara dashed in and he had no flash. He just flash R into bubble, and I think that was the game winning point right there.
Yeah. Great game there by Carrier. And then let's see, we have, there he is. The flip-flopper. Carrier's skill shots are so clean that even Mr. Flip-Flop myself regrets my decision. And we get to hear from him right now.
Explain yourself. Because I changed about... No. HLE win.
Ox, like you're so pressuring him.
Yeah, right. You deserve to lose because of this. This is your fault. How do you feel? This is your fault. Because...
Yeah, that's not the important part.
Conviction. You need conviction. Apologize. My first sorry to SK Global members and
Mauhaus and Mauhaus.
You wanted to say it.
Bad, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm glad we got the apology, right? I hope this is a lesson to anyone else who dares to flip-flop.
No flip-flopping. No flip-flopping.
It's not allowed. No, it's illegal.
JK, love you, Prince, but no flip-flopping. As we take a look at the standings after this one, it was back to the winning ways for T1, and it'll be a whole nother 365 days before we get to see if they go 0-2 in a week 1 of the season. Thank goodness that record is not touched for T1. For Hanwha Life Esports, it's back to the drawing board because you got the 2-0 against the Bros, and then you revert back to the ways that you looked at LCK Cup here in your second game.
I think already things are kind of getting a bit chaotic because HLE beat Bro and Bro beat BNK KRX. T1 lost to KT, but they beat HLE. You know, I think I want to see how it all shakes out in the first couple of weeks, but I feel like we're going to get a lot of interconnecting. This team beat this team, beat this team, beat this team. But right now we are starting. I mean, KT being 2-0. That still just stands out so heavily to me.
I mean, the pre-show, I literally mentioned that I have no doubt on the T1. We all know T1 is known as Circus. And yeah, it was such a great April Fool's joke by T1. Starting in Dumbo. I mean, Dumbo, we don't need you. Like, after them not having a Dumbo, such a clean game now, I think T1 back on this track.
Again, Dumbo, the very famous Korean streamer that they brought out, who had joined T1 as a content creator, was on the roster, was listed there in that April Fool's
0% win rate
game. 0% win rate there. All right. Well, DRX, Kiwoom DRX, trying to get themselves out of 0% win rate up against D plus Kia. That'll be our second matchup after the break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the LCK.
That's when I lift my mark into the stone.
To be great, I want championship rings and a trophy cabinet display. To be H, I feel like TBE. If I'm mid, then I'm KDB. Rookie, but somehow I still end up as the MVP. My kick game like Fredo, or better yet, MVP. Champion at MP3, that's why they all envy me.
Make the ground shake, make the ground shake. We did it like that way, we did it our way. Make the sound wave, make the sound wave. Hall of Fame theme music, man, we don't play. Make the ground shake, make the ground shake. We did it like that way, we did it our way. Make the sound wave, make the sound wave. Hall of Fame theme music, man, we don't play.
This is excellence personified. Tell coach, put me in, call my number, I'ma show up. And they ain't no stopping all the shots that I'ma throw up. Been the man since the boy, but now the boy is all grown up. All it takes is one chance to make your life blow up. It's game time.
Make the ground shake, make the ground shake. Make the ground shake, make the ground shake.
Don't look back now, only broken memories. All the glory spoken of for centuries. See you on the other side. Close your eyes, breathing deep, feel the high. Need the rush, feel the dark, overcome. Shadows whispering, calling from the deep. Don't wake me from my dreams. It's never what it seems. We're playing with We're playing with fire. We're playing with fire. Are we tempting fate? Or just playing the game? Look at what we made. Can we ever be saved? We're playing with fire. I walked where no one dared to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
to the LCK. We're here for the second match of the night. We got KRX up against D+ Kia. And this one should be pretty interesting. KRX coming off of a rough 0-2 loss, but same could be said for D+ Kia. So one of these teams has to come out with a win tonight.
That's true. You know, someone's going up and someone's going further down here in LCK 2026, as this standings graphic will perfectly illustrate. They both lost 0-2. And D+ Kia at the hands of Nongshim, right? Which was a bit of a shock considering D+ Kia's finish as well as Nongshim's finish in the LCK Cup. The loss for KRX felt a little bit more like what you'd expect, right? I mean, DNS taking a 2-0 win. Maybe you didn't expect that to be as clean as it was, but at the end of the day, both of these teams need a bounce back in a huge way. Should we talk about the roster now, or should we talk about it later? Because I think this is something that will surprise people. Okay, so it looks like we're talking about it now. Yeah. So we do see LazyField actually starting today for the first time in a while. I don't know if this was planned or not, but they did have a pretty rough performance with Jiwoo in their match earlier this week. So if you're planning on getting them back in there, maybe now's the time.
Might as well. I think it doesn't hurt to give him a shot, you know. I think he is a very capable player, so might as well just use who you have on your roster, and that is, of course, LazyField. You know,
he's got a great heart in his picture, by the way.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. Yeah, I do like that. I did want to mention that eventually we are going to have the homestand, obviously, in Vietnam, so it's nice to have a Vietnamese player on your roster and give him a chance to shine and to play. And, well, guys, it looks like we have time now for the teaser, so let's hop into that right now.
KRX 만날 때마다 질 것 같은 느낌은 안 들었던 것 같습니다.
D+ 기아 어려운 상대지만 플레이오프에서는 정말로 해볼 만하다고 느껴졌어요.
3대0이나 3대1로 끝낼 수 있다고 생각했었는데 KRX 선수들이 저력 있는 모습을 보여줘서 5세트까지 갔던 것 같습니다.
와! D+ 기아!
저희가 다시 만나면 이길 수 있다는 자신감을 얻었습니다. 이번에 제대로 각성해 보겠습니다.
크게 달라질 건 없는 것 같고 충분히 쉽게 이길 수 있을 것 같습니다.
루시드 선수, HK컵에 저희가 아닐 거예요. D+ 기아 상대를 시원하게 한번 승리해 보겠습니다.
Well, that was pretty interesting. Cal saying we are not the same team from LCK Cup, and you know what? They're not, because LazyField is starting today.
LazyField's back in here for KRX. I think LazyField shocked a lot of people when he was originally subbed in to this squad. He was the first ever foreigner to play in the LCK. And he grew up through DRX's academy system in Challengers, right? Like, this guy earned his spot. And practically, by all intents and purposes, with how he played and the fact that he's never played in any other region, you could think of him as an LCK player, right? He is not an import. And I think he still has so many Korean fans, despite obviously being Vietnamese and bringing a lot of DRX fans from Vietnam to watch this team. But playstyle-wise, he really reflects some of the styles we see from Smash, from Diablo, right? And looks for the really greedy, high-impact, risky plays. But it's the laning phase that we were never really able to get past for LazyField, that eventually meant that he was replaced by Teddy on the previous iteration of this team. And I mentioned one of those players is on the other side here in Smash for D+. So it's a really exciting matchup to see how Smash will stack up against LazyField. They're both obviously incredibly young, high-talent players, but Smash looking a little bit more successful here early on in his career.
Yeah, it certainly does feel that way. And going for the cheeky little intro once again, this time with the L around their chins. I think the last time they did it, just, you know, the classic Lucid style, just holding up the L. And we'll have to see if they can give KRX the L tonight. You know, that match against Nongshim was not very inspiring, to say the least, but we know what this team is capable of, especially this year. You remember the reverse sweep they pulled off against T1 and LCK Cup, and they did, in fact, go to Hong Kong, where they did fall, but, you know, that's a top 3 team in LCK Cup, and this is definitely a very capable squad. They just have to show up.
They certainly do, and we know that they can. Draft will play a big part in this series, I think. And how well can these squads empower their AD carries is a big question. Showmaker not having his greatest look here at the beginning of week 1. And it's a tired narrative. It really is, Valdez. It's one that we've talked about so many times, but it just continues to be true, right? Showmaker, whether he's on or off, across so many different iterations of this D+ roster since his team lifted a Worlds trophy, has been the deciding factor as to whether they perform or not. As Willer is rocking the new hair here. Lucid and Shiu have a lot of great synergy. I think it's been built up. I think they're looking a lot better. But what Showmaker do we get? And what's the current form of Lazyfield? These are questions that we're going to have answered in the series. Well, is Lazyfield coming in as an experiment? You know, they see a weakness in D+ right now. They didn't look great in their last matchup, and they're like, look, there's never going to be a better chance to test this guy out again, give him some real stage experiences early on in the season. Or are they trying to say, Gio, you botched it. You better step it up because Lazyfield might be the main new guy. We don't have answers to those questions right now, but that's, I think, to me, what is the most exciting part about this series is we're going to learn a lot. We're going to see some development happen across this best-of-3 career. Also, having a bit of a shaky one.
Yeah, still trying to find that consistency for sure, as was Lazyfield's issue, I think, when he first came back, or when he first showed up, rather. And, you know, I feel like Lazyfield also has a lot of fans because we didn't know what to expect, and he's very different from everyone else in the fact that he's Vietnamese, but also he showed up and he actually played really well, and he was very aggressive. He didn't hold back, and I think it was very refreshing for his team's fans at that time. And so kind of hoping that maybe they get that same refreshment today. As second pick going to be the choice here for KRX. Have been seeing that a little bit more recently.
I do think it's really smart. You know, Wadid has been pushing for this quite a bit. And I think that there's a lot of evidence to back up that you get so much out of this right now in this meta. Pantheon will be banned. And we'll see if Rumble gets banned here on second pick for QM. That is the response. Varus, there's a few other picks that you can optionally ban, but I think these are the big 3, right?
Yeah.
Like the Rise could see a look, Orianna,
Karma.
Here. Karma is one of the other big ones.
Varus, by the way, totally ignored in our first series of the day. It was banned actually in game 1, so that does count, but ignored in game 2. Vi, taken away from Lucid.
And the Azir will be taken away from UCal, so Karma likely to be in this spot. And it leaves a lot of options. Ooh, going for the Jace ban instead.
And Jace is pretty interesting. It's actually a comfort pick for Rich. Maybe they want to save it for him for another game. It's a very strong blind pick right now. It's pretty much the only one that feels okay.
Well, this means you're giving over the Karma, and the only thing I could think of is maybe they thought Ashe Seraphine was going to get locked, and they were like, nah, Karma's actually good here. So if you go Ashe first pick, we have the answer in the Karma. And instead, they're going to deny the Ezreal. Because I actually don't think that Ashe Seraphine beats the Karma lane right now. But now you have an Ezreal pick into the Karma, which denies one of the strongest pairings with Karma, but it doesn't mean that you just win by default. So a bit of a strange one here. And I kind of feel like when you go for second pick, I'm supposed to be wowed by what happens when the big Karma goes over. I'm like, okay, well, surely there's a strong plan here. They picked second pick. They're going to get 2 for the 1. And I'm left with a Ezreal and Xin Zhao, which are fine in their own right.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, Xin Zhao individually is good as a jungler, kind of fits in any composition. He's definitely top tier right now. But yeah, the Ezreal takeaway is a little bit of like, you know, we were expecting prep. Instead, we got a very reactionary kind of Ezreal pick. Orianna still available. Definitely something that Showmaker likes to go to very often.
Jarvan here, and it's like, it fixes your engage problem. You have the ball set up. It's not great into Ezreal, but it is a very powerful combo. Nocturne actually a really good shout. Jhin Karma is kind of what I expected to see because it is the other strong Karma lane that has really strong laning power. It's one that is certainly giving Atlas a bit of a stress attack at home right now, but it's a classic. It's an oldie and a bit of a baddie if you're Atlas, but for everyone else, you know.
Remember Rise?
Yeah, that does. That was the plan all along. As we'll give them the Karma, and then they'll forget about Rise, and we'll just.
It's like one of Showmaker's best picks too, but I guess he said, "Well, I'm fine playing Orianna into this, so I'll just pick Orianna, and if they pick Rise, it's whatever." But now they probably just banned Nocturne Jarvan.
Is this a meta where Karma top could come back? You know, flex it up there as a ranged pick. You know.
Honestly,
swap it up.
Probably.
I do wonder.
I feel like Karma's pretty much viable anywhere if she's strong.
Well, they got the Jhin here with the Karma for the lane, and now they lost the good junglers for Orianna, so that's pretty expensive of a choice here for D+, so they give Smash the Jhin. So not sure how this draft is going to operate, because it doesn't really have a lot of consistent damage right now, nor does it have Engage, so D+ are going to have to solve these problems later on, whereas QM DRX have both safety as well as big damage. So they have a front line, and they can lock in and engage support if they're willing to weather the storm in the lane. Like classically, we've seen a lot of Leona with the Ezreal. The Nautilus was banned away, so maybe that's what Andil ends up with here. Unless he has some sort of other range support he thinks he can go toe-to-toe with his Karma with, but the answer is probably not.
Nico. I mean, Nico isn't one that can go toe-to-toe with Karma, but it does offer so much just as a pick.
Yeah, it's an engage tool that they sorely need. This feels a little bit desperate because it is not going to do a whole lot for you pre-6.
Yeah, Orianna Wukong we saw in tandem with Bard. I forget which team was playing that. If it was Genji or T1. I think it was Genji. We saw a lot of that trio.
Yeah, it might have even been BNK who did it every now and then, but it's not going to be the Bard in this game, as we are going for a blind pick for Xiu. And the Mbessa looks to be what he goes for here. This could be answered by so many picks on the side of DRX. Like, this pick in itself turns this comp into a dive comp, but the Gnar feels a lot safer. But now the Gnar feels a little bit disconnected from what this draft is trying to do. So neither feel very good. And now we'll see what Rich is going to play here. Because I thought if you go for that, the Ambessa, they can play Renekton so easily. And Rich loves the Kennen. He was our first Gunblade Kennen here in the LCK. And all they need is follow-up engage here in a safe top lane matchup, because the Karma will win lane, but will struggle to set up fights. I think the early game here for D+ Kia is incredibly wonky. Like, it is really difficult to actually gain an edge, gain advantages. Even though you have the Karma lane, the Wukong trying to secure early dragons is not going to be a freebie. And I do think that Showmaker needs to have a lot of control over this lane into the Rise, which is much easier said than done if they're going to be able to get early objectives. And do they outscale Kiwoom? I don't think so either. You know, there's a Rise and Ezreal on the other side. I have to feel, and I think you could probably tell, Valdez, from my feelings.
Oh, I can tell.
The early draft. I think we have to give the edge to Kiwoom on this one. Drafted looking a lot more robust and a lot more meta.
Yeah, I would agree. I do think that, you know, obviously it will come down to the gameplay. We've seen a lot of wins early on in week 1 here of LCK, kind of won by draft, but also, you know, especially when we get to like middle of the pack, it might just be that DK just outplay them. You know, that could also just happen. Still a lot of comfort over here. You know, she did have to go over to the blind Gnar because there's not a lot of other good blind choices playing right into Rich's Kennen, but we'll see how the gameplay actually plays out as it's D+ Kia versus KM DRX for game number 1.
미니언들이 상성되었습니다.
All right, here we go. Game 1 of our second series. If you missed the first one, spoilers. If you're a Hanwha Life Esports fan, you might not want to watch the replay. T1 played well, but it wasn't necessarily all because of them that it was a quick 2-0. That's what I'll say. But a win's a win in their column.
It's a year of the horse, Valdez, so I don't really want to beat any dead ones right now. It would feel disrespectful.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna leave it with what you said there, and we'll move on to our second series. As LazyFeel here returns to the LCK. Tough matchup into the Karma. And I struggle to say that this was their plan if the Karma was locked in, that they were just going to take the Ezreal away and go to Nico, because they hovered for a really long time and ultimately decided to do this. Maybe it'd be more accurate to say they were surprised by the Karma and were hoping to get it themselves. Maybe they were expecting that the Ryze was going to be first picked or something else, but we'll see how he does, because he's been given a pretty awkward and tough matchup here in his first game to lane into the Karma. But if he gets out of the lane, he has so much carry power. And like his counterparts in Smash and Diablo in terms of young, aggressive AD carries, he's very good at Ezreal. Yeah. He likes it. It's one of his favorite picks. So we'll see. I think that that's one of the big things about this game is it doesn't matter if you have the scaling Ezreal if you don't perform on it.
Yeah. I think that's the thing, though. That's why I'm like kind of okay with the Ezreal pick, just because I know it's big comfort for LazyFeel. He's making his comeback to the LCK today, and sometimes you just gotta feel good about the champion you're playing and have a lot of experience on it, and that'll help you perform better than maybe something a little bit more meta. But I mean, Ezreal's
just a little
certainly in the meta, but like
it's not like a problem with the Ezreal. It's just that the draft where when you go for a second pick and you give Karma and your answer is like, oh, I didn't expect them to do that. We left Karma open. That part didn't leave me with a lot of confidence. More than the Ezreal pick itself is just like how they handled it. But enough about that. Let's talk about Willer. I think Willer has. I think Willer has had a pretty good year so far.
Yeah.
We were left wondering why he was benched in the first place. And when he came back at first, we were like, okay, still a little bit rusty, but he's been one of the more consistent parts of this roster, which is pretty crazy to say, across the beginning here of 2026. And he's already making an impact here with Rich in the top side. Help him grab a plate.
Yeah, it's good, though, that she was able to back away. I think he was definitely potentially orange buff territory if he stuck around.
The cool thing is, if you're playing into the Ezreal Karma as LazyFeel and Andil, you're like, well, we'll just let it push in. We'll grab as many minions as we can, and that's the game. And Wukong isn't a jungler until level 6, so you're like, all right, let's just let them sit down there, and we'll get some advantages topside. He isn't getting too many of the minions down here, though. It's a bit of an issue, as he was abandoned early by Andil. He's going to try to make a play on a Showmaker. I don't know if it could have been any more transparent, but good luck down there, LazyFeel. I don't want to play against the Karma.
Andil is still here. And he'll return back down. I mean, you know, he's making a little roam while he's got some time. Yeah, in the 1v1, LazyFeel should be okay.
Yeah, he will be fine. Although if he stays for one more wave, like that's when UCal presses tab and starts to look through some of those options. It's going to help relieve some of this pressure. CS pretty heavily favoring Showmaker at the moment, though. LazyFeel has, again, consistently struggled to farm in the LCK. And in this matchup, let's just say he's kind of playing with one hand tied behind his back and with Andil leaving him alone. A little bit tricky, but to find yourself 15 CS down here, sub 5 minutes, it's not impossible for that to occur, but you don't want it to happen. And it's going to be a great start here for Smash. Feels very comfortable with how this lane has started, gets his Dirk and Boots on first back, and we'll come over here and continue to put the pressure on.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if DK end up having enough damage, if this ends up being a close game. I do think with Orianna and Wukong for the combo and then the Jhin to follow up, it should be enough, as long as you're not too far behind, but KRX definitely having a lot more damage with the cannon that did come through last. And of course, we know what Ryze and Ezreal can do.
The Orianna combo will be a lot of burst. And because there's so much space gained with the Gnar, Wukong, and Orianna frontline, I mean, like the Orianna can put a shield on herself. There's a Karma shield there, so even Wukong is like quite difficult to deal with his passive as well. The Jhin should have free reign. Like Smash should be able to do exactly what he wants. You just have to get those kills quickly, because if the longer fight happens and UCal and LazyFeel are alive, then you're gonna really feel the pressure. Is Willer is seemingly aware of this.
Just kind of hanging out in their jungle.
He does not have level 6, and Lucid is able to rush level 6 super quick here. So this is a pretty strong position for D+.
Yeah, was able to pick up the Skull Crab. Gives him that burst into level 6, and Willard just says, you can have my blue buff. I do not care. There's nothing I can do about it, at least. Bit of an ult up in the top side. We do see the stun does come down, and Shu gives him the thumbs up and walks away.
Hex-Tech Alternator, you know, a little bit of a spike in terms of damage as the stun set up. No Mega for Shu, but it is just going to be a TP, and since Rich already TP'd back, doesn't really matter too much. Walks it off quietly, now has his Merc Treads. Or as Malhouse used to say, threads.
Yeah, Merc Threads. I always wondered where that came from.
I don't know. I don't think they're made with thread. They look, in fact, more rubberized.
I mean, it could be like enchanted thread, you know?
Ooh, that's
like some kind of magical footwear, you could say.
Well, you know, they're mercurial. So
what
like,
does that even mean? Like,
I
are they
think
made with
mercury's in it, so like, it's probably not good for your feet.
Yeah, I don't think you should be wearing those. But maybe if they're enchanted, it's okay.
I guess that could be how you make sure to stop the mercury poisoning, yeah. The spell.
They really thought of everything when they made these boots with mercury.
Because when I hear, I don't know why, but when I hear Merc Treads, the first thing that comes to mind is like mercenary.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wait, that's not right.
Mercenary threads.
Yeah. Like, what did they have to do? Like, who hired them so they could get the thread?
Probably some kind of shoemaker.
Well, it's showmaker. That's slander, actually.
Yeah,
that's true. Shouldn't say that.
Yeah. Well, we're trading objectives. Nothing's happening. There was that moment where Willer was like, I'm going to do something in the top line. And then she was like, nah.
He did kind of annoy Xiu briefly. But the Wukong disadvantage pre-6 was just kind of, it didn't happen. As
doing it
again. To do a thing.
Yeah, this time Xiu has Mega. So Rich took a bunch of damage before that, so he had to back away.
Looks like he just wanted to use it to get it back, and he will get said back. It's a little tempo maelstrom.
Tempo back?
Yeah.
I'm not feeling any tempo vibes in this game. I don't think either team has them.
I kind of feel like D+ has a slight tempo vibe. That's kind of what I'm picking up. It's the slightest of vibes. Like, I'm seeing a lot of blue on the numbers, so maybe I'm actually misreading the vibes. I'm just using my brain to analyze the game.
Definitely should not use your brain.
No, I'm cheat vibing, okay?
What is going on here? Just a ton of damage eaten by Ondil, just kind of for free. We did see he took the 4th bounce of the grenade, and then he got rooted. Or no, that was LazyFeel. But then that kind of started a trade, and then Ondil had to kind of tank up a bunch of damage.
LazyFeel barriered as well, as wanted to keep that health on that shot. So that is a barrier down. I don't know if it matters, really, in this matchup. I mean, Smash has barrier advantage, but I don't think LazyFeel is going to be going in any all-ins onto him. As this has just been Karma saying, you will lose money, we will generate an advantage. That is what happens.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, it's pretty decent for LazyFeel and Ondil. I don't think it looks good, like they're just kind of getting bullied in bottom lane, but what you said before about the Wukong, just, you know, not really having a lot of early momentum, you can't really dive this lane either. Eventually, you just end up with an Ezreal and a Nico, which are two very good individual picks, as long as you can get out of lane.
She was going to hold this wave here, and that's smart. And we do have the Hex, Hexblade, Gunblade, Gun Hexblade, Blade. That's kind of a little.
That's the full name.
Gun over there.
Can you say that one again? I think I need to
Hextech
write
Gunblade.
it down.
Hextech Gunblade.
Oh.
Yeah, there you go.
It sounded a lot longer the last time.
I just used the short version this time.
Oh, okay. So he's actually hitting all that CS until he decided to go in for the hyper proc. So good on him.
Yeah, this is a pretty
keeping
quiet,
it tight.
Quiet game because Karma, and also because Wukong. Like Karma says, you can't do anything in the bottom lane, and Wukong says I can't do anything in the early game anyways.
Oh, okay, Career. He's gonna trade flashes with the Nico. I mean, that's a win for the Karma.
Yeah, I mean the Karma just kind of sits back and shields and throws Qs out. The Nico needs that flash to engage, and speaking of flash, Lucid still has his, so they're gonna have to play respectfully.
Also, Yukal just getting super low in mid.
Now, Showmaker used his ult to make that happen, so isn't going to be able to ult Yukal, but still hits him with another Q. And now they're looking for LazyField, who has flash and his E, you have to imagine. It's a big wave, though.
Yeah, he's trying to push onto Smash a little bit, and he just gets burst down. First blood will go over to Smash.
If only he had his barrier from earlier that he used, then maybe he would have been able to get one more turret shot to trade it. He didn't have it, and this is finally D+ taking these small advantages, which has just been taking the jungle away, taking vision away. Lucid's just been kind of pitching a tent in Willer's jungle, and then finally they turn it into a kill. Finally, they're able to collapse onto LazyField. His barrier's up now, but that's a huge hit, as now the Jhin is suddenly 1,300 gold ahead.
Yeah, it really does feel like it's kind of all of a sudden, like we were just hanging out, talking about mercenary threads, and then all of a sudden, now DK are very far in the lead for this early on in the game. They also got the first dragon, which feels nice. I feel like that feels even better than the grubs, generally. And now we're just chasing down Ondo, who is trying to get away from Showmaker into the death realm. Okay.
Well, I mean, look,
he could get
Career,
in the realm more.
He hit him with the big poke. What was he supposed to do?
Yeah.
Didn't have flash. He couldn't go down. He went up, and then Career had the big chunk out of him. Showmaker finishes the kill. It isn't looking great so far here for Kiwoom.
Oh, that was a very nice stun. Shiu sits him down, as Rich did not see that one coming.
Looking a little bit less great for Kiwoom after that one.
What is this game? Like, nothing has happened except DK just, like, taking free kills left and right, and now it's like a gigantic lead out of nowhere.
The lane that had prio for Kiwoom was the top lane. They played through Rich a little bit, but she was like, I'm Gnar. He did the little gnarly, and then that was kind of the end of it. Rich got the early Gunblade buy, but then didn't have boots, so that didn't really help him. He has boots now, but well, maybe perhaps Kiwoom are able to get this Infernal Dragon if they can utilize this Rise to zone away Lucid.
Trying to make something happen here on a Career. He does not have flash. That's a lot of burst damage into him, but a lot used to take him down. Lucid trying to peel, but he's also going to die. And out of nowhere, Kiwoom DRX take 2 kills.
All right. Drops the gold lead here for D+ to 3.3. And Showmaker trying to get his way out of here. We'll be fine. Trying to look for LazyField is Shiwu.
Okay. Well, he's going to get rooted and nearly dies to the turret. Not the cleanest one there.
It's okay, he didn't have to use any summoners. He kept them interested, as we're going to watch Shiwu's big success here. Rich is slowed. Rich is really low, actually, at this moment, but it's really just the really strong crush. And the follow-up there, Rich just trying to get access to the wave. Here, Career is caught. True Shot Barrage layered on top. Willer goes through. His defensive Cyclone is unfortunately just not enough.
Yeah.
And Willer's ultimate, honestly, not even that important in all of that.
Yeah, Career was forced to flash earlier and just trying to get vision around that dragon that was up, the Infernal. It's Mountain Soul, by the way, so pretty valuable there. But yeah, he thought he was safe. He had Lucid nearby, and a nice flash forward from Yukal to land the root means that he is essentially dead.
Jin really does not like to play into Mountain Soul. He does not like to, because he's Jin, as we've kind of...
Yes, he is Jin.
That's what...
This time Smash is Jin.
Yes. Smash went for the Rapid Fire Cannon after Ghostblade variant this time around. With Mountain Soul on the other side, you're really just not able to cut through anything on anyone. So that's kind of bad for them if KRX do end up getting that. Otherwise, you know, it's great for Wukong, pretty good for Gnar, decent for Jin himself. Get a few extra shots in. As, oh boy. I'll slow the game down a little bit
Andil
more.
was standing still. And
I thought you were going to say he was standing up in real life.
No, that would be crazy.
And I think that's against the rules.
I don't think you're supposed to do that. You know,
Yukal found out about sitting down more. He was once sitting down and then sitting down even more onto the floor.
Yes.
You remember that
He
moment?
did do that, yeah. He also did the thing where he jumped on the desk.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried about that.
Yeah, I was a little worried for him. I'm like, I don't know if you're going to get away with that. Like, you might get fined. I have no idea what is happening.
This is, I mean,
yeah.
I think this fan might just be like a friend of someone who came to a League of Legends game and doesn't know what League of Legends is. But like, if you do know League of Legends, you're watching this game, this fan sign kind of still does apply with this game thus far. As we will let you guys know what's happening as soon as we do. There was another fan next to them, but I didn't quite get to read their sign there.
It said, Riot, I beg you, please give Akshan a new skin, please. And then it had like a tag.
I think you gotta flip the sign over and give them a concept, and then maybe they'll raise their eyebrows.
Yeah, maybe they're just waiting for the right idea. That's gotta be it.
I kind of forget that Akshan is a champion sometimes. It was Doran who played it in the finals, right? What was it, 2022?
Yeah.
Where
Yeah,
we were like, There's some Kiwoom fans here.
There you go. Sounds like we're resuming soon. And from what it looked like, Andil was just standing still, and I think he just disconnected. Weirdly,
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the issue was, but seems like it was resolved pretty quickly. Here's that sign again. Riot, I beg you, give Akshan a new skin, please.
Well, he left his Twitter tag there, so maybe he's got the explanation of what skin he's looking for on his Twitter.
Yeah. Well, 16 losses in a row for KRX. Today is the day we get our revenge. It's a reported client issue, apparently. So it's also been 1 year since Xiu's debut. So congratulations to him. And it looks like we're back in game. So no more standing still. And back to the fighting.
Good position here for Willer.
Yeah, well, Willer's going in there, although Lucid is going to spin around and run away really quickly. And now we got a TP coming in, and now Andil's is dead. Willer now has to back away from this one, but he's going to be locked up. Might get a little disengage cone action there, but she was ready for that one. Lands the double wallop into the shockwave on him. And D plus Kia just sit them right back down.
Can we get that fan sign that said, I have no idea what's going on? Can we get that one back up?
I have no idea what's happening.
Can we get that Cadral paint? I have no idea what's going on. .bmp image up. So initially, it looks like Willer has found an angle here, but unfortunately, both of his soul laners are nowhere to be seen, and the Cyclone value is crazy. The Pop Blossom is really high value for D+, as it hits no one and then isolates him to be picked. And then the Jin is able to follow up so easily here because, again, there's so much front line. And Xiu is just having a game. He was able to buy enough time there with the wallop to then set up the shockwave for Showmaker. As Andil, we had his Pop Blossom, like I kind of joked about, was pretty high value for D+. I hope it's not related to what is going on with his client, because
I don't think so, because they resumed right after they fixed the issue, and then the team fight immediately happens. So I would assume that whatever the issue was, it was fixed. Then he got to play the game. Well, a little bit.
I mean, look, again, it's all speculation that if he claims that it affected his game, then we're going to probably have a little bit of a, we got to check his in-game recording and all that stuff. So it may be a bit of a longer pause. It may also just be simply like resolved in a non-issue here, but we'll let you guys know as soon as we get the full update.
Yeah.
Either way, the Pop Blossom hit air, right? And he needed that to hit to follow up there because the Cyclone was really high value, and then the Jhin ultimate, like everything we talked about for how D+ draft can work was on display there. As the Pop Blossom, didn't isolate him, he wouldn't have died, but it wouldn't necessarily have saved the rest of the team fight for them either.
A lot of good signs out there. We saw one from a Kia Tigers fan. Looks like they lost today in baseball. And then he came down to support D+ Kia.
Let's go DRX. That's what that says.
Kium DRX.
Sorry. Well, it doesn't say Kium DRX on the sign.
He left a little space there on the left, Yumso. That is GOAT.
Yeah, I mean, I know.
I think he threw it into...
Okay, so he's just... I think he's just trying to draw a GOAT of Faker thing, but then he says, let Jiwoo go. Let him go free.
I think that's fair. He has, yes. And that's definitely CV Max. I can tell by the biceps.
Oh, I thought it was because he had a really long rant that was incredibly detailed and seems quite aggressive.
That.
I wasn't looking at the face at all. I just saw all the text behind it. I was like, well, that's CV Max.
Yeah. It's pretty clear who that was for many different reasons.
Well, to say this game has gone at a glacial pace might be a little too fast.
I'm not sure. It's a lot of nothing happening, and then all of a sudden, Kium DRX just dies, and then we're like, oh, okay, now DK is massively far.
Well, they were getting strangled, by D+ throughout the early game, especially through the bottom lane, and then the Wukong got to level 6 without any issue. They took away all the jungle camps.
We got more baseball.
Did he just shrug, or this is just live? I thought that was a GIF at first. He's just putting on the KBO.
It's just live. Yeah.
Yeah, we did have some KBO commentators.
Oh, that's a ball out wide to the right. Nearly
we got
a wild
new
pitch.
KBO commentator here on the LCK Global
Well,
side.
they were here. They were commentating over there on the Korean side. Yeah. So, might as well do their job.
Valdez has always, been interested in doing English commentary for the KBO.
Yeah.
I should contact him.
Hire me.
You could be the Vald analyst, and I'll just be the play-by-play.
Yeah, sure.
Ball!
Mix it up.
We could
I don't think that's how they do that in
esports
baseball.
commentate baseball.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm like, pop fly, he's running. Oh!
What?
Oh, I suppose just coming in despite the injury. Yeah, of course, never misses D+ game.
It looks like a blitzcrank foot.
I guess so. I mean, I suppose casts and other things can be quite hard and look metallic.
Yeah, but it was also orange, yellowish orange. I don't know. We're gonna have to get an instant replay of that.
So that was Kiwoom playing in the baseball game against the Twins, I suppose.
Yeah.
LG's baseball squad. All right, I don't know what the end result was, but Andil
resolved
is still we're not chrono breaking, and he's still died, and D+ was still 6,000 gold ahead. So I suppose nothing will change regardless of what happened there. Hopefully he doesn't have any further issues.
Yeah. We're still back in this very weird game. It's been a weird day. With,
Nars just always punchline.
Oh man, we still got to get the most vocal team comp ever. I remember we lined it up. It was Gnar and
Lysandra,
Lulu. We had one for each role.
Is it Kalista for AD carry?
I
Oh, Ezreal's got to be the one. G-Sun says Sivir, Ezreal, but like Ezreal, man, he just never shuts up.
Also, I don't know if it was Lulu. Maybe it was Seraphine, because I don't know if you've ever played ARAM against Seraphine. Over and over and over again.
Like, we get it. Your voice is warmed up, all right?
Yeah.
Ezreal really is yapping, though.
Yeah, he really is.
Ezreal's probably my most played AD carry, and let me just tell you, he does not have a college degree. Yeah.
Who was the jungle? Who was the vocal jungle? Did we ever figure that out?
I'd have to think about that one more. Jin's starting to get a little loud right now.
No, he's always whispering.
He's always
kind of
like
weird,
whispering loudly, but it kind of defeats the purpose of whispering when he's like, "Dude!" I'm like, that's they can hear you, man.
It's like he wants to be heard, but he also wants to be cool. I think that's kind of Jin's whole vibe at the same time.
I don't know if I'll ever understand Jin's whole vibe.
Like, what does he say? I don't play Jin, so I actually don't know what he says.
Wheeler wants to play the game, but he will not hit as Wind Becomes Lightning, so he's just going to continue not playing the game as Rich is going to flash Showmaker's ult.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the issues with picking Kennen into Orianna, especially if you get behind, is like, yeah, you're going to be good against Gnar in the lane, but then eventually Showmaker just finds you, and it's like, well, I don't get to play against Orianna very much, because I get outranged, and I can't close the distance, and she's quite tanky. So I don't have all-in pressure, so... Yeah, Rich just doesn't really get to play the game much this time around.
Yeah, it feels like Kiwum are just kind of like sitting back and taking the punches, you know? They're huddled in the corner, hands up.
Yeah.
And D+ are eventually going to kind of kill him by chip damage, as Rich here does not have flash for a Maelstrom, so he can't really do anything, as they are going to try to use the Dragon as an engage tool. Herald is out here for Lucid.
Yeah.
He's going to look for the big Herald sweep around.
He's not going to be out of the Herald for the smite. So...
Big Herald sweep around.
What's happening?
Big Herald sweep around. Got him. Lazy feels in trouble.
He is actually. I think he might die here.
Oh,
hey, down he goes. The play. It actually happens. All calculated. I have no idea what's happening today. Oh no, not the disengaged cone. Yeah, he's actually...
Lucid was so calculated, Valdez. Give Dragon kill Lazy
top
Field.
lane. He's like, I don't know what you guys are doing, but I'm not taking part in this. Okay, like, I did not sign up for this. Well, actually, he did when he joined DK. That's just kind of the way this goes.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, he got career shield.
Nice. 5-0 for Showmaker in this game. 9,000 gold lead.
Yeah, he and Smash have reversed KDAs in this game.
Yeah.
All right, so watch this. Initially, you might think, okay, maybe he'll use that as an escape. Maybe Smash walks forward. He just goes, nah, I'm not really interested in the Dragon. Not really interested in escaping. I'm playing the long con. Look at Lazy Field. Lazy Field's like, hold on. Look, Lazy Field tried to Q him. He's like, idiot. I get out of here. Go for the Cyclone. Follow-ups there from Smash. Showmaker's already wrapped around. They did trade one back. He dies for it, but well worth.
Well worth, absolutely. 501, 105, 201.
9,000 gold lead at 22.
It's a lot of numbers that make sense in a game that doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, I look at the data, I see the numbers, I see the big gold leads, I see the graphs. Thank you, production, for the graph up. I still don't feel like I understand, but I can tell you guys that D+ are winning and QM are still waiting to play the game. Like they're like, I would like the game to
They really have not played the game at all. I think that's where the majority of our confusion comes from. It's just like nothing. They've just sat around trying to do things and failed at every turn. As now Shiu gonna get all in again.
He's trying to play the game. Hold on, Willer's coming.
The hop is not going to be used on the minion, but I think he's got enough room to get away and enough vision as well, just to know 100%.
Ooh, the snipe. Ah.
What would Ezreal have to say about that?
It was a near hit.
Well, a lot of poke from the Jin Karma. Very annoying to even stick around for Lazy Feel.
Gauntlet, you're embarrassing me. All right.
Still trying to
the fans
think
watching this
about-
game have suffered enough. They are going to look for a potential dive here.
All right, well, they're going to find Showmaker. They did do about 40% of his HP with everything they had. The Shockwave did miss everyone, though, so that's a little trade-off from Showmaker.
Yeah, bit of a potential TP angle for Shu if they wanted to continue the play, but instead, they have full vision around Baron. They could take a reset here because there's no way KRX can actually start this and finish it. So they can just kind of reset and go back to Baron with that TP for Shu. He has Hullbreaker, by the way. As he's like, well, if they're just going to not fight us and just sit under turret, I guess I'll just push as far as I can. Please don't join me. And push elsewhere. As he's like, this is now a 4-1 comp.
He has declared it, so. I do like the Banshee's Veil pickup from Showmaker, just to make sure that he's not getting caught by Ryze and Kennen, and it's also some MR against double AP.
It really suits the theme of this game, where D+ will keep winning and not lose. As
All right,
maybe
they're
they'll lose
really trying to get Shu this time. And
Hullbreaker, baby.
I think they will. Okay, there's the sun. Okay, they did get him. The shutdown for you, Cal. Everybody was bought.
And they didn't start the Baron because they have a JHIN over here.
Smashes Jin.
Yeah, so cannot quite get the cross map on this one. So actually, UCal may even get some bounty gold here. I don't know how low that turret is, but I mean, he's Ryze at 25 minutes, so probably going to get some bounty gold. As I know Smash didn't hit that turret probably even one time, but he's got a stacked wave there, so some money will go over to QM. There it goes.
Yeah, it was a decent amount. Looks like Objective Bounty's gonna go away soon after that kill on the turret, and they're just gonna start up the Baron.
Showmaker's got him a Jais, and we all know what that means.
Means he's gonna try to stack it.
Yes, and it'll get more ability power per takedown.
Yeah.
And if he dies, he'll lose stacks.
That is what it means. Tons of damage already done to Willer, and he's even gonna be rooted by the Jin. And just like that, Willer's like, well, I guess I'm just gonna attack you.
Stat skank! Oh, unsuccessful.
Well, they got the Baron, and now the Jin is gonna open up the curtains, and Rich will die. That is what will happen. Nice shot there from Smash. Nowhere for Rich to go, no flash, and no more health. As even Anna's gonna be caught by a little wallop. And again,
Yeah,
it's just kind of Kyum just not able to do anything.
Yeah, they really just didn't get to play the game. So we talked about what the draft could have done, what the scaling opportunities were. Well, they certainly did not get to a place where they could fight or do anything except hide, as somehow UCal didn't die this game. And maybe you should stay in the fountain and preserve that KDA, because I don't think anything's going to change here.
Yeah, at this point, might as well. Lucid is going to go in and die. He didn't have to do that, but they will. And we do have Meganar about to pop. And D plus Kia say, you know what? Let's be a little safer. There's 3 of them alive. 4 now. And now we got a TP coming in from Rich. Rich?
He doesn't have Flash or Rocket Belt. And he has this, I guess he can speed up because he's Kennen. Like, can he? I don't think he can. He TP'd pretty far away. Maybe he can. No. Hold on, Realm Warp.
All right. Dragon's going to help out against Meganar here.
Rich, can he get there?
Rich? And she looks like he is not very long for this world, as Willer will take him out. And now all of a sudden, Kyum DRX down 10,000 gold. Not a care in the world. They're going to take Mountain Soul points.
I suppose, you know, I mean, bounties came back up. That's a big win. Maybe we underestimated UCal, because not only did he not hide in the fountain and save his KDA and concede the point like Kyum has done most of this game, he came out of the fountain, helped defend, and still didn't die, kept his KDA perfect. That's a master of confidence, you know, in UCal in this situation. I don't want to watch this again. That's why I wasn't talking about it.
Yeah.
Three-shot barrage does a little bit of damage.
How about this
here.
play? You want to talk about this one?
Well, I mean, no, not really, but UCal, look, he wasn't hiding. He's like, got him. Career takes an extra turret shot. D+ want to push in. They regret it. It's so point for Kyum at 9,000 gold down. Hey, one more dragon, and maybe we have a conversation about what this game could look like in 15 minutes time. I mean, he's got Actualizer. UCal's level 18. Look,
yeah, I mean, he's playing the game, kind of.
Showmaker, he only has 13 stacks. He still doesn't do that much damage, right? I mean,
where's his Actualizer?
He's going Void Staff next, or perhaps Crypt Loom. Maybe Crypt Loom in this case. Rich. Okay.
Rich!
He's gone.
Yeah, he's gone. And now UCal says, I'm very angry. I'm going to run it.
No, that perfect KDA!
He's going to preserve it for now. Career, the only one to get ulted. Lucid actually pretty low.
Okay.
Has to back out of this one.
Double carries here, starting to do some damage.
Bit of a wonky fight. They're trying to kill Smash, who misses his flash. At least he got the kill, because, man, that was ugly. And yeah, he's going to fall. Now Lucid is back. You remember that this team was fighting. And also Shiyu says, I've had enough of this game. Let me end it. And the crowd applauds because they're like, yes, please end the game. Shiyu is also going to finally get a couple of them down and just give him the POM.
My God, now those Nexus turrets respawn.
No!
Rich is back!
Revert that change, please. Rich is not back. Down goes the Nexus. T plus Kia win game number 1.
Should have driven his Porsche out of the fountain. Well, Showmaker's face says it all, but I think the best way to sum up this game is to show that fan sign one more time. Ooh, okay, well, instead of being facetious and not analyzing the game, which is what we are paid to do, we will tell you guys that the Karma lane dominated. The Wukong got to level 6 without any problems. They trapped and kind of grinded Kiwoom out of the game by pushing their blue buff repeatedly, getting deep vision, setting up control on the top side. Rich was where they tried to play through on the top side, and Shiyu just escaped death multiple times. It became a huge side lane threat with his hull breaker. And yes, there was some silly, funny moments where you could see the dips in the gold graph where Kiwoom DRX were able to make some plays happen. But now that I've done my legal obligation of explaining what happened in this game, I'm just going to tell you, like, I don't really know why it happened that way. And
I have no idea what's
like an
happening
LCK
here.
team.
Yeah.
We need to see something better in game 2.
We definitely need to. Kiwoom having a rough start here to the LCK, and it looks like T plus Kia might be able to take advantage of that. As that was game 1, we'll take a break and we'll be right back.
라이브는 끝났는데.
몇 프렌지? 아, 다 파는 거지?
아, 그러니까. 야, 라이즈 노플이야, 슈야. 그냥
해줘, 슈야. 아, 몇 프레 실화냐?
노플이야, 보자.
야, 그냥 다 노플이야?
야, 이즈 노플?
아, 레전드네.
풀 있어? 이즈 노플.
예, 노플이야, 이제. 노플.
아이고, 어쩌네.
안 나야겠다. 야, 사고 나왔다. 야, 걔는 나온다. 야,
박아볼래?
풀 조심.
박아봐.
야,
노공이야.
아, 씨.
Long last, the time has finally come to highlight the fiercest dragon in Runeterra. No, not that one. There we go.
Time to spread my wings.
Shyvana is a ferocious jungler with more tools than ever before to chase her foes and take them down in one fell swoop. It's time to unleash your inner dragon. Welcome to the Shyvana Champion Spotlight. First, let's look at Shyvana's passive Scale Mail. Shyvana gains Scale Mail stacks whenever she secures takedowns on champions, large minions, and large monsters. Each stack grants her armor and magic resist and strengthens her other abilities. Shyvana's ultimate, Dragon's Descent, will feel very similar to what her mains know and love. She earns Dragon Fury whenever she strikes enemies with attacks and abilities. When the Fury bar is full, she can activate Dragon's Descent to enter her dragon form, flying to a target location, damaging enemies below, and causing them to flee for a short time. Shyvana's dragon form also grants bonus health based on her Scale Mail stacks, increases her attack range and size, and empowers her other abilities. Speaking of other abilities, let's talk about her Q, Ember Strike, which empowers her next attack, dealing AoE damage. It can be recast for another strike after a short delay, giving you a little more control over how you focus your firepower. In dragon form, Shyvana gets an additional recast that deals a burst of true damage, making it a great finisher in teamfights. Basic attacks reduce Ember Strike's cooldown, so if you want to keep the devastation going, be sure to stay in the fight. Her W, Inferno Aegis, gives Shyvana a shield that increases based on the number of nearby enemy champions and Scale Mail stacks. It also grants bonus move speed to help her pursue her enemies. When the effect ends, or upon recast, the Aegis detonates, damaging enemies in the surrounding area. When cast during Dragon's Descent, Shyvana also gets a substantial heal if the detonation hits an enemy champion. Finally, Shyvana's E is Molten Burst. Molten Burst launches a fireball that explodes upon hitting enemies or reaching its max distance in an AoE blast. While in Dragon form, Molten Burst deals more damage, travels faster and farther, and pierces through enemies, pulsing to deal damage each time the fireball strikes a champion or large monster. It also leaves a trail of fire that roasts enemies in its wake, dealing additional damage over time. For Shyvana, stringing the right abilities together is everything. Molten Burst slows enemies down, while Inferno Aegis speeds you up. Using both successfully makes it easier to stick to your opponents and keep the attacks coming, and those attacks lower your Ember Strike cooldown in turn to maximize your damage output. Make sure you stock up your Dragon Fury ahead of important objectives as well, so you can descend into the fight in a blaze of glory. Try casting Inferno Aegis before you transform, then use Dragon's Descent to jump right into the back lines and recast W to hit foes with a burst of damage they never saw coming. If you don't plan ahead, or if you don't time your recast properly, you'll quickly discover that your roar is bigger than your bite. The best way to counter an enemy Shyvana is to maintain some distance with good kiting and strong disengage tools. Shyvana wants to stay in the fight and maximize the value of her dragon form, so if you can stall her out, you'll have a much easier time turning the encounter in your favor. We wanted this update to empower Shyvana mains with more ways to leap into the fight and become their best dragon selves. And for those of you who haven't tried the half dragon yet, if you enjoy divers with high skirmishing potential like Hecarim and Set, you might like bringing the heat to your enemies as well. Unleash the Inferno within and wreak righteous devastation upon your adversaries with Shyvana the half dragon.
Triumph draws nearer with every kill.
Không một ai lường trước được rằng chúng tôi, những underdog, sẽ làm được điều này. Con rồng xanh bất khuất sẽ một lần nữa cất cánh bay lên ngay tại nơi này. Thăng Long, Hà Nội.
Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining whatever in the stone.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the space where KRX have to go back to the drawing board because that was It felt like there was only one team in the server at that time. It was D plus Kia. They are up 1-0 in their matchup here. Both squads looking for their first win. Yeah, there's not a lot to say about that one. It was just tough. It was just tough.
It was just full of pain, I would say. I mean, from the bot lane perspective, I think this is the match that I don't want to play Ezreal because they already picked the Karma, so I don't think you can get the priority because they're gonna just pick the Jhin Karma. All they need to do is press the Q on the wave, and there's nothing much you can do. And if you cannot get the priority with the Ezreal pick, I don't think that means a lot. So I feel like it was kind of a horrible game for their bot lane.
Yeah, I think they felt on paper really good about their first three. Like Ryze really strong, Zinzao really gone strong. They see the Karma, they take with the Ezreal. But Jhin Karma is a really strong duo. You know, everyone always talks about Ezreal Karma, Jhin Karma, classic duo, really hard to match up into. And then Nico, we've seen Nico just not being played into Karma. That's been the pick that you take into it. Because you just bully her out in lane. I think that's really where the fumble came. Where they picked the Nico into the Karma, and it just meant lane was never going to go well, and it started to unravel pretty quickly.
Yeah, remember, the big news was Lazyfield coming on in for Jiwoo. Maybe things work out, but as you said, the draft made it difficult and it played out exactly that way.
Oh, man.
Andel's in base, by the way. He got chunked out.
Hi, man. I mean, he didn't even get to play the game, by the way. It's not his fault.
Yeah, and then, you know, they're trying to make some proactive plays, but just an overstep here by Andel to get this ward in and just ran down by the Orianna.
There's no point. Like your Xin Zhao is literally on the top side, and there's nothing much you can do about it. So where is the play by the team? And also, meanwhile, the top lane. I mean, there's nothing much you can say. You lose 1v1, getting solo killed by the matchup that you wanted to play.
I was like, to be fair,
this doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and we know that he's played the Kennen before. It just didn't quite work, and we're talking about what that pain looked like. Well, there's the gold difference at 14 minutes when, you know, lane generally ends.
I mean, that much of a gold lead. And we often see with Jhin is sometimes, you know, you get to that point in the mid game where your build looks a little bit funky. You haven't hit those big items yet. That's not a problem when you just have so much gold, and it's Ezreal who's just, you know, juggling components, a tier here, like the axe over there. And we can see how much gold the bot lane in general, but 380 gold from those plates for the Jhin. It was such a huge lead from the early game, and I think it's just so hard to recover from that position.
So I think we can get an idea from HLE earlier in the series where you have the bad matchup, but still you manage to do something. Is that like ganking from the early game, like level 3 ganking or something? Because they had the strong mid jungle, you know. But I think it was really rough though, like because they couldn't really manage to have some plays.
Well, it got rougher for DRX, and also pretty slick driving there for D plus Kia.
Well,
yeah,
I'd say this wasn't a flawless game for D+, because I have some notes for Lucid here. Went on bit of a joyride on the Herald, you know, using it to kind of drop aggro, going for an engage, and I'm like, where?
U-turn, baby.
Oh my god.
I mean, it was a slick Yui, I won't deny that, but then he kind of angles it. Like, I'll take the Ezreal.
I mean, he knows. He just knows the vibe because the weather in South Korea right now is such a great weather for the driving. Digon and I went for a driving yesterday night, and it was great.
Wow, that's so romantic.
It was great.
Yes, it was such a great. So, and
the cherry blossoms were blooming.
Exactly.
And then,
was there only 2 seats in your car? Was there no space?
No more space.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry,
I mean, doesn't your car have back seats?
I mean,
not for you. During cherry blossom season.
Oh, I see. It was like a private, just you two. Okay, I know, I get it. I didn't want to intrude. No, I understand.
But anyways, you know, it's such a great weather, and Lucid knows. So it was such a great driving skill right there from Lucid. And yeah, there's more to come though. It was just a game 1. I think they can just easily drop that off. And I think they are the one who wants to change the mood right now here, Kium DRX. So that's why they picked the second pick in the first election. And I think this is being more common for the team who wants to get the counter pick on the top side.
I think these matchups are just so important. I think the early prio, we've seen teams try and put the gangs to break some of these bad matchups, but even then it can just often not be enough. If you end up in a 2v2 this bad, it's really hard to recover from it.
Well, we'll see if they're able to do so, and maybe take a a joyride to a game number 3? Will Kiwoom DRX, or will it just be a 2-0? Let's find out as we send it on over to Valdez and to Wolf.
Thank you, guys, and also thanks for the invite to your wonderful joyride last night.
They said it was private. Can I get a picture of Wadid and Digon doing the Zeus Guma? You know what I'm talking about? A little knuckle touch? Can I get that? KRX for the win.
Yeah, that would be nice if we could get that for sure. Let's see if they set that up for us. Lazy Feels coming back in, as the guys on the space already pointed out. It wasn't his fault. Like, this isn't the first time that he's kind of been left in a rough situation and kind of left to hold it.
Oh, here we go. Hold on. Oh.
Wow.
Private cherry blossom viewing. Scandalous! Except public and definitely scripted. I actually I went into a little KR community, a little deep dive.
Okay.
It turns out Gio is streaming right now. He is sick, is what he said on his stream. So he's apparently streaming and just watching from either home or the team house. I haven't opened the stream myself, but that would explain and end all speculation about what it means for Lazy Feel playing. Assuming he's being truthful about this. No one has ever told a lie on the internet.
Nobody's ever done that before. So
last
time they picked second pick, they gave Karma over and had no answer for the bot lane. So hopefully this time Kium have a better answer.
Let's see.
A better plan.
Yes. Well, I would like to see the gameplay. We did not see any of the gameplay. As we'll see Rumble banned, unsurprisingly. Orianna and Ryze are off the table. Pantheon gets banned actually by D+, even though they have first pick.
Yep, just like last game. It seems like they don't want to first pick it, which is fine.
We saw this Jace ban from Hume in game 1 as well, so just kind of keeping it the same here.
Yeah, they also banned Vi, which it's a great Lucid pick. And Lucid's like, yeah, I didn't want to play that anyway. We want to play Azir.
Yeah, Yukala's like, what? What are we going to ban now? Starts typing in like different champion names. Azir will be the ultimate choice here they go for. So Ashe, Yunara, these picks are premium, especially because the Karma is gone. Feels pretty good to Ashe Seraphine, but also if you have a Yunara Lulu lane, that also feels pretty powerful if you feel like you can get through the laning phase. Going Jarvan does just open up a lot of different possibilities. It closes the door on a Sivir pick, but I do think that you go Ashe Seraphine here pretty comfortably if you are QM DRX, but you have to trust that your bottom duo, which struggled quite heavily in the first game, is going to be able to get it done.
What if Willard just slams the Lee Sin like Owner in the last series?
All right, looking for the Yunara. Don't talk about that. It wasn't supposed to just lose early game and then win later. They don't have Gnar anyways. So this is going to be Ambessa, so they're definitely looking for the Lulu on 3. So do they Ashe Seraphine into this? They try to deny the Lulu. Lulu Jarvan also quite strong.
Lulu.
Like, do you go Lulu Jinx? Do you go Felios here?
Or you pick somewhere
Corky
else.
Nami, don't do it. Don't you dare Corky Nami.
That's not allowed.
That's not on the list of approved counters. I'd rather see Yuumi. There is no Gnar, so, and there's no cannon. So we'll just swap over to Annie instead.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that we got that resolved.
I think they could still play the Renekton Annie. So they have a really strong top side. We do not yet, however, know what their plan is to deal with Yunara Lulu, which is very strong with Ambessa. We have two teams that have insanely strong setups with their junglers, but again, I kind of like the QM draft. The Lulu is just she's right there. She was right there the whole time. It says Shyvana is globally banned right there on the top as well. Yeah. And I look at the supports and I see a Nico and a
I feel like nowadays a lot of our teams are actually showing so much focus on the top lane Whereas in our opinions, we are still very focused on the bot lane matchup, the jungle, you know, kind of where a lot of the team's bread is buttered most of the time. And I get it, you know, the top lane is a scary place right now where there's not a lot of blind pickable stuff. So they're like, we have to get Cassante, otherwise Rich will just lose the lane so hard. But, I mean, Yunara Lulu feels so good, especially into Annie Jarvan.
Well, I mean, now that there's going to be a Lulu ban, certainly here. If they just ban like Leona, I don't even understand. Give me back that fan. So nobody's. They gave me the knuckle touch, but they didn't give me the ban sign again.
Yeah.
All right. So Lulu is banned.
Hey, we did
so like
it.
now I want to know what is the plan here, because it's blind. Obviously, what you're playing into right now, you have no information about the bottom 2v2. But you banned the Ashe. You banned the Nami.
You got to pick mid and save counter, I would assume. Or you play Bard.
I mean, Andal's Bard is really good.
That's a good choice.
But
I like it, at least.
I like it. But was it worth getting Cassante and losing the Lulu for is the real question to me.
No.
Because now you might still lose lane. There's no Karma. There's no Nico. The Lulu is banned. Could just be a Lucian lane or an aggressive Corki. No Nami to pair with it. Corki Lulu, sorry, not Corki Lulu. Corki Nami is the most common Corki lane right now, but it used to be Corki Nico, which is also fearlessly banned. So career ends up going for here. Not a lot of range supports.
Corki Rakan?
Corki Jana? Reckless isn't playing with Smash today, so.
Yeah. Let's see what he ends up going for.
These drafts have gotten quite bizarre.
Yeah, this whole day has been, okay, well, Anivia, it's Career's turn. He's got a little smile. He's happy about it.
I still don't trust that this is real fully, so it wasn't in my list of approved range supports. As it looks like we are just going to see the Aurora to come through here for Yukal. I would have rather seen a Lulu, but I still kind of like Kiwoom's draft as long as they can get through the laning phase without making any mistakes, because the bottom lane is volatile. It's not a shoo-in sort of setup. Shurin. To my chagrin. This series broke me. I don't think that Lazyfield and Andil will win this lane by default. They have to play it well. They have to time, the bindings for Andil well. They need to be careful of the wall. Yunara doesn't have safety in that lane. And Rich is going to be laning as Cassante into Renekton, so there's a lot of prio power there. And the Jarvan is just in general quite strong. But if they can get out of the lane, they can do great things. And this is basically what we said in game one as well. They could not get out of the lane. It felt like they were in lane until the Nexus exploded. Yukal came out of the fountain. He was like, I'm on my way back to what's left of this lane, which is the Nexus turrets, and I'm going to try to defend. So let's see if D plus Kia just dominate with pressure again in this game with the Annie insane CC setup they have, or will Kiwoom play League of Legends in game 2?
Still looking for that to happen tonight, and I think they've at least set themselves up a little bit better this time. D plus Kia up against Team KRX, game number 2.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, game number 2. Getting ready for some League of Legends. I'm excited for it. I can feel it is going to happen this time.
Is that your tempo vibe?
Yeah.
Like that League of Legends will happen?
I think so. I think D plus Kia, Career's playing Anivia, Showmaker's playing Annie. I don't think they can help themselves. I think we're going to get some happy gaming, and I think it's going to give an opportunity for Kiwoom to actually play the game. That's my read.
Okay. I'm going to tell you that I think the opposite will happen. And that Showmaker's going to have a really good Annie performance. He's going to lane aggressively. They're going to look for early skirmishes around this Corki. and the terrain manipulation that Career can have. She was early skirmishing power. Jarvan, pretty easy to execute in this draft. And the composition of Kiwum, by the way, if they get out of the laning phase, got some scaling options, great. Really hard to play. Really hard to play. You know, you got to play her on Bard ultimate. Their Aurora has to flank, but use her ultimate in a cool way. Will needs to make sure he's ulting, but not ulting too far, hitting the right target. Rich needs to be a front line. You know, it's a little tricky. Whereas D+ just kind of CC those champions and kill them. When we CC together, that's when we're strong. That's what Showmaker's telling his team. He's the captain right now.
But K'Sante is his mortal enemy.
True, and he also does have an Unstoppable, which prevents all crowd control effects.
That is true. You're helping that one fan in the audience that has no idea what's going on.
Yeah, I hope she's listening. It's not going to change what's happening in terms of understanding the series, but...
Yeah. Maybe a little bit more about the game could help there. The Anivia definitely rising as a ranged support alternative. Quickly becoming very meta. See it in, I feel like, the majority of our series this week.
Yeah.
We saw it in game 1, actually. It was played mid by Zeka. So
it's, well, actually,
or no,
it was
played top lane.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But like,
I got confused by my pick ban sheet.
In the truth, though, is it was used as a support flex, though, in the draft. So kind of relevant in that way is Career is low. Let's see what they can do in this early skirmish, as they're a bit split.
Yeah, I think the double buff and Bessa with a little help from UCal was a little bit too much. And Showmaker was just pushing mids.
The thing is, I think they thought, well, this is my feeling about what D+ was trying to do there, is I think they thought they could play around the egg a little bit. They have all 4 summoners, but the egg takes so long to actually proc that I think you just lose the fight while Career is respawning if he commits further there. Either way, they decide not to fight, and because Lucid is Jarvan, they don't lose a summoner. It's all good.
Aurora's not very fun to play into Annie. You're shorter ranged, you know, even if you go stealth, she has just an AoE stun potential with multiple abilities.
He's just trying to tank the mana bar. He's like, look, Showmaker used half his mana, about TP back. Then what's he gonna do?
Yeah, he already TP'd.
So yeah. It's only 10 CS down. He's gonna catch this wave. He's not having fun now, but maybe if he can get out the lane. Break free from the lane. Kiwum DRX. Spread your wings and fly.
What did Wolf mean by this?
You see the logo, right, with Kiwum having their, you know, their holdings are going up, right? Like the the arrow is pointing up. That's kind of where, you know, for Kiwum, they went 0-2 at the beginning of this week. Now they're 0-3 in terms of games, and they're down 0-1. They could only go up, right? The logo is kind of, it fits the whole Deft Last Dance narrative of when, you know, he was on this squad and they were a 6th place team, but they won the whole world championship. Like, it's very thematic. That's what I meant by all of that. Spread your wings and get out of the way.
Yeah. This is also not very fun for Aurora. I feel like UCal, he really likes Aurora, and then it's very tier listy where it's like, okay, I can do stuff on this, but the lane itself is just, it's just not fun. And I feel like Annie gets played enough that you should know that this is just not going to be a fun time. So we'll have to wait and see if he actually has an impact later on in the game, because right now he doesn't have a lot of prio either. Feels like a lot of our mid lanes generally go pretty even. As now we're going to have Shiu pulled back. He's Renekton though. He's going to pull out the Dominus and eventually just turn on to Rich and push him back.
Yeah, unfortunately for Rich, he did not get enough done there, so won't really win out on the trade. Gets the ultimate out of Shiu. Actually holding his own in terms of farm pretty well. That may change if he completes that back, which he does cancel.
Lucius going to get 6 off of this. So
this is scary.
Yeah, they're going to have to give up this Drake most likely.
Or at least Drake control.
Yeah, bot lane in control of DK as well as mid lane. So, you know, if you're Willer here, He was trying to show some pressure, you know, help out the bottom lane a little bit, but he doesn't get to do anything, really. He is going to stand here and help them not get dove. And that's about all he can do.
That has a bit of a limit to it as well, though, especially with these continual trades, as UCal still does not have teleport, and Showmaker's just pushed him out of lane. Lucid will have to escape here, but he'll get out, and look at how much is lost here for UCal. He's down 20 CS and down almost 2 plates in the mid lane.
Oh, that was a nice stun into a wall, and Andil just has to flash. So now you're a Bard with no heal, no flash. You got some healing back there. But he's just going to have to back away. LazyFeel flashing in and just dies. Not like this, LazyFeel.
That's a LazyFeel moment. That's the kind of plays that he's famous for, right? Obviously when they work. And that was a good try. Too much on the other side. Smash didn't have barrier. I think that's maybe perhaps where the miscalculation came in. He's like, I don't think he lives this. The damage output I have if he doesn't have barrier. As he's got his Q stacked. See this Q stack comes in, flashes the quirky damage, but
Slurkle missed.
Doesn't hit the Slurkle. And the Bard isn't able to offer anything, down summoners and out of range. So the Anivio picks up the kill. So he grabs a Catalyst.
Yep, eventually just going to be a champion that actually does damage at some point. Showmaker going to get ulted here by Andil, but Career is nearby, so Tipper's just thrown down. Showmaker not wanting to use his flash, but will have to at the very end.
Willer could potentially ult here. Showmaker needs to be careful without flash.
Oh, Shu's going to get slowed up, and the Q's going to hit, and all of a sudden, Shu in a bit of trouble. Has to go into the brush, does land the stun, and all of a sudden, the Renekton sits him down! And now we got LazyFeel nearly dying in the 1v1 as well. Rocket will do it. The flash will connect with the missile. And just like that, 2 solo kills to get DK even farther ahead.
Oh man, Rich is gonna be really hurting after that one. LazyFeel gets outplayed in the bottom lane. They are really trying to play the game, Valdez, and at least there's some gameplay for the last game as Lucid goes down.
It's a nice pick by Willer. Lucid has been playing pretty aggressively overall, just on the Jarvan.
And Willer did not use his ultimate in that last skirmish in the mid lane, so still had it available there, and so doesn't flash it. So he dies. At the end of the day, there's still a really big quirky problem as this hits and then he misses the Q. That one right there, that's the difference maker because he gets the stun off, gets the slice, dices back through, and Rich doesn't auto because he's like, I know I don't have enough damage. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the full shot.
Yeah.
As over here, you know, I mean, man, this is a rough day to be a QM fan, but gets hit by the Foss Bomb. And the barriers come through. Smash gets out while the barrier is up and then flashes for the final missile there. Almost looked like an auto as Willer does ult Lucid, who's a bit too far away from the rest of his team. Career can't really help him out. So at least they get one back, but everything is going a bit D+-sided.
Okay, Andil's fine. I thought, you know, if a wall comes up, maybe he's just stuck with no flash. He's Bard, but
Magical Journey takes a little time, a little prep time.
Not sure what the cooldowns are like as well. Lucid is showing in the river. Doesn't seem to really care. Lucid's playing very much like face up. He's like, this is exactly what I'm doing. I'm just going to run at you because my lanes are winning and there's, you can't do anything. Except that one time you killed me, but like, besides that, I'm still a big threat.
It kind of reminds me of game 1.
Andil did not get the memo. And he's going to throw out an ult here, so maybe that does help him. Willer here as well is going to connect onto Smash, who's in a lot of trouble. Flash on in, and that's a shutdown for Willer, who's not ready to go quietly in this game. Andil does go down. So Lucid does finish off that kill, but now UCal is here.
UCal has his ult. Tibbers is going to keep him at bay, but he wants to play for this. Ult to flip.
Yep, there it is. And now Lucid, no vision, and not going to continue. Didn't have the damage.
QM feel like they're, this game, at least not going to go quietly into that good night, as you say. Like, they are absolutely going to fight tooth and nail for this one. But it's just not the edge they were looking for. The kill going over to Willer. in that scrap where they killed Smash feels so bad. They so desperately wanted LazyField to have it. It's not bad for Willer to have money, but you need your Yunara to get online as soon as possible.
Here comes the Anivia gank. Kind of difficult to do against an Aurora, though. Now Willer's here. I mean, a bit more damage does go into him. There's no objective up here just yet. Rift Herald doesn't spawn for 3 minutes.
Yeah, just a bit of a scrap in the mid lane with Career at full health, trying to push the advantage further. Go back to this here, as Ondil is caught, but buys a ton of time with Tempered Fate. And then Willer comes down, right? And finally, with this ultimate from Willer, LazyField can finally get on top of him and kill Smash. Unfortunately, he doesn't get the last hit, so the money doesn't go completely to him. They'll still lose Ondil in the exchange. But it's just these little small things. Is Ondil looking for another play?
Yeah, not going to land the stun, though. A Smash is... oh, he's going to go into the Tempered Fate, so he does live. If only the tower was disabled, then maybe they could take him down.
Yeah, I think that's definitely what Ondil was hoping for there, but Smash realizes what's going on, sets himself in stasis as well. It's tough to say that he would have died for sure if he was not in stasis, but it would have given them a fighting chance there. Smash is still low.
Yeah, Ondil's like, I'm going to kill this guy. And meanwhile, Ondil pretty low himself and doesn't really have an AD carry. LazyField is just backing away.
You kind of have to, if you're Ondil, feel like you know, in these types of moments, you're down in this game. You need to try something, but you have to walk that tightrope. He's doing a pretty good job of it. LazyField, on the other hand.
Yeah, walking at the Anivia, not really going to work. It's not the first time they've done that.
It seems like the coaching call was clear as, oh, we're going in?
Yeah, they're going in on a Showmaker. He's actually in a decent amount of trouble. He does get his timbers off, though, and that's really all he has to do. Lucid getting really low, and he will survive, but down he goes to UCal. He does get stunned up by Showmaker. Showmaker extremely low, will get the double kill over to UCal. Meanwhile,
this time for sure.
This time for sure, as the Q is going to land, and the shutdown does come through. Team KRX make it happen.
All right, Kiwum not going to give up in this one. And it's 2 kills to UCal. Picks up his belt. I mean, how do we really quantify what's going on here? Like, first things first, the Corki backs, so not able to join the extended fight. LazyField doesn't join this fight either, so it's just straight up a scrap between junglers in the front line. Ondil does enough damage here, and then Showmaker's too low and doesn't have his Tibbers. Sure, Tibbers is offering a lot of damage here, but Career is really low on mana. They're able to use the Magical Journey to get away there, so 2 kills to UCal. And then this was just kind of a misplay.
Yeah, he got pulled back under turret.
Just way too far forward. And Rich this time hits the important cues, and the pullback is real. Game feels almost playable here for QMDRX.
I'm just glad they're doing things.
Yeah. Well, also, I was going to say right before the scrap was like clearly the coaching staff feedback was, please don't just let them have everything. Fight for everything, because they are fighting for literally every single scrap they could take, every skirmish, every vision fight. They're like, oh yeah, we opt for these.
Yeah, definitely the better option between the two. See, it's not the first time he's been pulled onto the turret. I mean, it's a very classic Cassante move, and sometimes it's difficult to dodge, but in this game, even, he does seem to be pretty susceptible to it for some reason.
I don't know why, but whenever I see the Cassante pullback, it feels like when you get grabbed in a fighting game, you're like, ah, blocked at the wrong time, you know? Yeah. Always can catch you off guard.
Smash has the largest lead by far. You know, he did die that one time to Willer.
It's kind of the UCal show in this one, I think, for how they're going to have to play this mid-game is a bit of a Tempered Fate.
And they're going to catch Career, who still has his egg. And LazyField is really playing with fire here. Or Frost, in this case. Ondil going over the wall. It's a nice Magical Journey.
Good angle to maximize distance.
The engage cone. And Ondil might have to flash this one, but he does land the stun, so he gets away. Showmaker gonna burn UCal's ult. UCal still going in for some more burst damage.
They are really just going to opt into everything, aren't they? As, by the way, Dragon is spawning as this Herald is up. So maybe a jungler could just avoid the fighting and go take an objective, but no, fighting all the time.
Yes. Must fight. It looks like they might do it again here as Willer just runs straight into a wall.
Does he go back in? That's the question.
Goes down to the egg. Nice burst there from UCal, and now Ridge is going to pull him over the wall and try to gain some distance here. Slice and Dice might just get him in, but Unstoppable gets him out.
They're still holding ult.
This is just the non-stop fighting here. Another great ult from Willer. He does not miss those in this game. That should be another kill to Lucid. They're trying to give the kill over, and they will be successful. UCal picks that up.
Big clap here. And I don't... Valdez, this is definitely not a thinking man's game, as Rich does not have his ult this time.
It's a lot of damage under that turret. TP is...
UCal doesn't have ult yet, but he also has red buff. Maybe he could... Okay, he's just gonna walk away. This is wild. Smash!
Uh-oh, very close. Barrier to get away. Flash on in, and Lazyfield gets the kill. Technically wins the 1v1 until Career comes in.
Dirty cheater! But he gets the kill and not Smash. Smash still gets the assist gold. At the same time, the Herald is taken. As Willer was like, I mean, I can't do more in this game, let's be real.
Yeah.
Just let me take an objective, please. Willer didn't ult for so long, right? And he was being patient, gets this angle onto Showmaker. The follow-up CC is so easy to layer. And Showmaker's just done. And Lucid here is just a sitting duck, right? There's nothing they can do. On the bottom side of the map, you know, we'll watch this first. Pops his ult, misses the arc again. Just has enough damage here. Flashes for the final auto.
Porque no spare.
I don't know what he's...
Sarke no spell.
Ah.
So he doesn't have any summoner spells. And
spell is the Korean word for summoners.
Yeah. That's a summoner spell, you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, like...
There's some kind of, you know...
In English, usually say sums.
Yeah.
So that's why I was clarifying that for everyone.
Lucid sitting on a ward. Seems like he doesn't have a good idea about that. It's been a very wild game. It's kind of what I expected, you know, DK, they just can't help themselves. Like, they win game one very cleanly. Game number two is up in the air, you know.
Your tempo vibe read was 100% correct.
Ooh, nice try from Andil, but very difficult to hit a Jarvan with that, so it's going to be Bard ult down.
Would you A, take Prio and do Dragon, or B, hover around Showmaker with ult and flash next to a turret?
B.
That's what you and KRX decided to do as well.
B, 100%. Definitely the right answer.
Would you A, do Dragon with full Prio control, or B, fight for vision in the river brush? Where Lazyfield has no
definitely B. Lazyfield. You could feel his... He's like trying so hard to make plays and be a big factor in the game, you know?
Well, he's got a team to set him up.
Willer again finds Lucid, and down he goes. A comp for Kium keeps hitting.
You know, B was also a correct answer, says Mystery Teacher, or just Valdez.
All of the above.
Smash is really pushing for this. Has an item advantage, you could feel it. But Willer is going to get the Dragon, so ultimately, like you said, they get all of the above. They get the fight, they get the kill, they get the Dragon. We'll see what the soul's going to be. Ooh,
uh-oh. Yeah, the stun hits, and Andil is going to throw out a Mikhail's. Yeah, Chemtech Soul.
But they still got the individual stats. They got a gold lead.
Yeah.
I didn't think that was going to happen this game.
Not bad for Kium.
Like, Willer, like I said before, I don't think he could do more this game.
Yeah, I feel like if we go to a game 3, even if Willer, like, ints, but they still win, like, he still gets POM, because they wouldn't have a game 3 unless he was playing this well. Like,
if UCal steals that from him because it's 4-0-2, I'm like, well, let's remember how UCal got the kills, okay?
Yeah.
And Willer, he has basically been the Punisher this game of all D+ members. You know, I guess Career hasn't died yet, but he's been punished, actually, by Willer in some of these exchanges. Well, the Showmaker is overextending. Lucid, by the way, is the biggest offender. He's like, Lucid's not going to get away with it, not on my watch. And D+ are playing fast and loose. Showmaker is unguarded here. They didn't have vision of Lucid whatsoever, though. Even though he was far away, they don't commit. Career, he gets him too!
Caught again. Goes to the egg, though, and this time the rest of DK is coming in. And they will get the Anivia, but this
Why
time...
did you just give it to Lazy Fuel?
Yeah, this time, Willer's not in the fight. So this is going to look a little bit differently as Rich is going very deep to try to take out Showmaker, and so is UCal. Not sure about that call, especially with two here on the flank. UCal taking a ton of damage as well, and yeah, he gets the kill, but he goes down himself. And the frontline difference is big here. DK have Siu, who is just trying to lead the charge, but the stun comes in.
I think UCal's call to sacrifice himself to get the kill there because he knows that, you know, Lucid could just collapse on him is probably correct. But it means that the rest of the team can't fight. That was a big binding to come through from Andil to help them get out. Here, because Career is in egg and they're kind of panicking, like they want to give the kill to Lazy Fuel, but Andil's like, oh, this is taking a really long time, so he accidentally steals the kill here, which really hurts. And then Shiu teleports in, so now it's really split, right? Rich is here on the left side of the fight. UCal is pushing with him, but the fight is completely cut in half because Shiu is just going to clean up house. So this is the moment where UCal is just like, all right, get out if you can. I'm going to kill Showmaker. And they are able to barely fight their way out of this one. Lazy Fuel is able to dash away. And then this binding here from Andil helps them escape. So still a, you know, decent fight for QM, but not exactly the successful conversion they're looking for, and they drop the gold lead.
And that gold lead's a big one. Lucid actually got so much money from UCal as he got the big shutdown. You saw that UCal was 5-0-2 before that fight. And yeah, so Lucid essentially able to shore up a lot of the gold deficit that he had against Willer. Still, UCal is very fed, but did get a bunch of gold over.
It's a 2 Drake lead. It's Chemtech Soldo, which would be pretty good for Cassante and for Mbessa. Honestly, kind of okay for Yunara, as she was going to take a lot of damage, but he's not alone.
Yeah. Pretty well baited here. I'm not sure if Rich has an out. He doesn't have his flash, and so eventually he just gets walled. So Cassante, you know, he's got unstoppable. Okay, Temper Fate comes in, but there's still a TP here, and yeah, they just kind of got baited into this one. Like, everybody's abandoning ship. Andel's like, I'm getting out of here with the magical journey. Willer turned tail a long time ago. So they just lose their Cassante.
Yeah, the timing was pretty rough. Like, Andil was on his way, and I think Rich was like, if I get a Tempered Fate range, which is really far, and they don't Tempered Fate me, then we're okay. As Showmaker is going to be caught by Willer again, right? Right? Willer doesn't miss, right? Doesn't need it.
Doesn't need it. I liked the Proto Belt by Showmaker to dodge the binding, but it doesn't change the outcome. He's still dead.
What is going to be the eventual outcome of this game is the real big question. Is it's going to be a bit of a longer read, but notice where Andil is on the minimap. Rich is like trying to calculate, okay, is there anything I could do here? Goes back towards the enemies who kite back, is the only one who's Tempered Fated here. And they just cannot get here in time. Then they have to leave. And then, lo and behold, D+ pull a little bit of a Kanavi here. little bit of a Kanavi.
Yeah.
Showmaker's like, I'm gonna get maximum advantage. The rest of the team leaves him. That's actually not accurate to call that a Kanavi move, really. If it were Kanavi, he'd be like flashing towards the next wave.
Yeah.
But Showmaker does get caught and picked off there. And UCal is still really huge. Smash is also really huge. Which one dies first in a real big team fight on an objective that both teams care about, I think is where this game is heading ultimately. Rich has TP, as he's going to probably need to use it if he's going to join this one. They are looking for Soul Point.
Yeah, for me, like, we do see 2 deaths on Smash, but I don't really see, unless they Mbessa ult him, how they're going to really touch this Corki. Like, yes, Smash has died a couple times, but when it comes to the team fights, when it actually gets into best or 5v5 territory, I'm not sure if Smash can be touched in this one.
Yeah, it's if you Tempered Fate and kill everyone else real fast while he's while he's in stasis, maybe that's the way. Rich is not going to like
option.
This.
Yeah, Rich is not going to be in a very good spot, as we do have the Built Bird online. Career going to be able to utilize that a little bit to gain some space.
He is gonna get a full TP back into the fight, Rich is, so they might actually be able to secure Soul Point because he sacrificed himself for Prio. There's the TP. Kind of an angle here for Kiwoom if they can collapse with Rich.
Yeah, Rich able to come back in, and Shiu just essentially zoned away.
Here we go, Lazy Feel.
Oh, Lazy Feel in a really rough spot, but he does have some backup. The knockup comes in onto Shiu, and that's going to be the Drake going over to Kiwoom DRX. Zondo will have to pay the price, but now over the wall goes Wheeler. He does not miss today. And Lazy feels like, yeah, I'm flashing for this. I want that gold.
Smash couldn't get access to the fight. He couldn't do that much. It was completely split up.
Well, he will now if they elect to run straight at them. As, yeah, it's, you know, decent angle, but gotta be careful just running straight into the Anivia.
Yeah, that is a dangerous prospect to run into this 3-item Corki with the Anivia there. So watch this fight again. Like, Rich TP's back in, and look at Smash this whole time. He pushed the mid wave. Like, honestly, all you need to know when you watch this fight is watch Smash. Like, he cannot get access to hitting any of the targets. LazyFeel and Ando push Shiu away, and LazyFeel could operate in the pit because he gets the shield here from Rich. He actually is so tanky, and look, Smash just can't join. Still can't join, still can't join. They get the dragon. LazyFeel's at half health, but he's doing damage over the wall. He still has flash, so he's just kind of chilling. And ultimately, when the dragon is taken, they decide this is over. He can flash over the wall, give Rich the out for the dash through. And that's the end of it. Now, chasing here was a little bit funky, a little bit weird, a little bit scary, as Rich decides to go back in, but he's like, nah, UCal attacks me out, it's fine. And, all right, Showmaker probably making some Cassante copy pastas because Rich just kind of showed up and was around, sort of, and that was enough.
Around, sort of, good enough. And so many jokes you can make that with that one. As Kiwoom, it does look like they want to pressure this Baron area at least. But Rich is going to have to back and probably catch the wave bot, but he doesn't have TP. So, looks like maybe Shu just gets a free push. I mean, UCal's not going there.
They have to make it really,
Rich isn't going there.
They have to make a decisive call. Do we try to push Baron and force his TP, or do we just kind of send Rich home slowly? He gets 2/3 of the turret. If they tried to fight Baron there and he TPs in, it's really awkward. You know, it's a pretty tough fight to take, especially with no flash on LazyFeel because he did use the flash on that dragon fight. Shiu?
Hide on bush, engage cone. Shiu gets in on a LazyFeel, a big Bard ult, but I don't know if it's gonna save him. The timing is good for DK, and Shiu makes the play once again. Because he might go down here. He's going to have to pay that price, but still trading up for the side of DK as Rich is going to have to use everything to try to get out of this one. But he gets chilling smited.
If he gets out, I think it's kind of okay here.
Just used everything and doesn't have anything left in the tank.
If he was able to get out, you know, a 1-for-1 feels pretty decent because there's no objective realistically to take. I think for Baron, you know, if Rich survives there, you can't really start it. Even if he's dead, it's a little bit awkward here for D+. The problem with this play here for me, for Shiu, is he uses his flash. There's no major objective. There isn't a real team fight win here. And LazyFeel isn't the real carry. You know, UCal is still here. So, yes, eventually he'll be the real carry later on in this game. But now your Renekton doesn't have flash. You killed a flashless Yunara before a realistic objective is around. So, Rich dying here, though, makes it a little bit more interesting. This flag and drag allows the wall to stop him from doing anything. He is taken out. So in live, as you can see, the Baron hasn't started yet. They're going to clear vision around it, but by the time they do, Rich will be back up with TP. UCal's ult's back up. He has TP. D+ are in control of the game, air quotes, but they really have all their eggs in one basket here.
That's good because Anivia is on their team, right?
Yeah.
That's a good reference.
Yeah. Easter was fairly recent?
It's tomorrow.
Oh.
You're living in the future, man. Shiu's dead. I mean, they're just going to start Baron because of that.
Well, I mean, both Soul Lanes had TP, but this jungler doesn't, so Willer can't get here.
Willer doesn't have TP. Not yet. Not in this version of the game. I think they just take Baron. Although we are going to have Showmaker just die, and no, they don't have enough damage. As DK are not able to convert on the jungler being bot, and that should be Baron for Kiwoom DRX.
It makes sense because Easter was recently...
Recent tomorrow. The closer
okay, well,
Sunday.
look, they got the kill. They had TP. I think what D+ didn't account for is the Tempered Fate. The Tempered Fate messes this all up, all the timings, because D+, when Shiu gets caught here, watch the minimap. Look at the collapse, like instantly Lucid is on the Baron. And this 4-item Corki is ready to go. They're like, okay, we should be able to get this down in time. Lazyfield can't challenge us. He's not even a champion in this game. Then Tempered Fate hits and they're like, uh-oh, can't rush down Baron. And then Rich comes through here. The follow-up is there from Yukal, who does massive amounts of damage. He's like 3,000 gold ahead in this game. And it's been the battle of Corki versus Aurora. And even though the Corki has a ton of money, when was the last time I saw the Corki do damage in these team fights? Like, Smash has not been able to do anything, whereas Yukal is doing everything all the time.
Yeah. He's really only hitting the Cassante. I mean, there is a world where they take the Baron, but then, you know, Smash is essentially saying, I'm going to trade my life for the Baron. And as an AD carry, as a team, that's just not generally a good idea. Like, maybe you get the Baron and then you all just die. In hindsight, maybe that's a better feeling than giving over the Chemtech Soul and the Baron to KRX, but
listen, I've been told by production, by the way, that I'm not wrong because Easter was only 349 days ago, if you think about it. In the history of the world, that's pretty recent. In the history of how long Easter's been around, like even more recent.
Yeah. I guess so.
Get your bunnies out. Bunny Girl, by the way, for Yukal, 3.4K ahead.
Yeah.
Guess the Easter Bunny came early, Valdez. It's got some treats for D+. All right, Smash is going to get out with Valkyrie, so that's an ult for a basic ability.
But they're going in and find the bird. And Lucid not really able to peel all too much. Yukal is there and nearly takes the GA away. Not quite able to do so.
This Rich versus Shiu grudge match has been very fun.
Mm-hmm. A lot of fighting. And nope, just gonna get stunned up.
Jack shows, plus he has the cheater's belt, where you can get that item for basically free, and it's broken on Cassante, and he has Jack shows. So she was like, okay, you can go. Vandal Pipe's picked up for Andil. They're really vibing now.
Yeah.
That's a 3-item support.
Only sad he got it as his 3rd item.
I think that Andil, like when I watch this game, it's funny because it's kind of been a pick comp for QM, how they've played it with, you know, Willer and the burst damage from Yukal.
Yeah.
The Bard damage has been very relevant in a lot of these. Like the Electrocute proc has been the difference maker in some of these critical picks in the mid game. Now they have Chemtech Soul for Lazyfield, and even though he's 2.5K behind, he does a lot of damage. Whereas a whole level behind as well. Well, it's in the shop. He has, you know, he's
5th item IE on the way.
Well, he's like, look, I mean,
when you said he was going to deal damage later in the game, I didn't think you meant 40 minutes.
I mean, like, will he have dealt more damage than Smash in this game? Probably not, because Smash hit Cassante a lot, but he would have done more relevant damage than Smash in this game. There's an argument to be made.
We can give it to him.
Because, like, when I look at these gold leads between the 3.4K for Yukal and the 2.6 for Smash, and you watch every team fight, who has the big explosive damage? Who has warped every team fight? It hasn't been Smash. He's an 80 carry, mind you, but this hasn't been set up for success. As look at this, Yukal's just like, Showmaker, your health is gone.
Yeah, they're going to use a lot to try to get him. They do not. And Showmaker holds on to his Tibbers, so kind of an interesting angle here for DK potentially. Lazyfield taking a huge burst of damage. And now D plus Kia are on the chase. Shiu on the big flank through the river, but they're actually getting engaged on the left side. Rich essentially just trying to give his life away for the team, it looks like, as Shiu's going to find the angle. Not able to taxi out is Rich just yet, but now gets over to Andil. And there's the magical journey to get them all out.
Crazy they escaped there. And now they're waiting for Lucid.
Yeah, he's going to get stunned up. He has GA, though. Waiting for that one. Shiu once again on the flank. He's like, uh-oh.
Willer's also like, I'm level 18 as well. And Carrera's like, you stop right there. Do not chase any further. We are done.
Beware of crocodile.
You stay right in that crook pit. Okay. Where are we in this game? Still a small, at this point, 36 minutes and 2.6K gold lead. Practically irrelevant. It's a massive lead for Willer and for Yukal. in that fight, Smash hit like one rocket on the lazy field and otherwise was slowly trying to chase, as Rich didn't take the initial magical journey because he wanted to help Peel. They get enough time to get the second one. And lazy field is just kind of bait at this point. Got his ult?
Yeah, I would like if he baited a little bit less. Or at least not like that. I'm not sure he understands how the Anivia works. This keeps happening where he's like, no, he can't wall me from there. Yes, he can.
Willer's over here.
And now Career, he does have flash. He's not going to use it. Look at the damage from the core cam, and you have to respect this. The double stun, Showmaker finally does something. They're gonna get the Bard. They find Lazy Feel as well. And UCal finally turns up, but is it too late is the question. Gets stunned by the Anivia and just has to run away. The rest of the team is already dead. It's too little and too late.
UCal's trying to convince him the Easter Bunny is real.
Career.
And he got his egg. That's what the Easter Bunny does, right? Gives eggs as their chocolate in there. I thought we had a series, Valdez, and it all just crumbles.
We never did. And UCal, he is going to hop backwards, but eventually has to play into Anivia. Goes golden. And that's going to be the end of that. Looks like T plus Kia finally done enough to end this game. Maybe I thought we were going to have 3 games, but it wasn't meant to be. 37 minutes in against Chemtixel. And T plus Kia are still able to take them down 2-0 tonight.
It was not a series for the thinker, okay? It was not...
No think in this one.
It was basically you and I doing double play-by-play through this one. There were some funny moments. There were some sad moments. There were some touching moments on the space between
some puzzling moments.
We learned about the importance of Easter and how it did not, in fact, happen recently and is, in fact, tomorrow, because tomorrow is Sunday and today is Saturday.
Yes.
And for D+, do you feel really good about how you were able to equalize your 0-2 to a 2-0 here to go 1-1 and 0? Probably not, but you feel pretty good about the fact that didn't go to 3 and that you did not lose with your 80 carry up 2.5k. And for Kiwoom, they were running Lazy Feel. He had a respectable performance. But even with Jiwoo having a rough one earlier in the week, I think probably you're hoping he gets well soon. We'll have a weekend to rest. Lazyfield did his job, you could argue, but the problem is there was a huge hole in the bottom lane. And he did what he has always done in his brief appearances here in the LCK, is try to survive lane, try to carry later. Smash struggled to carry in this one, but Rich's Cassante performance, although sometimes puzzling, was quite strong. And Willer, he really tried, okay? He really
tried,
did.
Yeah.
You know, you look at Willer and
Honorable
UCal,
POM.
They certainly were not just going to roll over on this one. And Showmaker's Majai's win rate continues to climb somehow.
Yeah. Man, Showmaker was just getting picked left and right, and then finally at the end, he stunned the 2 of them. I'm like, yes, this is what the Hanny does. Cast stuns abilities on the enemies.
I don't know how to feel, you know, if you're...
Lazy Feel.
If you're a Kiwoom fan, you're like, well, it wasn't Jiwoo, so we don't know if Jiwoo's looking better yet. I don't think Lazy Feel plays next week, but maybe he does. We don't know, but probably after watching this, you're probably like, I don't think so. And you're like, wow, you know, our mid-jungle looked great, but everything else is disastrous, so I'm not sure how to feel. But if you're D+, you're like, well, this should have been kind of a freebie based on our performance in LCK Cup. And the momentum is not back. You are in the standings back, but do you really walk away from this, especially this game, too, feeling like you are winners? Or is the coaching staff feeling like there's a lot to discuss?
Well,
and even like,
I mean,
even POM was quite tricky. I still vote for Shiwu.
Yeah, it's Shiwu.
But like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, it's very confusing overall. I'm still not sure what to take from this series.
This game made
to
some
be
of our
honest.
challengers games look calculated. And it was a lot more exciting than game one. I'll give you that.
It was, yeah. I mean,
Kiwum played the game. They did play League of Legends a lot.
CV Max was really happy with Career. Gave him a big hug. Did his whole CV Max thing where he sprints out and hugs one player. This time it was Career.
I think it was a pretty significant improvement, frankly, over his series earlier this week. So I think that's warranted.
Hey, see.
This is what, when we talk about clean comms, this is not what we have in mind.
I mean, they're not the only team. I mean, have you listened to KT? And they're beating all the best teams. So, I don't know.
Smash did, in fact, do more damage than Lazy Field.
Yeah.
He did, in fact, have way more gold than him as well.
We have a fun goal difference graph as well, which was very up and down and sideways. I feel bad for Willer, man. He deserves POM after they won Game 3, which happened recently. All right, who's POM?
Kiwum fans got to put their basket on tonight. Smash steals
boom damage. You know, when you got to turn off your brain, it kind of makes sense. His Jhin and his Corky were great. So
his Jhin was really quite good.
Yeah,
good follow.
Snide comments aside, I think he does deserve votes and maybe even the POM.
Because, like, you know, the Renekton game was not as good as the Gnar game for Shio as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I really don't know what to take from today. Both
That's
our
right,
series were very
recently.
Yeah, with the T1 and Hamalife Esports and D plus Kia. I mean, they were in Rise Group last year, but do they make it into Rise Group this year? I don't know.
Do you make it into Rise Group, or do you get out of Rise Group?
No, they're trying to make it in.
Would you prefer to be 5th place in the Legend Group or #1 of the... No, don't do it, Valdez.
I don't want to talk about it anymore. Let's give it over to Deer for the translation of the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by Smash on the side of D plus Kia, who just secured their first victory. This is your first win of the regular season. How do you feel? You know, we had a tough loss in the last match, and I just wanted to make sure that we win this time, and I'm so happy that we're able to pull this off. Yeah, you had a tough loss against Nongshim last time, so what did you focus on to prepare for today? Well, it felt like we lost so helplessly without being able to show what we had prepared and practiced. And I think today, we were more focused, and we just kept ourselves grounded and tried to focus on all the things that we wanted to go over during the feedback. And in both games 1 and 2, you crushed your lane. So with the 2 solo kills in game 2 as well, how did you actually pull this off? I think Corky versus Yunara matchup is a little tough in the early stage, but I think somehow we were able to get that kill, and then it snowballed from there. And we saw that Corky and Nivea in game 2, which was actually a never before seen comp. So what strength does this comp have? Well, I'm not sure if there's a duo synergy between this comp, but I think these are just meta picks. So I feel like whenever we go with the good picks, I guess against some of the shorter range champions, it actually works pretty well. And so Kium DRX gave you a pretty hard time in game 2. So what do you think was the game-changing moment? I think at the very last team fight, like at the top lane, there was Yunara and I think Bard. They both didn't have flash, and I think our team fight was led with, oh, we need to actually fight this time around. This is the time that we have to win. We have to actually engage and make something work. And I didn't realize that it was going to work, but it did. So that actually did end the game. And so you and Career will feature on Lolly Night with today's win. So what should your fans look forward to? This is my first showing on Lolly Night, so I'm not sure what to say exactly, but I'm sure that our fans will love hearing about what we do to try to win. And, you know, all those discussions, maybe you guys can look forward to that. And your next opponent is Hanwha. So what is your mindset to keep the streak going? We are 1 win and 1 loss right now after today's victory, and there are so many teams that are doing so well, so I think it's just really important to make sure that we keep our head in the game and keep the win con going. And that's the end of the interview with Smash, and back to the desk. Thank you.
This guy!
What?
This guy. Hey, we'll get to it when we get to comments. Welcome back, everyone, to the space. It was a 2-0 victory for G plus Kia. They took the long route there. Comments aren't easy, but you didn't even put one in.
No, I was ruminating, and then I came to a conclusion. It took time. You know, my creative process, my creative flow.
In fact, he was too toxic.
Thank you, dear Ayaya.
Yeah, so like all the ideas that he has is all about being toxic, so he couldn't really pull one off.
I'm pretty sure we did this a toxic one. We'll see your comment later.
Oh yeah, I mean,
we'll see your comment later.
Everyone knows I'm toxic. I don't care.
Yeah.
Everyone knows.
Yeah.
Even Koreans know that I'm toxic, so.
Well, it was a 8 out of 13. Media trying to go multiple different places with this is
you know what? I'm gonna say it.
This is all over.
I think it's kind of messed up creating at a vote.
Yes.
I think like the bot 2v2 was really strong.
Oh yeah.
They won lane on the back of both of their performance.
I agree.
And Korea was pretty solid after that. So like I'm not saying that like other people didn't deserve votes, but I thought Korea at least would get a sort of shout out from someone. So kind of sad he's the only one who didn't end up getting a vote.
Kind of impressed that like he was calling out the fight at the end of the team fight. So I think it was pretty good from his performance as well. And yeah, I mean, I just picked the Smash because he played against the second AD carry in Kium DRX, and now where's your third AD carry, man? It's
so
not
toxic.
even close.
He's so toxic.
Yeah, that was a little toxic.
Wow.
We need one more against.
He was so toxic. He bullied the jungle logo there as well. He was like,
that's not my fault, but I'm just saying, you know, I don't think you can really stop a Smash at this point. Like he is so good.
Chat, before we get to Ox's comment, let us know who is more toxic. Is it Ox?
I mean,
or is
why
it
am I toxic? I'm just being honest, you know?
That's such a toxic thing to say. That's such a toxic trait. If anyone ever says that to you, it's a red flag.
Wait, what do you mean?
It's a red flag.
You know, like, I'm just being
Don't
honest.
do it with them anymore.
Wow.
Unfriend him.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know. Like,
if my solo queue duo partner is
Yeah.
like, I'm not being toxic. I'm just being honest. You know what? Find a new duo partner. They're not good for you. It's not.
The votes are pouring in. Wadid is currently leading. No Ox messages yet. All right, let's see what else that we had here. There it is. Ox, those are great words that you definitely said.
I went through a whole creative process. So you see, I landed on this because the player's name is Smash. And so I used Smash in the comment to say like smash and grab. And then I smash and grab this comment from Deacon and then just put my name on it. And it worked perfectly.
There's Prince. He smashed the late game.
Whoa.
This is why we play.
We can highlight the... Why couldn't I do that? We never knew this was a thing.
Nah, I think that was for Umti special, but I guess he took it again.
Like, if this has been a thing, I would have easily thought of a comment in time if I knew we could highlight letters. That was clearly the difference maker.
Can we get a slow zoom? The guilt zoom? Oh, there we go.
Oh, doesn't look good. Actually, it doesn't. It's not needed because it's just the way it's...
It's even worse.
It's so much worse, that one.
Oh my
God.
Go ahead, big dog. This is all you.
Let's
go.
Let it go. Just let it go.
Let's move on.
The Nar Popoff got my vote.
Yeah, of course.
Says Wolf.
Yeah.
Look at that. Wolf knows how it works.
Yeah.
He got the logo in there. He got the splash art in there.
Yeah,
Did he request a splash art?
No, I don't.
Did they just give it to him? I feel like there's some favoritism going on here.
Smash Helios with you're the pride of the Shin family. Gumjae Smash Shin and Dongjin Helios.
So basically, their last name is same.
Every Helios comment is just about him
branding
or
himself.
Him, like whoever has a similar name or birthday, or who's the best jungler. That's
You're a rooster.
The meta of Helios.
You know what? I bet our audience knows a lot about Helios then.
I'm not complaining.
Yeah.
I'm just saying this is his theme, and you know what? That's his brand, and he sticks to it. So I like that.
Yeah, I mean,
like Wadid's brand is being extremely toxic.
What? No.
Oh,
I'm just being honest.
Oh, you're just being toxic by accident.
You did it again.
You did it again.
You did
it again.
No? Am I wrong, guys? No, like, I think, I don't know, man.
All right, here's the last one. Cloud Templar, very calm and collected.
No, start again. Read the note at the end.
Oh, no.
The direction, then do it again.
Yeah.
We already had voice acting from Wolf when he was doing the Ezreal lines.
Stop talking and read the comment.
What does the quirky voice sound like? I don't even play a lot of quirky. Hold on. Let me think.
It's a whiskey tango, something like that. Very calm and collected.
That was pretty good.
That was good.
Thank you.
Yeah, good job.
Thank you.
Good job.
Great voice actors never show their face while they're doing it. They gotta lock in.
You did justice to the comment, so solid.
I'm not gonna show my face. I have to do it again, G-Sun? Okay, just for global.
Very calm and collected.
No!
Of course. Of course. I knew it. I knew it.
You know what?
I knew that it's coming,
We were asking who's more toxic. Me or it's G-Sun.
It's G-Sun. It is confirmed. Our main producer is crazy toxic. It's crazy.
All right, well, speaking of maybe toxic, we have one highlight here from the chase that happened near the end of the game, and Ox made the funniest comment, so we had to highlight it.
Oh, yeah, this was... he E's over the wall. He can't E back. And then Korea's just like, okay, you're a Krug now.
By decree of the Krug Lord himself, you have now been dubbed a Krug, Shiwu. Oh, no.
Yeah, this is the highlight that we can get. Like,
this is what we need to see again.
We couldn't get anything else.
Game,
no.
That was the moment. That's what we were looking for.
Yeah. We knew it.
It was a tough go there by Kiwoom DRX. They did have a better showing. They had some scraps, but ultimately they find themselves at the bottom of the barrel with more questions than answers after week one. D plus Kia back to their winning ways and have tied the GigaChat Bros and world champion T1 there at 4th place.
It's also pretty scary to be in that 10th place position. I know it's early, but to already be 0-2, when you look at the teams, like BNK, KRX, and Gen G are the two teams above you. And I know they're not in the best form based on the games we saw so far.
Oh, yeah.
But they were our top 2 teams in LCK Cup, so it's scary when a lot of the teams you expect to be low on the table have already picked up wins. Kiwoom DRX need to get a win on the table sooner rather than later.
And one of those teams will be 0-2 because they play against each other tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, that too. And I mean, for Kiwoom DRX, as you mentioned, I think maybe it's too early, but also like they had to swap their AD carries. I mean, even though like I don't know what's the reason why they swapped the AD carry, but again, I think swapping around the roster doesn't affect good for the team, you know? So I think they have to fix the issues that they have right now, or I think it's going to be a rough run for the rest of the LCK.
Well, Nongshim and the DN Automotive Supers opportunities to have a great start to their season. They'll do battle in the first matchup tomorrow, and then Gen G versus BNK KRX are 2 international squads trying to find their first win as, a tough go here for Kiwoom DRX. We have some of the great nicknames that you guys came up with here. We had Renek Krug instead of Renekton, Renek Krug.
I like it.
We had Krugodile, right?
Oh,
Krugodile's pretty good.
Krugodile, I like that one.
Yeah, and then Toxic Dig. Yeah, Toxic Did.
Toxic Did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would have gone with like Watox.
Watox?
Watox. Tox Did.
Tox Did? Tox Did?
I'm just a knower.
Or if we can get it onto Ox, we could have just gone with Toxic. that's how we will leave you, because we're not done with the week. We have tomorrow to fix what I just said. On behalf of everyone here on the LCK, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you Sunday to close out week 1 of 2026. Bye-bye. Tox did. Come on.
Look how toxic he is. He's not waving.
Tox did.
That's so toxic.
just when I carved my name into the stone against a I don't just when I lift my mark into the stone.